On that fateful day, the very last thing the boy ever expected happened, as he somehow ended up marrying one of his classmates. Walking down the school hallway, the boy thought to himself that he would have accepted the situation if it had been with anyone else. But unfortunately, the marriage was with that specific girl. He considered her the person he despised the most at his entire school, viewing her as a natural enemy that he absolutely could not give up against under any circumstances. At the school building, the morning started with the sound of birds chirping and students chattering away. A crowd of students gathered around the notice board to check the second semester results, openly amazed that Sato Haoju had secured first place once again. Sato calmly walked right past the board without even glancing at his scores, while the other students gossiped about how he had held the top spot since their freshman year, and expressed surprise at his lack of interest in the current results. Introducing himself, Sato stated he was an 18-year-old third-year senior, while the nearby students assumed he was ignoring the scoreboard just to show off how little effort it took him to be a genius. Sato casually wondered what was so interesting about looking at other people's rankings, noting that spending the morning reading books would be a much more preferable use of time. Listing his favorite hobbies as reading, playing video games, and eating protein-rich foods, Sato's train of thought was interrupted when he noticed someone quickly rushing toward him down the hall. The girl from earlier sprinted straight at him while fixing him with an intense and aggressive glare. Reacting with sudden shock, Sato thought to himself that she was the single thing he disliked the absolute most in the world. Closing the distance instantly, the girl aggressively grabbed Sato by his uniform tie. Furious that she had placed second again while he took first, Akane Sakuramori tightly choked Sato with his tie while demanding to know why he claimed he barely studied. Gasping for air, Sato explained that he just easily memorized things on the first try, which only prompted Akane to yell that she had never heard of such a ridiculous skill, forcing him to wheeze back, that it didn't matter whether she believed his methods or not. Staring at her teary expression, Sato admitted to himself that her face was incredibly cute, and acknowledged that she was known around school as being as gorgeous as a model, though there was a major catch to her appearance. He walked directly into their classroom to get away from her, ignoring her demands for him to wait, while he continued dwelling on her true nature. Concluding that she was known as something much worse than a model, Sato took his seat just as Akane slammed her hands onto his desk and ordered him to hold it, prompting him to tiredly ask what she wanted now. While their classmates nervously watched the hottest yet scariest girl in school start arguing with him again, Akane accused Sato of haphazardly filling out the class journal before going home. They immediately fell into a rapid-fire argument, loudly bickering back and forth over leaving opinion columns blank, skipping subjects for unchanged timetables, and failing to clean the chalkboard properly, which Akane entirely dismissed by claiming no one actually read the journal anyway. Sato leaned his head on his hand and muttered that the entire situation was just a huge drag. Akane slammed her hands onto his desk and furiously demanded to know what he meant by calling it a drag. She yelled that she was simply trying to correct his bad behavior, to which Sato bluntly replied that he did not want her help and asked her to just leave him alone. Staring at her, Sato thought to himself that it was absolutely impossible not to hate a girl who was this incredibly annoying. He reflected on the fact that they had been stuck in the exact same class together ever since their freshman year. He thought back on how she had been on his case every day and at every single turn. Her constant nagging involved ordering him to sing properly during choir contests, yelling at him to wipe the floors with his hands instead of his feet, and angrily forbidding him from bringing comics to school while he fired back that he had every right to read them. Looking at her face, Sato reasoned that it was only natural for him to feel so deeply irritated when he constantly had to put up with being nagged by her every single day. Himari hugged Akane tightly from behind, telling her friend not to get her panties in a bunch while claiming that she was making Sato cry. Akane yelled Himari's name in surprise, while Sato firmly stated from the sidelines that he was definitely not crying. Himari then curiously asked Akane why she was always arguing with Sato, causing Akane to flinch and stammer in momentary confusion. Regaining her composure, Akane admitted she hadn't really thought about it before, but confessed that just looking at his face made her want to slap him with her slippers. Hearing this, Sato sarcastically thanked her and asked if she viewed him as some kind of disgusting pest. Shisai approached them holding a pile of sweets and casually asked Sato if he was arguing with Akane again. Sato called out her name as she patted his head in pity, and he explained that he was merely trying to defend himself, adding that she was the only one who truly understood him. Shisai pointed out to Sato that since he constantly ended up fighting with Akane, it probably meant she was actually interested in him, causing both Akane and Sato to gasp in utter shock. Akane furiously declared that even if Sato was the last man in the universe, she would never date him in hell. Sato instantly fired back that he was about to say the exact same thing, and that he would never go out with her even if the world turned upside down. Later that afternoon, Sato walked out of the school gates sighing in relief that he was finally free for the day, but his peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted by his phone ringing in his pocket. Looking at the screen, Sato wondered aloud why his grandfather was calling him and accepted the call. His grandfather greeted him and cheerfully invited him over to his house to have a cup of tea. Sato apologized and declined the invitation, explaining that he had a book to read that day. His grandfather quickly dismissed the excuse, reminding Sato that he would eventually have to inherit the company and warning him that he would regret it if he didn't start currying favor right now. Sato sarcastically wished his grandfather a long life, noting that the old man wasn't the type to die anytime soon. His grandfather laughed and told his grandson not to be so cold, or he might hurt his feelings, which Sato dryly noted was impossible over something so trivial. His grandfather agreed that Sato knew him well and pointed out that being a smart guy, Sato surely knew what would happen if he disobeyed him. Sato flinched in sudden realization as he walked down the steps. A massive black limousine immediately pulled up right in front of Sato, accompanied by menacing men in suits holding chains, as his grandfather advised him over the phone that he would be better off quietly obeying. Sweating, Sato asked what kind of grandfather actually threatened his own grandson like this. Sitting in the back of the luxurious limousine, Sato wondered exactly what he had been summoned for today. The driver apologized on behalf of the chairman for the trouble, assuring Sato that his grandfather loved him very much and fully intended to let him inherit the company. The driver added that this behavior was unlike Sato's father. Sato sighed and remarked that a grandfather who resorted to kidnapping his beloved grandson after school must simply have way too much free time on his hands. The driver chuckled and suggested that such behavior was typical for geniuses. It was known that 40 years ago, during the Great Recession, Tenryu Haoju restructured his struggling company by ruthlessly firing old executives and starting new reforms despite public criticism. The result turned the nearly bankrupt Haoju Group into one of Japan's leading IT companies, proving that even in his 60s, Sato's grandfather remained a pioneering genius in AI development, who showed no signs of slowing down. Arriving at a traditional estate, Sato was immediately caught off guard when he found Akane already there, angrily demanding to know why he had shown up. Sitting down nearby on a bench, Akane complained that this was supposed to be a long-awaited dinner with her grandmother and called his presence an incredibly unpleasant coincidence. Sato flatly replied that he completely agreed with her on that point. Sato calmly asked her not to bother him while he read his book, which made Akane yell at him not to make it sound like she was the one begging for his attention. Sato clarified that they had nothing to do with each other and asked her to keep quiet, but Akane angrily declared that she hated his demeanor and refused to shut up until he properly apologized. Sato questioned if she was really going to stick with him just to get an apology, and Akane furiously shouted back that she would follow him absolutely anywhere for as long as it took. Sato angrily told Akane that she was driving him into a corner, to which she instantly fired back that she should be saying the exact same thing about his very presence. They continued to angrily glare and grumble at one another. A sleek car pulled up, and Tenryu appeared alongside an older woman who chuckled that the two teens had already started arguing, noting that young people were so impatient these days. Sato and Akane called out to their respective grandparents in utter shock. Tenryu told them to stop standing outside and urged them both to come in, quickly leaving Sato and Akane entirely confused as they realized their grandparents were addressing them together. They all gathered at a small traditional building surrounded by a quiet Japanese garden. Inside, Tenryu cheerfully raised a glass of beer and announced that they should first make a toast to this special day. Akane and Sato reluctantly drank from their glasses while muttering a half-hearted cheer. Akane asked for a refill, while Sato nervously drank, silently wondering what his grandfather meant by a special day, as he noticed that heavily armed bodyguards were completely blocking their only escape route out of the room. Sato pointed out that Akane had only been drinking juice and asked why she wasn't eating anything. Akane replied that she was actually hungry, but having him around had completely ruined her appetite, to which Sato agreed and jokingly asked if she was emitting some kind of appetite-eliminating substance. Flashing a threateningly fake smile, Akane told him she wondered if he would just dissolve into atoms for her right now. Matching her aggressive grins, Sato laughed and replied that it would be faster if she dissolved into quantum units instead. Tenryu laughed heartily and stated he was glad to see the two of them getting along so well. Sato and Akane immediately snapped back in unison, demanding to know what made him think things were going well at all. Picking up a piece of food, Sato asked his grandfather what important thing he wanted to talk about and questioned why he had brought Akane's grandmother into this meeting. Still smiling cheerfully, Tenryu casually announced that the two of them were getting married to each other. Both Sato and Akane froze, completely dropping their food from their chopsticks as they stared in absolute shock and muttered in disbelief at what they had just heard. Sweating nervously, Sato desperately asked if he had misheard, suggesting it was a mistranslation, a misunderstanding, or perhaps some kind of metaphor. Tenryu calmly told him not to overthink his words and instructed him to simply marry her. Akane panicked, loudly reminding them that they were still in high school and demanding to know what they meant by marriage. Her grandmother gently replied that the law allowed them to marry at 18, pointing out they were both of age, and sweetly told Akane to just marry him. Holding up a decorative fan, Tenryu began to explain, asking the teens if they knew that he and Chiyo were actually very old friends. He recounted that, when they were young, he and Chiyo had been deeply in love with each other. However, he explained that their fundamental differences in ideas and thoughts had ultimately prevented them from staying together. Tenryu sighed nostalgically, stating that it had been 10 years since his wife died, and he regretted his past decisions, wishing he had married his true love to live happily. Chiyo added that her husband had also passed away long ago, and she now spent every night with Tenryu out of loneliness. Meanwhile, Sato and Akane grimaced, both firmly stating that they really did not want to hear those specific details right now. Tenryu continued explaining that despite enjoying their current lives, they still harbored deep remorse, constantly believing that being together from the beginning would have been the finest life. Chiyo then intensely revealed that this was exactly why they now wanted to fulfill their lost dreams through their grandchildren. Staring at her granddaughter with a terrifyingly dark expression, Chiyo sweetly asked Akane to marry Sato for her sake, leaving Akane completely paralyzed in absolute horror. Akane frantically yelled at her grandmother, declaring that marriage was something that should only happen when two people fell madly in love with each other. She added that it required a romantic proposal first and foremost, and that it had to be done entirely of their own accord. Akane firmly stated that marriage was not something done at someone else's will. Standing beside her, Sato agreed and announced that he was saying no, as well apologizing but telling them to just give up since they could not force someone to get married against their will. In response, Tenryu simply began to chuckle darkly, prompting Sato to nervously ask what was so funny. Tenryu clapped his hands together and smiled, noting that the two of them really looked just like him and Chiyo when they were young, adding that they had fully expected them to say something exactly like that. Suddenly, a small dog on a leash was frantically led into the room by a bodyguard, catching the teens by surprise. Tenryu warned Sato that if he insisted on disobeying, he would bequeath the entire Haoju group to this foolish dog. Startled, Sato asked what was up with the animal, pointing out that it was still just a dog. Tenryu casually admitted that it was merely a stray he had picked up nearby, confessing that he wasn't even sure if it possessed the necessary practical skills to lead the company. Eating a piece of food, Tenryu casually explained that if the managing director put ink on the dog's paws, it would easily serve as a valid thumbprint, noting that there were no legal issues with doing so, and that the dog could at least stamp documents. Sato angrily yelled back that even if a dog could stamp contracts, it could not actually create them because it was not human. Crushing a crustacean in his bare hand with an intense glare, Tenryu aggressively agreed that Sato was completely right about that, declaring that perhaps the Haoju group would just have to come to an end in this era. Leaning back, Tenryu mockingly apologized, remarking that he just remembered Sato actually wanted to take over the company, calling the situation too bad. Sweating nervously, Sato sank to his knees and desperately asked his grandfather if he was completely insane. Staring intently with a menacing expression, Tenryu bluntly asked Sato if he honestly thought a CEO could operate a major corporation without being insane. Both Akane and Sato stared back in absolute speechless horror at his threat. Breaking the tense silence, Chiyo gently called out to Akane and asked her to come closer, causing her granddaughter to flinch in startled confusion. Smiling warmly alongside, Tenryu, Chiyo advised Akane to just think about it carefully and consider which option would ultimately be the most advantageous for her. Holding up 3 fingers, Tenryu strictly informed Sato that they had exactly 3 days to give him their final answer. Visibly shaken, Sato muttered that the deadline was incredibly out of the blue. Trembling and on the verge of tears, Akane told them that even if they framed it that way, marriage in most stories meant having a happy ending. However, considering their specific situation, she felt it would be completely otherwise. Crossing her arms defensively and glaring, Akane furiously declared that she absolutely would not get married, especially not with him. With tears in his eyes, Sato realized that this was merely the beginning of their ordeal, and his mind was completely overwhelmed with visions of an unimaginable and utterly hellish life ahead. Lying on her back in unbuttoned pajamas and heavily sweating, Akane reached her hand out and softly called for her husband to come here. Sweating and blushing furiously, Sato nervously slid his hand down toward her body. Akane violently grabbed Sato by his collar, screaming that she couldn't believe it and demanding to know why she had to get married to him, while Sato yelled in pain. Sato suddenly jolted awake, gasping in shock. Sitting up in bed and panting heavily, Sato noted that seeing the girl he hated the most in his class, even in his dreams, made this the absolute worst morning. Rubbing his head with a heavy sigh, Sato admitted he knew exactly why he was having these dreams. He recalled Chiyo asking them to get married, Tenryu threatening that the Haoju group would end if he didn't, and his grandfather giving him a strict 3-day deadline, leading Sato to conclude that all of this was entirely Tenryu's fault. Getting dressed for school, Sato thought about how absurd the conditions of marriage and the company were. He resolved that he wanted to take over his grandfather's company no matter what, but acknowledged that having his life partner decided by someone else was a major problem, especially considering who the chosen person was. Shivering in fear, Sato visualized Akane as a menacing demon. Sato realized that even though they were only involved with each other at school, he wondered how many decades they would end up fighting in their own home if they actually wed. Deciding his nerves could not take it, he firmly declared to himself that there was absolutely no way in hell they could get married. On the first day of the deadline, Sato opened the classroom door to find Akane already inside, chatting cheerfully with her friends. Sato tried to call out to her, but Akane immediately turned her head away with a sharp glare and completely ignored him. Shisai approached and pointed out that Sato had just attempted an unusual conversation, noting that he had been acting strange since yesterday. Sato quickly brushed her off, telling her she was just imagining things, as he nervously hurried away because homeroom was starting. Later in the hallway, as the school bell rang, Akane stood silently reading a pamphlet by the notice board. Looking closely at a brochure about the scholarship system, Akane let out a heavy sigh until Sato suddenly walked by, prompting her to quickly turn away in surprise. Sato called out to her, asking exactly what her grandmother had said to her back during the meeting. Akane firmly shot back that it was none of his business. Sato insisted that it was absolutely his business because they needed to know what other cards Chiyo had in store to avoid being pushed into an unfair situation. Akane fiercely glared and told him not to try to understand her heart. Frustrated, Sato told her to do whatever she wanted and concluded to himself that cooperating with Akane was completely impossible as she hurried away down the stairs. On the second day, Sato sat at his desk and let out a tired sigh. Writing down a plan to circumvent the marriage and take over the company, Sato determined there had to be some way out. He noticed his cousin Shisai staring intently at him again. He noted that she was in the same class and visited his house so often she felt like a sister. But he decided to keep quiet about the situation because getting her wrapped up in the marriage problem would only turn her into a nuisance. Returning to the empty classroom after school while other students played sports outside, Sato muttered that he couldn't believe he had forgotten something and assumed he must be incredibly tired. Checking his phone, Sato noticed Akane walking by outside the classroom while her friend apologized for not calling her yesterday because of a busy part-time job. Overhearing the friend ask Akane if something major was going on, Sato panicked and instinctively ducked out of sight. Crouching beneath the desks, he realized he had accidentally rubbed up against someone's leg and gasped in shock. Sato realized he had accidentally rubbed Shisai's stomach as she sat hidden under the desk, holding up animal finger puppets and casually greeting him. Startled, Sato whispered to ask what she was doing down there, to which Shisai simply held up a bear puppet and asked if he wanted to play too. Suddenly, Akane started talking to Himari nearby. Underneath the desk, Shisai casually tossed one of her puppets aside. Akane nervously presented a hypothetical scenario to Himari, asking what she would do if a family member ordered her to marry someone she disliked. Overhearing this from his hiding spot, Sato panicked, internally shocked that she was actually bringing up their secret situation and worrying that Himari would find such an ancient custom unbelievable. Himari smiled and replied that she would probably refuse such an order because she already had someone she liked. Surprised, Akane excitedly asked who it was, but Himari teasingly replied that it was a secret. Pondering the concept of having a crush, Akane remained silent when Himari asked if she had someone she liked, prompting Himari to observe that it certainly didn't seem like it. Himari playfully suggested that if Akane didn't have anyone she liked, she might as well just get married, noting that it would be great to have someone around to pay half of her living expenses. Akane blushed and distressedly muttered to herself that it would still be a forced marriage and that things would go badly if she refused. Noticing her mumbling, Himari leaned in closer and mentioned that she couldn't hear what Akane was saying. Extremely flustered and blushing furiously, Akane stammered out that marriage involved doing lewd stuff. Beneath the desk, Sato widened his eyes in absolute panic while Shisai continued to blankly hold up her puppet. Shisai suddenly stood up and declared that it was time to go home, forcing a terrified Sato to instantly grab her and aggressively whisper that he would be dead if he were discovered hiding there right now. Continuing the conversation, Himari cheerfully reasoned that since a family-ordered marriage was ultimately about making children, Akane would have to do those things in order to produce 100 kids. Trembling, Akane groaned that she knew it. Imagining shelves packed with babies, Akane tearfully screamed that having 100 children was absolutely impossible. Himari comfortingly lowered the hypothetical number to 5, then adjusted it to 10 kids, meaning 10 times. Looking physically sick, Akane whimpered that she wasn't tough enough for that, causing Himari to suddenly pause and ask if Akane was actually talking about herself. Panicking completely, Akane frantically screamed that she wasn't talking about herself and that it was strictly a hypothetical scenario. Himari gave her a knowing, smug smile and playfully repeated the word hypothetical. Giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, Himari offered to lend Akane a specialized magazine to help her out. Akane bolted down the hallway screaming that she didn't need the magazine and that she was absolutely never getting married. As Himari chased after her, Sato peeked out from his hiding spot, noting with relief that Akane had run away. Shisai pointed to her forehead and observed that Sato got creases there whenever he was thinking, accurately deducing that he had been acting off since yesterday. She firmly stated she was worried and wouldn't drop the subject until he told her what was on his mind, but Sato stubbornly tried to deny that he was worrying about anything. Sighing as he scratched his head, Sato was caught entirely off guard when Shisai accurately guessed that their grandfather had asked him to do something completely unreasonable. Sato explains to Shisai that his grandfather gave him an ultimatum to inherit the Haoju group. He must live his life following his grandfather's orders, or else a skilled dog will be put in charge of the company instead. Shisai asks him if he wants a life full of freedom or if he wants the company. Sato admits that if possible he wants both freedom and the company, wondering if there is a way to achieve this. Shisai reaches out to touch his lips, calling his desire selfish. Shisai slides over to the aquarium and observes that true freedom is impossible for living beings anyway, since the world is entirely full of rules. Shisai explains that both of their cells are bound by instinct, so instead of running away from rules, it is best to use them to one's advantage. Sato questions if he should take the company, and Shisai assures him He does not have to promising she will stay by his side even if he hits rock bottom, and has to scrape trash cans though an imagined version of her begs him to abandon such a worthless lifestyle. Sai looks back at him and states she knows that in order for him to realize his dreams, he absolutely needs to use his grandfather's company resources. She tells Sato that she will not stop him promising to always be there for him and asking him to rely on her even if his path is destined to be a thorny one. Sai stays close to Sato, offering her unwavering support and presence during his difficult decision. Sato smiles and thanks Sai for her support. He thinks to himself that given Akane's behavior, she might reject the marriage offer, but he resolves that if he has to choose between his freedom and the company, his choice is already clear. Himari cheerfully offers to lend Akane a specialized magazine to help her win the heart of the man she is seeking. Akane frantically screams that she does not need such things and runs away while Himari chases after her. Back in the classroom, Sato and Sai hear the door slam, realizing the girls have finally left. Sai points out that Sato has been acting weird since the day before yesterday and notes that he gets wrinkles on his forehead when something is bothering him. Despite Sato's attempts to deny it, Sai firmly states she is concerned and will not leave until he tells her what is wrong. Sato sighs and finally admits that his grandfather has forced an incredibly difficult choice upon him, prompting Sai to ask what makes it so hard. Sato explains that to take over the Haoju group, his life must be decided by his grandfather, and if he disobeys, his grandfather will let an unreliable dog take over instead. Sai agrees that their grandfather has gone overboard, and she asks him whether he prefers living freely or if he wants to inherit the company. Sato admits he wants both if possible and wonders if there is a good way to achieve it. Sai reaches out and touches his lips, telling him his desire is greedy. Walking over to the fish tank, Sai points out that the world is completely full of rules and that essentially no living thing can ever be truly free. Sai explains that both of their cells are bound by instinctual rules, so the best course of action is to figure out how to use the rules to his advantage, instead of running away. Sato wonders if he should take over the company, and Sai reassures him it is fine even if he does not, promising to help him look for other options even if he hits rock bottom, while a tiny version of her advises to abandon a useless lifestyle. Sai looks at him and concludes that she knows he must take over his grandfather's company in order to make his dreams come true. Sai assures Sato that she will not stand in his way, promising she will always be there for him even if his path is full of thorns. Sato thanks her, thinking to himself that while Akane might reject the marriage offer, his own choice between his freedom and the company is already made. On the third day, which is the final deadline, the teacher hands out the career preference survey questionnaires to the class, advising anyone planning to change their answers since the second year to consult him as soon as possible. Akane looks down anxiously at her career preference questionnaire, while Sato sits nearby at his desk contemplating his own aspirations and dreams. After school, Sato walks out of the school gates, still weighing the choice between his freedom and the company. As they exit the school grounds, they find a massive black limousine waiting for them, with the driver holding the door open, prompting them to approach the vehicle together. Sato walks forward with a serious expression, wondering which path they will ultimately choose to take. Akane walks alongside him with a tense, worried look, nervously clutching her career preference questionnaire inside her school bag. They arrive at the Tenryu residence, sitting side by side on cushions in a traditional room to face their grandparents. Holding up an ink pad, Tenryu looks at them with a smirk and demands to know what kind of path they will take, asking if it will be the path of the fool or the path of the wise. Both Sato and Akane pause, closing their eyes and struggling to find the words to speak as they prepare to deliver their final decisions. In perfect unison, both Sato and Akane announce that they will get married, bowing respectfully in front of their grandparents. Startled, Sato asks Akane if she is absolutely sure about this, admitting he expected her to refuse the offer, which prompts a blushing Akane to stutter back that she had no other choice. Flushing red and getting defensive, Akane loudly clarifies that she does not like him at all and insists that their agreement has absolutely nothing to do with romantic feelings. Tenryu cheers enthusiastically at their decision, while Akane's grandmother weeps tears of joy, declaring that she feels incredibly relieved and congratulating her granddaughter. Sato lets out a sigh, assuming they will proceed with the registry and wedding ceremony once they have both graduated from college. Hearing this, Tenryu looks at them in confusion and asks what they are talking about, leaving Sato and Akane completely stunned. Shrugging cheerfully, Tenryu states that they will obviously be performing the marriage and starting their life together right this very instant. They are immediately taken to a modern 2-story house where their grandparents stand behind them to present their new home. Both Sato and Akane drop their jaws in absolute speechless shock as they stare blankly at the house in front of them. The property features a fully equipped parking area and a well-maintained garden filled with blooming tulips. Tenryu proudly announces that they have already fully prepared this brand new house for the two of them to live in. The grandparents happily explain that the newly built home was constructed specifically as a love nest for the two of them, leaving Sato and Akane completely dumbfounded. Because of their family's sudden arrangements, they realize they have skipped all the typical stages of a normal relationship, including confessions, dates, and the usual love phase. Akane glares tearfully and aggressively warns Sato that she will never forgive him if he has any perverted intentions toward her. Sato looks completely drained of life as he processes the reality that their marriage registration is already complete and they are officially moving in together. Sato reflected on the bizarre reality that he was now married to a girl from his class. Walking down the school corridor, he watched her glare at him, fully convinced that she was his greatest natural enemy and the person he despised more than anyone else. Akane suddenly cornered him in the school hallway, aggressively grabbing him by his tie. She furiously warned him that she would kill him if he let a single classmate find out about their marriage. Sato told her that he had no intention of telling anyone anyway, questioning why she was so paranoid since he had no reason to let others know about their situation. Becoming extremely flustered and blushing red, Akane accused him of lying, yelling that he was definitely planning to tell their classmates that the two of them would be sleeping in the same bed every night. Sato promised to keep their marriage a secret until the day he died, recalling how they had spent their very first night together. Their grandparents excitedly presented them with their brand new love nest, happily revealing that they had already filled out and submitted all the marriage paperwork on their behalf. Sato and Akane watched in shock as their grandparents drove away in a sports car, wishing them fun in their youth, while Akane desperately begged her grandmother to stop and wait. Crying out for her grandmother not to abandon her, Akane fell to her knees in the entryway while recalling how their grandparents had proudly shown off the clean interior and the double bed. A heavy silence fell over the house as Sato stepped inside, quietly realizing that he was now officially married to Akane. Akane nervously looked down and asked if they were about to engage in intimacy, causing a confused Sato to ask her what she was referring to. Tearfully clutching her uniform, Akane argued that he was going to force his way with her all night long, to the point where she would not even be able to attend school, leaving Sato to exasperatedly ask what she was talking about. Imagining herself in a compromising situation, Akane pointed a sharp mechanical pencil at Sato and yelled at him not to play dumb. She claimed that guys only thought about inappropriate things and labeled him a pervert. Sato frantically tried to calm her down, raising his hands and stating that he was not the kind of person who would ever force her to do anything like that. Akane aggressively advanced on him with the pencil raised as a weapon, while Sato backed away in fear until he slipped and fell onto the floor. Sato sat defeatedly on the floor and sighed deeply, wondering to himself if he would truly be able to survive living with her. Noticing several cardboard boxes sent from his grandfather, Sato carried his things upstairs, feeling incredibly relieved to find that they each had their own private study room. Sitting down in the kitchen, Sato massaged his forehead and muttered about what an incredibly long day it had been. Sato opened a pizza box to find a note from his grandfather advising them to eat the pizza since they would not have time to cook on their first day. Although Sato was annoyed by his grandfather's meddling, he offered a quiet prayer of thanks for the food. As Sato began eating his pizza, he noticed Akane peeking through the cracked door with her stomach loudly rumbling from hunger. Sato held out the pizza box toward her and quietly asked if she wanted to eat together. Akane immediately refused, yelling that she would not engage in any married activities. She became paranoid again, accusing him of planning to strip her naked under the guise of sharing a meal, which led Sato to shout back in frustration at her bizarre logic. Sato held out a plate with a slice of pizza and urged her to just eat because she was clearly starving. Akane suddenly snatched the plate and dashed away down the hall, leaving Sato to wonder if she was actually some kind of stray cat. Sato walked into the bedroom in his pajamas and noticed that Akane was not there, briefly considering whether he should just sleep in his study room instead. He admitted to himself that he would much rather sleep alone, but there was a major obstacle in his way. Sato recalled his grandfather strictly warning them that they had to sleep together at night and were forbidden from using the couches or the floor, emphasizing that sleeping together as a couple was a mandatory part of their agreement. Fearing that his grandfather had rigged the bed with pressure sensors and installed hidden cameras all over the house, Sato angrily slammed the pillows, promising to kick his grandfather out of the company once he finally took control. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sato tried to mentally prepare himself for the night. Sato lay down alone on the large bed, resting his arm behind his head while thinking about how incredibly hectic his day had been. Meanwhile, Akane soaked in the bath, blowing bubbles in the water while reflecting on how she had already faced enough chaotic surprises to last her an entire lifetime. Splash of water in the bath as she shifted her posture, hoping for a quieter future. Sato slowly began to nod off to sleep, hoping that he would never have to experience another stressful day like this one. The bedroom door suddenly creaked open, waking a startled Sato from his light sleep. Akane stood nervously in the doorway, wearing her pajamas, fidgeting and quietly excusing herself as Sato sat up in surprise. Akane blushed and quietly pointed out that the bed seemed rather small, prompting Sato to sweat nervously and agree that their grandparents had likely bought it that size on purpose, before she slowly crawled onto the mattress. Akane curled up beside him under the blanket, and Sato instantly noticed the sweet scent of her shampoo after her bath. Sato found himself completely distracted as her fragrant scent floated directly toward him. With his heart beating rapidly, Sato lay in bed and thought about how sweet Akane smelled. With both of their hearts racing, Akane nervously warned him that she would get very mad if he did anything weird, clarifying that agreeing to get married did not mean she consented to anything intimate, which Sato quickly assured her he understood. Blushing intensely and whimpering, Akane confessed that she had never had a boyfriend or done anything intimate before admitting that she was still a virgin. Hearing her sudden confession, Sato's eyes widened in absolute blushing shock. Sato realized that the situation was getting incredibly dangerous. Sato struggled to keep his composure, finding it impossible to ignore the fact that he was sharing a bed with a beautiful girl who also happened to be his natural enemy. He tried to rationalize the situation in his mind, but his racing heart and body refused to cooperate. Trying to ease the tension, Sato nervously told her not to worry about it, admitting that he was also a virgin, so it would be fine. Hearing this, a heavily blushing Akane replied that if that was the case, she supposed it would indeed be fine. The two of them turned away from each other and lay back to back under the covers, maintaining a tense distance. Sato lay wide awake in the dark, feeling the distinct warmth of his classmate directly against his back. Realizing how close they actually were, he knew there was absolutely no way he would be able to fall asleep tonight. The quiet room was suddenly pierced by the loud, glugging sound of the water cooler bubbling, startling both Sato and Akane as they lay tense in the dark. Sato closed his eyes tight, desperately telling himself that he absolutely needed to get some sleep. The digital clock on the headboard clicked over to 1 in the morning, yet sleep still remained completely out of reach. Breaking the silence, Sato asked Akane why she had agreed to marry him in the first place, but she refused to tell him, pointing out that she had never asked for his explanation anyway when he tried to demand hers in return. Akane explained that they had both reluctantly married each other simply because they had to, emphasizing that their marriage was strictly for outward appearances, and that they just needed to keep those appearances up. Sato agreed, noting that it was the only way to avoid the storm their grandparents had prepared for them. Turning away, Akane softly confessed that she had her own dream that she wanted to realize and was willing to endure absolutely anything to achieve it. Sato realized they were essentially the same, having both agreed to the marriage for the sake of their dreams, but he then nervously asked what she would do if their grandparents added having children as a condition, causing Akane to panic and scream in absolute shock. As Akane shifted on the mattress, her backside suddenly pressed directly against Sato's hand, leaving both of them frozen in utter confusion at the unexpected contact. Assuming she had been groped, Akane furiously grabbed and bent Sato's hand, threatening to break it, while he screamed in agonizing pain his cries as a groom echoing through the house on their very first night, because the bed was simply too small. The next morning at school, Sato winced as he nursed his still painful hand while a grumpy Akane sternly swore him to absolute secrecy about what had happened. Pointing her finger authoritatively, Akane strictly demanded that there was to be absolutely no marriage-related talk while they were at school. Sato sweatily pointed out that she was the one who had started the topic, but a flustered Akane waved her hands and insisted she was just warning him so they would be careful going forward. They arrived at their classroom and slid open the doors at the exact same moment, trying to act perfectly natural in front of their chatting classmates. Sato sat down at his desk and began setting up, but he quickly noticed his cousin Shisai staring at him with an intensely curious and quiet gaze. Before Sato could even finish greeting her, Shisai suddenly lunged forward and grabbed him tightly by his collar. Leaning in extremely close, Shisai repeatedly sniffed his neck and bluntly pointed out that his shampoo smelled entirely different, asking him where exactly he had stayed the previous night. Sato panicked, sweating profusely as he raised his hands and desperately lied that he had simply ended up buying some weird new shampoo. Shisai narrowed her eyes and called him a liar, asserting that it was definitely not just shampoo and that she could smell another woman on him. Without a moment's hesitation, Shisai sank her teeth into his shoulder, leaving Sato to scream out in agonizing pain. Shisai leaned in even closer to Sato, whispering in his ear to ask if he had actually gotten married. Shisai grabbed Sato by his tie right at his desk, directly asking him if he had gotten married, while Sato sweat nervously under her intense gaze. Shisai explained that their grandfather and the others had been acting strange, adding that she also knew exactly where he was living now. When she began to loudly state that he had married Sakuramori, a panicked Sato instantly muffled her mouth with his hand to keep her quiet. Sato quickly dragged Shisai out of the classroom, and they both collapsed against the hallway wall, panting heavily to catch their breath. Clasping his hands together, Sato desperately pleaded with Shisai, begging her not to tell anyone about his marriage. Shisai questioned why they shouldn't just tell everyone so they could celebrate the big deal together, but Sato frantically told her to hold it right there. Shisai then began to mutter that she had no right to stay quiet, especially since he hadn't even asked her for advice beforehand. Sato insisted that he actually had, but Shisai labeled him a scammer and demanded hush money, leaving Sato panicking as she stood in chibai form, muttering about hush money over and over. As Shisai aimlessly walked along the ledge admiring a pretty butterfly, Sato sweatily asked if there was anything else she could think of, prompting her to suddenly announce that she had finally figured it out. With a dramatic hand gesture, Shisai declared that his life now officially belonged to her, leaving Sato to sweat in fear, as he realized she would surely make him do horrible things under those conditions in the future. Even though they were officially married, their school days continued as usual, and during gym class, Akane fiercely declared that Sato was the only person she refused to lose to, prompting Sato to point out that they were actually on the same volleyball team anyway. Sato and Akane both dived recklessly for the same falling volleyball, completely colliding into each other on the gym floor. As they loudly argued over whose ball it was, a deadpan classmate politely pointed out that the ball didn't actually belong to either of them, since it was the school's, forcing a sweaty Sato to agree, while Akane embarrassedly yelled that the ball had been hers since the beginning of time. The classmate cheerfully noted that while Sato usually seemed the most calm and collected during classes, he always acted stupid and silly whenever he was talking with Akane, leaving Sato completely shocked by her observation. Sato angrily told Akane to just stay put next time because it was his turn to receive the ball anyway, leaving her growling in sheer frustration behind him. Sato prepared himself for the incoming serve, focusing his mind and sharpening all of his senses to calculate the high-speed trajectory of the ball so he wouldn't mess up his declaration. With his target locked, Sato leaped to strike the ball, only for Akane to jump at the exact same moment, causing them to forcefully hit the ball together. After their collision on the gym floor, a classmate remarks that such competitive play is typical of Akane. As they lie there, Akane stubbornly declares that she will always try to get the ball no matter what, while a sweating and frustrated Sato shouts back that they cannot just take turns receiving the ball during a game. The classmate smiles warmly and notes that even though Sato is usually calm, he always ends up acting incredibly silly whenever he is around Akane. Trying to catch his breath on the floor, Sato thinks to himself that he absolutely cannot stand Akane. He realizes he must keep his emotions completely in check when dealing with her, because letting his feelings take over would make him lose his mind. Suddenly, Sato loses his footing on the slick gymnasium floor and slips crashing directly on top of Akane. The impact forces them together on the floor, causing her outer shirt to slide up and accidentally expose her strawberry print underwear. Both of them freeze in absolute shock at the sudden exposure, and Akane screams out in embarrassment and panic as she realizes what has happened. As they lie close together, Sato insists to Akane that he specifically said he was going to get the ball. Sato gently raises Akane's chin with his fingers, asking her if she has bruised it in their collision. In the background, their classmates squeal with excitement over the romantic gesture, while Akane screams out in absolute panic and embarrassment. A classmate playfully yells at them not to do that in public, and suggests they at least limit it to the bedroom, prompting a panicked Sato to immediately clap his hand over Akane's mouth to keep her quiet. Shaking with anger, Akane calls Sato a pervert and accuses him of being a useless player who messes around with girls in their class, forcing Sato to frantically defend himself and insist that he did not do anything lewd. Akane tearfully yells that he did do something inappropriate and was close to making her unmarriable, while Sato sweatily reminds her that they are actually already married. Their classmates tease them about arguing again and being too comfortable with each other, leading Shisai to point out that they fight so often they have become the center of attention, arguing just like a married couple on a reality TV show. Akane begins to tremble in sheer embarrassment, while Sato sweats nervously, both of them terrified that their secret is about to be exposed. Akane suddenly screams at the top of her lungs that they are absolutely not married, though Sato quietly notes that they actually are. That evening at home, Sato sits on the sofa reading a book, thinking to himself that two natural enemies cannot possibly get along just by living together. A sudden gasp from the kitchen startles Sato, who turns to find Akane trembling violently, and asks if she is afraid of a bug, pointing out that their new house shouldn't have any. Akane points into a kitchen cabinet stacked full of cup noodles and boxes of juice, loudly demanding to know what all of those items are. Sato proudly brags that the cabinet is filled with nutritious vegetable juice and cup noodles, calling them the perfect easy meals, while a stressed Akane clutches her head and asks what he plans to do about protein. Sato proudly holds up packs of protein, confidently claiming that this is all the protein humanity needs. Sato explains that the packs contain a perfect blend of nutrients, but Akane rubs her temples and asks if he seriously thought he could survive solely on instant noodles and protein packs. Sato defends his choices as easy dishes to cook, but she snaps back that they are not even real dishes. Sato pours vegetable juice into his protein mix, complaining about her rudeness and explaining how long it took him to make the concoction taste good. Watching the strange mixture bubble, Akane realizes his terrible diet is going to kill him if he keeps it up. Akane ponders the situation, realizing that if he dies, she will not be able to get anything out of this marriage, and decides she must take matters into her own hands. Clutching her hand to her chin with a determined look, Akane tells herself that she is doing this strictly for her own sake and absolutely not for his benefit. Akane points directly at Sato and declares that what he is doing is science rather than cooking, commanding him to sit back and watch as she shows him what real cooking is. Sato stares back at her with a highly skeptical and stunned expression. Sato holds up his bubbling drink, calling it his elixir, while Akane recoils in disgust. Sighing, Sato ends up pouring the bizarre mixture down the kitchen sink. Akane hums happily as she puts on an apron and prepares to cook. Sato comments that she seems excited, which prompts a blushing Akane to angrily deny it, claiming she is just proving she is a better cook. Sato wonders if cooking is actually her hobby, since she seems to be having so much fun. Sato watches her warily sweating as he visualizes Akane as a witch trying to serve him a poisoned apple. As Akane cooks at the stove, Sato watches her in absolute panic, nervously wondering if she's going to throw in sharp nails, instead of bean sprouts, hide a bomb inside the tofu, or slip poison into the food. Sato continues to stare intently at the stove, and Akane turns around slightly with a knowing smile to tell him that she knows he is staring. Akane smugly points her ladle at him, teasingly declaring that he has the face of a hungry dog. Akane happily cracks and whisks an egg, pouring it into a frying pan to skillfully roll it into an omelet. She smiles and thinks about how much she loves cooking with shiny frying pans, appreciating the lovely pan her grandmother provided. Akane reflects on how nicely she rolled the egg today, recalling how as an elementary schooler she used to burn everything because the old frying pans at her home were so worn out. Confidently holding a covered tray, Akane gets excited thinking that once Sato eats her food he will be amazed by her incredible cooking skills and thank her from the bottom of his heart. Akane laughs triumphantly to herself, determined to finally beat Sato at something since starting high school. Meanwhile, Sato sits sweating at the table, convinced this is going to be his final poisoned meal. A freshly cooked sparkling meal of white rice, hot miso soup, rolled omelet, and a large salad is served on the table. Sato stares down at the beautifully prepared food with wide, stunned eyes. Akane tells him to enjoy his meal, confident of her victory, while a sweating Sato notes that the food at least does not seem to contain any nails or bombs. As he takes his first bite, the delicious taste completely blows his mind. Akane leans forward, resting her cheeks in her hands, smiling expectantly as she asks if the food is good. Trying to hide his amazement, Sato blushes and mutters that it merely tastes normal. Internally, Sato is deeply impressed by how fresh and juicy the pork is, how refreshing the radish and green onions taste, and the sweet and sour juice of the tomatoes. He quietly sips his soup and continues to eat. As he eats, Sato recalls a memory from his childhood when his parents would head out, leaving him alone with cup noodles on the table, and a note telling him there was food in the cupboard. He remembers sitting all by himself at a massive dining table, quietly slurping his instant noodles in the empty house. He also recalls times with his grandfather where Tenryu would loudly boast about eating high-grade abalone and Kobe beef during extravagant parties. Despite all of those chaotic and lonely meals from his past, young Sato would always quietly think to himself that the simple food was good. Sato reflects on his childhood, noting that his grandfather's favoritism isolated him from his parents, leaving him with only instant noodles and boxed lunches at home or luxury restaurants at his grandfather's place. For him, this carefully prepared home-cooked meal is actually something incredibly special. Looking down at his bowl, Sato simply repeats to Akane that the food tastes normal. For Akane, hearing him say the food tastes normal is actually the greatest compliment she has ever received. Suddenly snapping in frustration, Akane grabs the salad plate and screams at him that if that is the case, he should not eat it at all. A panicked Sato protests that she cannot just take the food away after cooking it, but Akane angrily shouts back that she would rather feed it to the dogs if it is only normal. As they bicker, Sato argues that he never said it was bad, while Akane snaps that he did not say it was good either. Still wondering why she is even mad, Sato starts rapidly stuffing his mouth with the food, leaving Akane to yell in utter shock as she demands to know why he is suddenly gobbling it all up. Sato proudly declares that he eats everything he is served and will not leave a single grain of rice behind. Akane grabs his face and angrily calls him a thief and a dine and ditcher, though Sato points out that there is no such thing as dining and ditching at their own home. With his cheeks still stuffed, Sato smugly tells her to give it up, pointing out that serving him the food was all she needed to do to fulfill her part. Sato contentedly puts his hands together to give thanks after completely finishing every last bite of the meal. Trembling with tears of frustration, Akane calls him a jackass and tearfully declares that she will loathe him for the rest of her life. From outside the house, the quiet night is filled with the warm light of the living room window as the newlywed couple continues to argue. Sato calmly ignores her as Akane aggressively demands that he give the tray back, leading him to think to himself that this is the first time in his life he has ever angered someone just by finishing a meal he was served. While Sato is sleeping soundly, a hand gently strokes his cheek as a voice softly whispers for him to wake up. Half asleep, Sato assumes that Shisai is the one in his bed, recalling that she is the only one who would do this, since she has sneaked into his bed to sleep with him ever since they were children. Thinking it is his cousin, Sato tells her it is fine and pulls her close to sleep together, but he suddenly chokes in surprise as his senses begin to wake up. As Sato holds her close, the sweet scent of her hair brushes against the tip of his nose. Feeling his heart race, Sato realizes that the sweet scent is not something he hates, but rather a scent that appeals directly to his deepest instincts. On top of that, he notices how perfectly her body fits in his arms, feeling almost as if she was made specifically for him. While Sato remains fast asleep, Akane is wide awake, blushing furiously and trembling in sheer panic as she finds herself trapped tightly in his embrace. Suddenly, Akane's enraged voice screams throughout the entire house, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Both of them reflect on how their marriage to a classmate has brought nothing but a never-ending sea of troubles. Sato mentions that he did not expect her to come wake him up, but an angry Akane points her finger and stutters that she is not there to wake him up, but rather to scold him. Akane points furiously at the unwashed dishes in the sink, arguing that since she cooked last night, he should have washed them. Sato casually suggests leaving them to pile up until they reach the ceiling, prompting a horrified Akane to call him completely insane. Akane continues her rant, blushing in anger as she demands to know why he left the toilet seat up. Sato blankly asks what is wrong with leaving the seat up, to which she replies that it is disgusting and orders him to lower it or sit down next time. Sato thinks to himself that when his parents were away on business, he used to hoard protein bottles to be economical, and he has never had anyone complain about the toilet seat before, not even at Shy-Sai's place. Akane points out that the empty toilet paper rolls were not thrown away, and a used soap bag was just left in the bathroom, screamingly asking him if he is trying to turn their beautiful clean house into a jungle. Sato seriously fires back that they only need to throw out the trash once a month anyway. Stunned, Akane asks if he is even human, while Sato calmly tells her that they should coexist with the trash instead of rejecting it. Akane yells that she absolutely refuses to coexist with trash, but a serious Sato adds that he also questions the entire concept of bathing and cleaning, leaving her to frantically wonder what is wrong with his brain. Akane rubs her temples, groaning that her head hurts just thinking about it, and declaring that coexisting with such an alien makes her chronically fatigued. Sato lets out a heavy, tired sigh, quietly complaining to himself that she gets angry over the absolute tiniest things. Sato reflects that the stress of two people who despise each other living together constantly is immense, noting that they do not just fight over chores, and every single aspect of their daily lives is in absolute turmoil. Seeking an escape, Sato happily holds a controller, declaring that in the end, video games are the absolute best way to relieve his massive stress. A loud, chaotic scene of screaming, blood-splattered characters flashes across his TV screen as he starts playing a horror game. Suddenly, Akane slams his door open, angrily yelling that he is being too loud for her to prepare for her lessons tomorrow, before stopping in her tracks to ask what kind of suspicious game he is even playing. Sato defends his game by explaining that it is a community-based zombie hunting action game where players use local specialties to defeat zombies across Japan's prefectures. However, a disgusted Akane covers her face and demands that he turn it off immediately, regardless of how he describes it. Sato calmly argues that he even lowered the gore settings to 40% so he could see the enemies clearly. Akane furiously yells back that she does not care about the percentage because gore is still gore, before rushing forward to turn the game off herself. Panicking, Sato reaches out and desperately begs her to stop, warning her that doing so will erase his 2 hours of progress. Akane looks completely puzzled, muttering that she doesn't understand what he means by killing progress, and insisting she isn't trying to kill anything. A sweating Sato is left dumbfounded, asking her if she even knows what playing progress is or understands how video games work. Akane proudly claims that she obviously knows how games work, citing claw machines as an example and bragging about the time she won a large stuffed animal. Sato looks completely drained of life as he realizes that she has absolutely no understanding of how home console video games actually function. Without hesitation, Akane grabs the power cable and begins to wiggle it out of the socket. Sato screams out in a panic, desperately shouting for her to wait. Just as Sato lunges forward to stop her, the doorbell suddenly rings with a delivery notification, startling both of them. Akane wonders what package has arrived, but still demands that he turn the game off anyway. Sato quickly agrees to her demands as he goes to handle the delivery. Later, a wooden sign hanging on a closed door indicates the bathroom. Standing in the bathroom changing, Sato notes that the package was from his parents, containing items they forgot to send him, quietly thinking that it feels like they simply wanted to erase all traces of him from their house. He acknowledges that he can't go back to his parents' place anyway, admitting that, while he doesn't care much for it, it was still his childhood home, and living there was definitely better than the current marital battlefield he is dealing with now. Brushing off his sad thoughts, Sato determines that he has another epic battle to fight tomorrow morning and resolves that nothing heals a wounded warrior better than a good bath. As he approaches, Sato notices a dazzling light shining through the doorway and wonders if Akane accidentally left the bathroom lights turned on. Sato angrily slides the bathroom door open, grumbling to himself that whenever he forgets to turn off the lights, she scolds him for wasting electricity, yet she went ahead and forgot to turn them off herself. As the steam clears, he finds Akane quietly soaking in the hot bath, with her eyes closed, completely oblivious to his presence. Sato stands completely frozen in absolute awe, staring at her and silently admitting to himself that she is undeniably beautiful. He realizes that although they fight constantly, she is a beautiful girl, but he becomes so mesmerized by her that he completely forgets to retreat to the changing room, panicking as he realizes his mistake. A sudden overwhelming fear rises from deep within his gut as Sato fully grasps the immense weight of the mistake he has just made. He trembles in sheer panic at the realization that he has walked in on a female classmate, taking a bath, sweating profusely, and thinking that she could literally kill him if she catches him. Sato knows that because Akane is incredibly hostile toward him, she will likely impose a punishment far worse than death if she catches him. Fortunately, her eyes remain peacefully closed, and she has not noticed him yet, prompting Sato to decide that he must escape from this dragon's den immediately while he still has the chance. Sato carefully tiptoes away from the bathtub, whispering to himself that he cannot make a single sound. Tiptoeing backwards, Sato thinks to himself that making even a tiny noise would be the absolute end of him. Suddenly, the floorboards let out a loud creak under his foot, sending Sato into a panic. Fortunately, Akane remains completely motionless in the tub, allowing Sato to slip out into the changing room and quietly click the door shut. Collapsing against the wall in the next room, a completely exhausted Sato pants heavily in absolute relief. Catching his breath, Sato is glad that he somehow managed to get out of there alive and quietly begins to put on his clothes. As he dresses, Sato suddenly pauses, thinking that it was incredibly weird for Akane not to have noticed his presence even if her eyes were closed. Sato begins to worry that she might actually be feeling unwell or be in a bad condition, recalling that her face did look a bit pale in the tub. Looking determined, Sato resolves that even though she is his sworn enemy, he absolutely cannot just leave her to die like that. Sato rushes back, loudly banging on the bathroom door and sliding it open to shout if she is alive, only to find her still soaking silently in the tub. Splashing into the bathroom, Sato runs up to the tub, shouting for her to wake up, but finds she is merely making quiet sleeping sounds. Sato drops to his knees on the tiled floor in sheer relief, realizing that she is actually just fast asleep. Sato recalls a dangerous statistic about thousands of people drowning after falling asleep in bathtubs and panics, realizing she is still in terrible peril. He quickly reaches into the water and grabs her arm, desperately yelling at her to wake up. Akane half wakes in a sleepy daze, muttering a dream about Sato admitting defeat and offering to let him live in a doghouse if he apologizes on his knees, leaving a sweatily annoyed Sato to briefly consider just leaving her alone. As Sato starts to step away, Akane's eyes flutter open wider. Realizing he still cannot leave her in danger, Sato turns back, grabs her arm, and forcefully pulls her up out of the bathtub. Sato pulls her completely out of the tub to rescue her, holding her wet hands as she dazedly falls forward. Still dazed and wet, Akane collapses directly onto Sato's chest as they both slide to the floor, leaving a sweating Sato completely stunned by the unexpected impact. As Akane falls forward, her wet chest presses directly against Sato, causing him to freeze in shock at the sudden and intimate impact. The soft pressure of the contact intensifies as they slide further onto the bathroom floor, leaving Sato completely overwhelmed by the unexpected physical closeness. Sato panics internally and desperately squeezes his eyes shut to control himself, while a still dazed Akane continues to breathe softly against him. Akane slowly opens her eyes and realizes their compromising position, weakly calling out Sato's name as he tries to mumble a response in the steamy bathroom. Blushing intensely from the embarrassment of the situation, Akane sits up and angrily calls Sato an idiot. Sato panicked, realizing how dangerous the situation was and thinking to himself that she was absolutely going to kill him. Akane looked down in confusion, still trying to process what was happening while Sato's panic reached its peak. Akane suddenly realized they were holding each other naked, demanding to know what was going on before calling him a sex offender. Sato frantically waved his hands and begged her to hear him out, stammering that he could explain the situation. Akane's furious screams echoed from inside, causing their entire house to shake violently. Akane screamed in anger, refusing to believe a single word of his explanation and calling him a complete pervert. Brandishing the bath ladle, she repeatedly ordered him to get out of the bathroom, leave the house immediately, and even get off the entire planet. Sato yelled back, pleading with her to at least let him live on Earth, and insisting he had absolutely nothing to feel guilty about anyway. Akane snapped back that sneaking up on a girl taking a bath was definitely something to feel guilty about, while a panicked Sato desperately begged her to just listen to his side of the story. Trembling with tears of embarrassment, Akane accused him of seeing her completely naked, specifically noting her breasts. She whimpered that he had seen her all the way down to the bottom, while a flustered Sato tried to assure her that his view was not even close to that. Sato initially tried to deny having seen anything, but he quickly had to admit to himself that he had actually seen everything. Akane's furious voice echoed outside the house as she yelled at him, calling him a bastard, demanding that he get out and forbidding him from ever taking a bath in their house again. Still highly flustered as she used the hairdryer, Akane groaned that this was the very first time a boy had ever seen her naked, and to make matters worse, that boy was her own classmate and ultimate nemesis. Standing in front of the mirror, she paused to think. She recalled how Sato had frantically begged her to calm down and listen to his explanation, while also stubbornly asserting that he had nothing to feel guilty about anyway. Reflecting on the situation, Akane realized that Sato had likely been genuinely worried about her and was trying to save her. She admitted that she had fallen asleep in the tub due to exhaustion from studying and housework, concluding that he probably had no intention of assaulting her. She felt a deep wave of guilt, realizing she had yelled at him without even listening to his explanation, which made her feel like an ungrateful and terrible person. Back in the bedroom, Sato sat up in bed reading a book as Akane quietly opened the door and walked inside. Sato wondered what she wanted as Akane sat nervously on the edge of the mattress, struggling to decide whether she should apologize to him or thank him instead. Sato bluntly told her to make it quick, because he was about to sleep, which instantly irritated Akane, who snapped back that he should just go to sleep, because she was not going to say anything to him anyway. The two of them turned away from each other and lay back to back under the covers, maintaining a tense and silent distance. Akane pouted in the dark, wishing he would have just answered her more gently. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized her own lack of courage to be honest about her feelings was stopping her from speaking her mind. Outside, the quiet night went on under a crescent moon as the house remained silent. The next day in their classroom, Akane let out a heavy sigh as she sat at her desk with her cheek resting in her hand. She thought about how she was so stressed that she had already lost 5 kilograms, noting that, despite all her intense studying, nothing was actually registering in her brain. Akane lamented that she had reached her mental and physical limit, though she was still determined to work hard for her dream and did not want to divorce Sato. As she sat wondering what she should do, a classmate walked up and noticed she looked down. Akane burst into tears and threw her arms around her friend Himari, sobbing out her name. A startled Himari asked what had happened, worriedly asking if Akane had been assaulted on her way to school. Akane admitted that dealing with perverts would be 100 times better than her current situation. When Himari suggested going to the police, Akane explained that the police could not help, leaving Himari to worry before encouraging Akane to tell her everything so she could help. Akane tried to rephrase her complicated situation, asking Himari what one should do when forced to get along with someone they did not like, but had to maintain a relationship with anyway. Back in their conversation, Himari asked if the person Akane was struggling to get along with was actually Sato. Akane immediately panicked and denied it defensively, asking why Himari would even think of him. Himari pointed out that she had been wondering if Akane was interested in Sato ever since they became first years, but Akane loudly insisted that having any interest in him was absolutely impossible. Sighing in frustration, Akane confessed that she was at her wit's end and felt like she was going insane from the stress of their constant fighting, prompting Himari to think about what she would do in that situation. Himari happily declared that she would start by trying to hug him, suddenly pulling a shocked Akane into a tight hug. Akane stammered that hugging was completely impossible for her, so Himari suggested trying to simply talk things out to help them understand each other better. Akane wistfully replied that only a super communicator like Himari could get along with anyone so easily. Himari smiled and humbly denied being a super communicator, calling herself just a normal high school student. She gently reassured Akane that things would be fine, explaining that getting along with someone did not mean forcing them to respect you. Himari happily explained that it was actually about showing respect for the other person instead. Akane stared at her in quiet surprise, repeating the concept of respecting the other person in her head. While Himari cheered her on, Akane muttered that she was not sure she could do it, because talking to Sato usually just made her feel like snapping his neck in the middle of the conversation, leaving a sweating Himari to point out that talking was not supposed to involve killing. Meanwhile, outside the school building, Sato sat quietly on a bench next to Shisai. Shisai looked at his tiny lunch and asked if that was really all he was eating, offering him a bite of her food. Sato declined, sweating slightly as he admitted that he simply did not feel like eating today. When Shisai asked why he had no appetite, Sato explained that his home life was pure hell, because he and Akane fought constantly, making it impossible to eat in peace. Shisai cheerfully asked if they were getting divorced and offered to take care of him if they did, which Sato quietly appreciated but declined. Sato firmly stated that divorce was out of the question because he needed to take control of the Haoju group, noting that leaving now would make all his sacrifices and letting his grandfather control his life completely pointless. Shisai softly told Sato that she did not want him to suffer, advising him that if divorce was not an option, he had to try to get along with Akane. Sato called that hopeless since they were completely incompatible, but Shisai pointed out that while some humans naturally clash, his situation was simply a case of mutual negligence. Shisai explained that people from different backgrounds naturally have different tastes, ways of thinking, and social etiquettes. She then directly asked Sato if he had ever actually tried yielding to Akane even a little bit, rather than always wanting things to go his own way, leaving a stunned Sato completely speechless. Shisai added that if he wanted someone identical to himself, he should just marry a copy, arguing that having a partner with an opposite personality is what actually makes life interesting. After Sato remarked on how surprisingly philosophical she was being, Shisai softly confessed that, although they were completely different and she did not pick fights with others, that unique difference was exactly what she liked about him. Shisai explained that if Sato wanted to get along with Akane, they both had to compromise and change. She added that it was vital for him to control his own feelings while understanding those of others, pointing out that he would need this skill if he hoped to become the president of the group. Shisai then cheekily concluded that he should practice by carrying her around princess style, leaving a thoroughly confused Sato to loudly question why exactly he would need to do that. Returning home that evening, Sato muttered to himself about the advice to yield to one another, opening the front door and calling out that he was back. He was met by Akane, who was waiting in the hallway, blushing intensely and awkwardly, finishing his greeting for him. Akane briefly hesitated, mentally apologizing to her friend Himari for wanting to back out, before she suddenly grabbed his sleeve and stopped him, telling him that they needed to talk. Blushing furiously, Akane looked up and firmly repeated that they absolutely needed to have a conversation. Sato stared back at her in complete surprise, immediately wondering if she wanted to talk about getting a divorce. Akane quickly clarified that they needed to talk about staying married and finding a way to get along so they would not end up actually getting divorced. She defensively stammered that she was not trying to be friendly with him, but urged him to calm down so they could talk things out. They sat down at the kitchen table, where Akane suggested that they should try to make their cohabitation more pleasant if they were going to stay together. Sato fully agreed, admitting that he did not want to make their daily lives a living hell either. Akane covered her face in frustration and confessed that she had no idea how to actually make that happen, prompting Sato to think for a moment. Sato suggested that they establish a set of household rules to prevent them from stressing each other out, which caught Akane by surprise. Sato explained that rules were the best way to harmonize people with different values, noting that if they could agree on guidelines, they would be less likely to anger each other. Hearing this, Akane remarked that he was surprisingly wiser than he looked, which Sato pointed out felt less like a compliment and more like praising a clever monkey. Akane immediately brought up housekeeping as the first topic, pointing out that she had been doing absolutely all of the chores since they first moved in together. Sato argued that he preferred waiting for dishes to pile up to clean them efficiently, but a horrified Akane yelled back that leaving dishes out would breed bacteria and bugs that could make them sick, strictly demanding that they be washed every single day. Realizing that she would not budge on the issue, Sato concluded that they could not compromise on cleanliness, and decided that the only way to maintain the peace was for him to give in. Sato promised that he would try to clean his dishes immediately after every meal, which relieved Akane. She then asked if he had any requests of his own, leaving Sato deeply touched that she was actually willing to listen to him. Sato took the opportunity to state his rule, insisting that she had to tolerate their bodies accidentally touching whenever they were sharing the bed. Akane instantly reacted in shock, calling him a pervert and accusing him of demanding leniency for sexual harassment. When Sato explained that accidental contact was unavoidable on a small bed, she stubbornly suggested that he should simply shrink 50 centimeters instead, which Sato pointed out was physically impossible. Sato desperately pleaded with her, begging her to understand that he only had 10 fingers and would have none left if she kept violently bending them every time they made contact. Akane awkwardly adjusted her tie and reluctantly agreed to his request. Blushing intensely and trembling, Akane reluctantly agreed that he could touch her if necessary. She quickly set a strict boundary, stammering that he could only make contact on her clothes and never inside her clothes, warning him that she would never forgive him otherwise, which left a bewildered Sato questioning why she would even think he would reach inside anyway. They continued discussing additional details at the table, with Akane requesting that he wear headphones while playing horror games, to which Sato agreed, noting those games were best played in secret. They also began outlining agreements regarding the trash and the laundry. After finalizing their basic list of household regulations, Sato asked if there were any other remaining topics they had not discussed yet. Pondering the question, Sato recalled reading somewhere that remembering to express gratitude was key to making a relationship much better. When Akane asked if he meant saying thank you even for the smallest things, Sato confirmed that was exactly what he had in mind, prompting a quiet response from her. Looking up shyly, Akane suggested that he could express his gratitude by eating her home-cooked meals and honestly telling her that they tasted good. Sato asked if he had to say that even if the food tasted just normal, arguing that doing so would feel dishonest. Akane furiously pouted, insisting he must say it anyway because making a dish takes immense effort, and calling it normal completely ruined her mood regardless of how hard she worked. Sato defensively argued that calling her food normal was already a compliment, but when a baffled Akane asked how that could possibly be true, he lazily replied that it was a long story that would take a week to explain, which she immediately dismissed as being way too long. Following that debate, they thoroughly detailed how they would split up the housework and ban certain stressful behaviors based on their personal needs. Sato reflected that laying out all of their individual stressors actually made him feel like they were beginning to understand each other a little better. He realized that they had always fought without ever properly exchanging opinions, because they had been looking in completely different directions ever since the start of the school year. Today, however, they finally sat down at the table and collaborated toward the exact same goal of keeping their marriage intact. Thanks to their new agreement, they were finally able to go to sleep that night without having a single argument. The following afternoon, Sato stood holding a special cake box with a determined but slightly nervous look on his face. He worriedly wondered if buying a little treat to soothe her attitude was too obvious, or if it would just make him look incredibly creepy. Gathering his courage as they met, he held out the box and told her that he had bought her favorite strawberry shortcake, leaving a surprised Akane to wonder if he had really purchased a gift just for her. When Akane asked how he even knew what she liked, Sato explained that she had written it in a school essay during their freshman year. Akane blankly replied that she had no memory of writing such a thing, leaving a sweating Sato to panic at her reaction. Sato cursed himself for messing up, realizing how incredibly weird it must seem to her that he had memorized details from her old school essay. He immediately regretted stepping out of his comfort zone to try something new. He worried that, instead of improving their relationship, he had actually just creeped her out and made her want to distance herself even more. However, Akane clutched the cake box tightly against her chest, blushing deeply as she struggled to stammer out a response. Looking incredibly happy and blushing, Akane warmly thanked Sato for the cake, which sent him into a state of absolute breathless shock at her sudden sweetness. Later in the kitchen, Akane announced that dinner was just about ready as she laid out a beautiful Western-style meal of omurice soup and salad, prompting Sato to remark that she was really getting into her cooking today. As they sat down to eat, Akane smugly asked him if he was ready to worship her culinary skills. Remembering their new rule, Sato happily declared that the food was absolutely delicious, thinking to himself that it tasted like a meal from a 5-star restaurant. Akane rested her cheeks in her hands and smiled with genuine warmth, whispering how glad she was that he liked it, which completely threw a sweating Sato off guard as he stared at her in disbelief. When Sato began washing the dishes as agreed, Akane put on her apron and offered to help him, noting that even though it was officially his turn, she decided she would assist anyway. Suspicious of her sudden kindness, Sato asked if she was up to something, but a flustered Akane defensively yelled back that doing so many dishes all by himself would just be too hard on him, leaving him struggling to find the words to respond. Sato looked away, blushing, and quietly thanked her for the help, telling her that he really appreciated it, which made Akane stare at him in surprise. Akane beamed with a brilliant smile, proudly declaring that he was very much welcome. Sato stood completely mesmerized by her warm expression, finding himself blushing as they silently stood side by side in the kitchen. Sato admitted that he was just wondering why she was already so incredibly skilled at housekeeping. Akane proudly revealed that she had been doing all the cooking and cleaning for a long time, bragging that she was already able to make curry by the 1st grade. Sato labeled her early achievement as crazy, which she immediately denied. Akane insisted that making curry was simple enough for even a chimpanzee to do, though Sato dryly pointed out that a chimpanzee definitely could not chop vegetables and cook roux. Enjoying a peaceful conversation without any shouting for once, Sato watched as Akane nervously walked up to him with a DVD. Blushing, she explained that she had borrowed it from a rental shop because it looked interesting, which Sato realized was her awkward way of suggesting they spend quality time together to deepen their relationship. While Akane watched the movie with glittering eyes, squealing over how cute and happy the cats on screen were, an exhausted Sato desperately struggled to stay awake. Even though his eyes were heavy with sleep, he forced himself to stay conscious because she had already compromised on so many rules for his sake. Later on, Sato offered to let her try playing some of his console games, encouraging her by saying she would never know if she liked them until she tried. Akane crossed her arms, stubbornly claiming she would never be interested in such games. Despite her initial refusal, Akane quickly got completely sucked into the game, aggressively button mashing and furiously demanding that Sato play more fairly while he desperately tried to defend himself. As they laughed together, Akane found herself completely unable to believe that she was actually having so much fun with her longtime enemy. Sato also felt that this peaceful, happy dynamic was entirely new to him, admitting to himself that it was both wonderful and slightly unnerving. While Akane offered to wash the remaining plates, she told Sato to go ahead and take a bath since there were only a few dishes left. However, she instantly became paranoid and accused him of planning to peek at her if she let him in first, causing Sato to angrily shout back that he would never do such a thing. Akane crossed her arms and countered that some people definitely entered bathrooms just to peek, rather than shower, prompting an annoyed Sato to remind her that the incident from before had been a genuine emergency. Hearing his reminder, Akane suddenly realized that he really had just been trying to rescue her when she fell asleep, which left her looking down in embarrassed silence as she tried to process her mistake. Blushing deeply, Akane quickly turned around and softly thanked him for saving her back, then before instantly panicking and screaming for him to pretend he had heard absolutely nothing as she bolted out of the room. Later that night, Sato lay awake in bed, noticing a sudden rustle beside him as Akane shifted under the covers. He sat up and gently pulled the blanket over Akane's shoulders to make sure she did not catch a cold. A startled Sato suddenly realized she was actually awake, prompting Akane to softly thank him for covering her up, admitting she had been awake for a while, which Sato quietly acknowledged. Internally, Sato felt a little strange, realizing he would not care if he did this to Shisai since he viewed her as a younger sister, but doing it to Akane felt entirely different. Trying to ease the tension, Sato smiled and offered to pick out a game she liked next time as well as finding a movie he liked, but he was suddenly cut off when Akane told him to stop calling her you. Akane pouted on her pillow, explaining that being addressed as you made her feel mocked and requested that he call her by her first name instead. Unsure, Sato tentatively asked if he should call her Sakura Mori, but she pointed out that was her last name and waited for him to try again. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, Sato looked at her and quietly uttered her first name, Akane. In response, Akane softly called him by his first name, Sato. She smiled with absolute gentleness as she lay on her pillow, warmly asking him what was on his mind. Overwhelmed by her sweet expression, a heavily blushing Sato quickly turned his back to her and muttered that it was nothing. Blushing herself, Akane also turned away from him and quietly accepted his response. As they lay back to back, Sato noted that the point where their backs met felt searing hot, with both of their hearts racing rapidly in the dark. The next day at school, Himari cheerfully asked if she had managed to make up with the person she had fought with. Akane smiled and thanked her for the advice, confirming that they had successfully talked things out. Himari rejoiced at the good news, though Akane sighed that it took immense effort and felt like she wanted to rebel at every turn, prompting Himari to tease her about sounding like a stubborn Showa-era father. Their chat was interrupted when a classmate informed Himari that someone from Class B was calling for her, and she thanked them before leaving. Left alone, Akane noticed Sato fast asleep at his desk, but as he shifted, his eraser slid off and rolled directly across the floor. She walked over, picked up the eraser, and handed it to a drowsy Sato, telling him that he had dropped it, to which he sleepily thanked her. Back at her desk, Akane clutched her chest in a panic, realizing that lately, whenever Sato thanked her, her heart started to beat incredibly hard. An angel version of herself teased her that she simply wanted to be thanked by him, leaving her feeling utterly restless. Unable to handle the overwhelming feeling, a heavily blushing Akane bolted straight out of the classroom. Pausing in the hallway to catch her breath, she clutched her school tie and tried to rationalize why she was feeling this way, even though she supposedly detested him. Holding her burning cheeks with both hands, Akane nervously wondered what this strange and intense feeling could possibly be. After bidding goodbye to her classmate, Himari watched Akane run off, quietly murmuring to herself and wondering if Akane really did not care for Sato. She smiled with a blush, telling herself that if Akane truly had no interest in him, she could not afford to give up just yet. Akane sat at her desk, nervously blushing over Sato, who sat leaning on his hand in a daze, completely unaware that Shisai was sneaking up directly behind him. Later, Sato searched through the school library and excitedly pulled a book from the shelf, declaring that he had finally found it. He immediately squatted down in the library aisle and began eagerly reading through the pages, completely oblivious to Shisai watching him from nearby. Shisai suddenly snuck up from behind and splashed cold water over his eyes while covering them, playfully demanding that he guess who it was. Sato wiped his face with her handkerchief, complaining that she was the only one who would ever pester him like this, making her identity incredibly obvious. Shisai teased him for knowing her so well, while Sato pointed out that he had no idea why she would do something so annoying, though he reluctantly thanked her while worrying about getting his book wet. Shisai noticed the book lying on the floor next to him and reached out to grab it, curious about what he was reading. She picked it up and read the cover, discovering that the book was a guide on how to communicate starting from zero. Shisai found it highly amusing and noted how new it was for him to care so much about his poor communication skills, but a blushing Sato honestly confessed that he simply wanted to improve his relationship with Akane. Shisai asked if he was seriously planning to learn communication from a book, and Sato confirmed he was, pointing out a passage that explained how working together on tasks was the best way to enhance solidarity with others. Resolved to put this advice into practice, Sato realized he needed to find an activity to do together with her, immediately remembering that they had a chemistry class coming up next. Sato pulled Akane aside in the hallway to ask if she had a minute to talk. An incredibly flustered and defensive Akane reminded him that they had agreed not to talk much while at school, demanding to know what he wanted. Sato nervously asked if she had any plans after school today. When Akane replied that Himari was busy with her part-time job, so she was free, Sato suggested that they meet up after school to go shopping together. Akane's face turned completely red as she gasped in absolute shock, realizing that his shopping invitation was essentially a date. Panicking as she was about to loudly scream the word date, Sato quickly grabbed her and dragged her into a vacant classroom, slamming the door shut to keep her quiet. Akane furiously scolded him for roughly dragging a girl into a dark, empty room like a kidnapper, while Sato sweatily pointed out that she was about to expose them by yelling the word date out in the open. Akane argued to herself that it was definitely not a date, even if it was just a guy and a girl hanging out together. Sato watched her with a nervous sweat frantically trying to cut in as they heard people walking past the classroom door. Sato raised his fist and loudly declared that it was absolutely not a date, asserting that they were simply going shopping. Sato explained that they were running out of food anyway, and it would be too difficult for him to carry all the groceries back by himself. A blushing Akane quickly agreed loudly, stating that there was absolutely no way he would ever ask her out on a date. Sato laughed nervously and told her not to get him wrong, while Akane sweatily assured him that she was absolutely not misunderstanding him. Both of them ended up laughing hysterically to hide their extreme embarrassment. Sato agreed that they should figure out a discreet meeting place because he hated the idea of anyone seeing them together and becoming suspicious. Akane suggested they meet up at the school's back gate, pointing out that only teachers parked there so no students would see them. Sato acknowledged her plan and agreed to meet her at the back gate after school. Once classes ended, Akane packed up her bag as her classmates waved goodbye, leaving a quiet Sato watching her exit the classroom. Sato turned to her and quietly told her to head out first. Walking down the empty hallway, Akane comforted herself with the thought that Himari was busy at work today, so nobody would stop her, also noting that she did not have any other friends anyway. Suddenly, she was startled by someone calling out her name. To her absolute horror, Himari came sprinting down the hall with a bright smile, happily shouting for them to go home together. A stunned Akane asked why Himari was not at work, only for Himari to excitedly explain that her shift had been cancelled. Himari added that she wanted to treat Akane to a limited edition giant strawberry parfait at her favorite shop since she had just been paid, which immediately made Akane's mouth water. Akane panicked, internally wondering why Himari had to appear at the worst possible time. While she desperately wanted the limited edition parfait and hated to turn it down, she realized she had already promised Sato they would go shopping and feared he would never forgive her if she broke her word. Crying with regret, Akane apologized to Himari and admitted she already had plans with someone else. An excited Himari asked if she had made a new friend and begged for an introduction, though she quickly realized that out of everyone, Akane knew only one person could possibly fit the bill. Himari teasingly asked if she was going on a date with Sato, causing a completely panicked Akane to scream back that it was absolutely not a date. Himari playfully accepted her denial and suggested that since they were all free, all three of them should just go shopping together, adding that she wanted to get to know Sato better anyway. Akane felt a sudden sting of disappointment at the idea of the three of them going, realizing that it would feel completely different from going with just the two of them. Blushing deeply, Akane thought to herself that there had to be a reason Sato had asked specifically for the two of them to go, feeling almost as if he had wanted it to be just them, though she did not understand why. Unable to face the situation, Akane suddenly yelled a frantic apology to Himari, telling her she would have to pass today, and ran off, leaving a completely bewildered Himari watching her run down the stairs. As Akane ran down the stairs planning to make it up to Himari with homemade cookies, later, she was suddenly tripped by a mischievous Shisai sitting on the steps, who happily booed her as Akane let out a loud scream and lost her footing. Akane frantically helped Shisai up from the floor, asking if she was okay and why she was down there in the first place. Shisai cheekily admitted that she had set a trap while waiting for her, though she noted Akane seemed to have taken more damage than her before grandly commanding Akane to choose her destiny. Shisai offered 3 absurd destiny options consisting of world domination, copying sutras, or exterminating burglary, which Akane immediately rejected. Looking at the clock, Akane tried to excuse herself because she was in a major hurry, but Shisai refused to let her leave until she provided an answer. Posing dramatically with a giant imaginary hamster behind her, Shisai fiercely declared that she would absolutely not let her pass. Feeling desperate because she needed to get back quickly, Akane wondered why all of this had to happen today. Realizing she had no other choice, she stuttered that she was going to tell her the truth. Instead of actually explaining, Akane suddenly screamed that she had important things to do and bolted down the hallway at top speed, leaving a startled Shisai behind. Panting heavily, she ran out of the school building, desperately asking herself why she had run away, instead of just telling the truth. She blushed furiously as she ran through the courtyard, shocked that she had actually told Himari she had plans with someone else, realizing the words had simply slipped out of her mouth. After running all the way to the school's back gate, Akane leaned against the fence to catch her breath and wait. Letting out a sigh, she repeatedly told herself that this was absolutely not a date and was strictly housework to buy daily necessities. While waiting restlessly at the gate, Akane took out a small mirror to check her reflection and anxiously adjusted her hair. She carefully applied some lip balm while continuing to reassure herself that looking nice was completely fine since it definitely was not a date. Meanwhile, Sato walked out of the school building, having brought his shoes in advance, silently wondering if Akane would actually keep her promise or if she had already gone home out of annoyance. Sato rationalized that shopping with a classmate he supposedly hated would likely wear him out mentally and result in a fight, admitting that going alone would be much easier. Yet as he approached the gate and saw her waiting there, he found himself wondering why he felt so different. Staring at Akane standing by the fence, Sato realized he secretly wanted her to be waiting for him, though he admitted he did not understand why. Sato walked up and apologized for keeping her waiting, which a blushing Akane assured him was perfectly fine. When she asked where they were going to shop, Sato explained that there was a store he frequented near their home, and she quietly agreed to head there. They arrived at a local supermarket named Uetsu Mart, where Sato noted that although the store was rather old and untidy, it always seemed highly popular with shoppers. Akane immediately defended the store, explaining that while they did not spend much on renovations, the staff kept it clean, and the cheap prices made it incredibly popular with local housewives. Sato was deeply impressed, noting that she certainly knew a great deal about the neighborhood market. When Sato began lazily tossing egg cartons into their basket, after listing the remaining ingredients they needed, Akane rushed over in a panic, scolding him for not checking the price and pointing out that he had grabbed a carton that was 20 yen more expensive while telling him to check their expiration dates. Clutching the cheaper carton, Akane lectured him that eggs were a household staple meant to save budget, making it an absolute waste of money to buy more expensive ones. She swiftly organized and returned his random selections to find the best carton, and when Sato complained that he had already picked out some eggs, Akane bluntly countered that he had not picked them at all, and had simply grabbed them without looking. Akane stood intensely comparing two different bottles of soy sauce, calculating that one was 398 yen for 450 milliliters, while the other was 442 yen for 500 milliliters. Sato sweatily watched her struggle with the mental math, and suggested she just buy the larger bottle since they were practically the same, telling her she was overthinking the choice. Akane strictly lectured him that minor money decisions dictated a person's entire life, dramatically warning him that being too lenient with cash would eventually leave him freezing in a winter alleyway under a mountain of debt, regretting his expensive soy sauce choice when it was already too late. Sato frantically retorted that a single bottle of sauce was definitely not going to ruin him financially. Akane confidently argued that Columbus had gone into debt to find pepper, so it was entirely possible to go into debt over soy sauce, though Sato dryly noted they were no longer in the age of exploration. Remembering how detail-oriented she was when they divided chores, Sato quietly worried that her habit of taking everything too seriously would eventually wear her out mentally. Their attention was suddenly drawn to a large crowd of determined housewives rushing toward the meat section, leaving both of them completely bewildered by the sudden commotion. They looked up and saw a massive sign announcing a limited time sale of 50 yen for a single pack of chicken breast, causing the crowd to buzz with excitement. Although Sato pointed out that they already had meat at home, a highly competitive, Akane clenched her fist with absolute determination, declaring that she was going to grab the cheap chicken anyway and freeze it once they got back. She charged toward the crowd, noting that limited sales were always a neck-and-neck battle where items vanished in a flash, and determinedly resolved to finally succeed this time since she had always failed in the past. A supermarket employee aggressively rang a handbell to officially kick off the flash sale. Sato watched in absolute horror as the crowd of sweet-looking housewives suddenly transformed into muscular giants charging fiercely toward the meat cart, leaving him to scream out in sheer panic. A violent scuffle erupted around the cart, throwing dust and limbs everywhere, until a heavily bruised and battered Akane finally rolled out of the pile, triumphantly wheezing that she had somehow managed to grab her target. However, as she held up her prize with a proud look, a sweatily stunned Sato pointed out that she had actually just grabbed the plastic price sign itself instead of the actual meat. Realizing her devastating mistake, Akane lay flat on the floor crying tears of utter frustration, leaving a panicked Sato to desperately try and comfort her by promising to go with her to the next sale. Meanwhile, Sato watched the crowd and reasoned that the middle-aged women surely would not push around a high school boy, deciding that he should try to step in himself. Before he could take a step, he was completely enveloped by the terrifyingly intense and dark aura of the surrounding housewives, who silently warned him that this was absolutely no place for a child. Sato was immediately sucked into the violent vortex of the crowd, screaming in agony as he was aggressively trampled by the stampede. A few moments later, both Sato and Akane lay completely defeated and motionless on the supermarket floor as the empty metal cart was wheeled away. Lying on the floor with tears still on her face, Akane suddenly burst into a warm fit of laughter, cheerfully declaring that the two of them both absolutely sucked at shopping. Sato smiled and joined in her laughter, lightheartedly asking what on earth they were even doing. The two of them continued to lie flat on the tiled floor together, laughing away all of their exhaustion and stress in the middle of the supermarket. Walking away, Akane lightheartedly noted that they could not help their failure today, but promised they would definitely win next time. When Sato asked in surprise if she was really going to try again, she replied that the world belonged to the strong, though Sato immediately resolved to skip the next sale. Akane turned to him with a firm smile, asserting that skipping was out of the question and declaring that he was absolutely coming with her to the next sale. Sato could only blush and stammer in response. The two of them quietly walked home together across the bridge, each carrying their grocery bags under the evening sky. Sato praised her for being remarkably good at shopping for discounts, but Akane pouted and defensively asked if he was calling her stingy. Sato quickly smiled and assured her that was not what he meant at all. Walking along the bridge under a beautiful orange sunset, Sato casually remarked that she would make a truly great wife. Akane froze and blushed intensely, looking at him in utter shock as she gasped out a question. Overcome with embarrassment, Akane quickly looked away and sped up her pace, leaving a slightly confused Sato to watch her. Akane turned her face away and quietly muttered that they were actually already married anyway, which made a heavily blushing Sato realize the truth of his words. Sato touched his face and awkwardly agreed that she was right, while both of them continued walking in flustered silence. Sato internally cringed, feeling as though he had said something incredibly brash as they continued walking home. Both of them remained completely silent, their faces burning with embarrassment as they walked side by side. They walked the rest of the way home with their shoulders close together, completely unable to meet each other's eyes. Late that night, Sato slowly opened his eyes as he lay in bed, letting out a sleepy sigh. He was shocked to find Akane sleeping soundly while tightly hugging his chest, prompting a sweating Sato to internally protest that she had been the one threatening to break his fingers if he ever touched her. Akane let out a soft breath and cuddled even closer, sleeping peacefully while holding onto his shirt. Completely frozen, Sato worried that moving even a fraction of an inch would wake her up, comparing his helpless situation to being pinned down by a sleeping cat. Sato quietly stared at her sleeping face, thinking that her fair cheeks looked incredibly soft like marshmallows. He hesitated for a long moment before slowly extending his hand to gently poke her soft cheek. The instant his finger made contact, Akane suddenly opened her eyes, leaving Sato to gasp in surprise. Akane turned over and frantically rubbed her face, feeling highly flustered as Sato panicked under her gaze. However, she merely cuddled directly back against his chest, continuing to sleep peacefully as if nothing had happened. Sato nervously tried to nudge her away, but Akane suddenly snapped wide awake with dizzy swirls in her eyes as she realized exactly what she was doing. Screaming in panic, Akane scrambled to the far side of the bed, hugging her pillow tightly as she furiously accused him of trying to attack her while she slept. Sato quickly fired back that she was actually the one who had clung to him, which she immediately denied. He desperately swore that he had stayed completely still the entire time specifically to avoid waking her up. Akane claimed he was lying and accused him of trying to stab her cheek with his fingernail. Sato insisted he was not trying to do anything vicious, prompting an angry Akane to demand to know what he was actually trying to do then. Sato broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this was absolutely not the time to be making excuses. Bowing his head in embarrassment, Sato honestly confessed that she had looked so cute while sleeping that he simply could not help but touch her cheek, quietly apologizing for his actions. The sudden compliment sent Akane into an absolute spiral of embarrassment, and she squealed loudly while burying her bright red face into her pillow. Peeking over her pillow, Akane nervously asked if he was lying. When Sato apologized again, she stammered to ask exactly how cute he meant she looked. Blushing intensely, Sato confessed that she looked cute to the point where he had almost lost control of himself, offering another embarrassed apology. Akane squeezed her pillow tightly as her heart beat rapidly in response. Looking away with burning cheeks, she quietly murmured that looking at her sleeping face was fine if it was just for a little bit. While a stunned Sato gasped in surprise, Akane quickly turned around and flopped back down onto her pillow. With her eyes closed tightly, she loudly declared that she was giving him permission to look at her sleeping face for a little bit longer. Sato lay in bed silently watching her as she showed him her sleeping face, just as promised, fondly reflecting on how she could be incredibly earnest at the strangest times. Akane lay awake with her eyes squeezed shut, unable to find any peace as her heart beat way too loudly in her chest. Sato was in the exact same position, staring blankly into the room with his own heart racing, as he realized there was absolutely no way he would be falling asleep. Both of them remained completely awake inside the quiet house, unable to calm down as their hearts continued to race throughout the long night. The morning finally arrived, and the alarm clock went off at exactly 6 o'clock, beeping loudly to wake them up. Sato and Akane awkwardly met to start their day, both looking highly embarrassed and blushing intensely as they stuttered out their morning greetings to each other. Sato internally questioned the sappy atmosphere, wondering if they were actually newlyweds recognized by both their families. While brushing her teeth, Akane was startled and asked what was wrong as Sato aggressively splashed water on his face in the sink. Akane tearfully held up the open rice cooker, explaining that the rice was not cooked because she had forgotten to set the timer. Still distressed, Akane added that she was out of it and ended up charring the bread, though she noted they had bought other bread earlier and nothing could be done about it now. Sato stared at the completely blackened square, shouting that it was a little more than charred. Holding the smoking toaster, Sato was interrupted by Akane, who coughed and pointed out that he was the one acting strangely all morning, asking why he was not wearing a shirt. Sato questioned what she was talking about, claiming he would not just walk around without a shirt, before suddenly realizing he was indeed only wearing his pants and a tie. Sato frantically put his shirt on and suggested they just give up on breakfast for now, noting that they were both acting strangely, and there was a real possibility the house could burn down, to which Akane agreed. Akane admitted that earlier she had tried to iron her uniform but had absent-mindedly spread butter on it instead. She then asked if he was sure he was okay, pointing out that even she would not do something as weird as walking around shirtless. Sato told her to just sit still on the couch while he cleaned up the mess. Akane sat there pouting, asking who he thought he was giving her orders. As Sato scrambled around the kitchen, they realized how late it was getting and frantically told each other to hurry. The two of them walked quickly down the street together on their way to school. Akane looked at a poster for a new strawberry cream pastry and asked if he was hungry, but immediately noted they did not have time to buy or eat it without being late. Sato told her to wait, stating he would buy some quickly, reasoning that she could not study on an empty stomach and they could just eat while they walked. Sato walked out of the store and casually handed her a massive package of bread, leaving her completely shocked. Akane protested that there was no way she could eat that much, pointing out it looked nothing like the poster. Sato simply split the giant bread in two and offered to go halfsies with her. Akane quietly repeated his suggestion to split it as she held her half of the bread. While they ate, Akane complained that the cream tasted like red food coloring and lacked any real strawberry flavor, concluding that the creator must not have loved strawberries. Sato retorted that if she was going to be that picky, she did not have to eat it. Akane angrily pulled the bread away, declaring that it was hers, and she was not going to hand over a single crumb. Sato reminded her that he was the one who bought it in the first place, but Akane argued back that since he had given it to her, she had no reason to give it back. Sato took a bite and agreed that the flavor was a bit lacking, and they continued walking to school together while eating their breakfast. Sato smiled warmly and agreed that it really was. As they laughed together, Sato reflected that sharing a cheap pastry and critiquing it while walking was not so bad some of the time. Sato and Akane walked side by side down the sidewalk outside the local shops. Akane stopped to look at a poster for a new strawberry pastry and asked if he was hungry, but quickly worried that she did not have enough time to buy or eat anything without being late to school. Sato told her to wait a little and ran toward the store, promising to quickly buy her something. He reasoned that since she had studied a lot, she needed to eat, suggesting she could just eat while they walked. Sato walked back out and casually swung a massive package of bread into her hands, leaving Akane completely bewildered by the size. Akane shouted that she could not eat such a big bread, frantically asking why it was so much bigger than the poster. Sato simply split the large loaf in half and handed her a piece, telling her to just eat half at a time. Akane quietly held her piece of the bread, repeating his suggestion to just eat the other half. While eating, Akane complained that the red-colored cream tasted like mixed horse mackerel rather than strawberry, concluding that the developers did not have much love for strawberries. Sato bluntly told her to just give it to him if she did not like it. Akane stubbornly clutched her bread and declared that it was hers, refusing to give him a piece, even if he was a talented person. Sato reminded her that he was the one who bought it for her, but Akane smugly retorted that she would not give it back since he was the one who gave it away. They continued their walk while eating the bread, with Akane asking if he thought it was not so good. Sato smiled gently and agreed that it was not good enough. As they laughed and walked together, Sato reflected that easily walking around and criticizing the cheap bread might be a good thing to do once in a while. Later that night at their house, Sato walked past the bathroom and paused with a look of confusion as he noticed an open door down the hall. He peeked inside to find Akane sitting at her desk, pointing out that it was already late and asking what she was doing. Akane explained that they had a test coming up soon and she was studying because she was worried about not remembering all the details. Akane focused intently on her notes while Sato leaned against the doorframe watching her. He internally noted that since their fighting had recently reduced, Akane's true feelings and thoughts were continuously revealing themselves to him one by one, realizing that her incredible hard work was one of them. Sato sleepily told her she could do whatever she wanted and hoped she would get a good score, pointing out that it was already 2 o'clock. Akane glared back and sarcastically called him kind, reminding him that he had gotten a perfect score on their last test. Sato sleepily explained that he had not even studied for the test and had just solved it normally to get his perfect score. Akane quietly questioned why she could not get 100 points too, to which Sato casually noted that it was much harder to study when a person simply forgot what they learned in class. Gripping her pen tightly, Akane silently continued to write in her notebook while radiating an intense aura of frustration. Looking up with tears welling in her eyes, Akane tearfully asked if he was disgusted with her. She accused him of just wanting to call her a fool because she had to study so incredibly hard. A startled Sato quickly denied her accusation, nervously laughing as he tried to explain himself, but Akane just continued to cry. Furious, Akane aggressively threw a plush toy directly at his head, loudly demanding that he get out and stop messing with her. Sato scrambled out into the hallway just as Akane slammed the bedroom door completely shut in his face. Standing alone in the hallway, a sweating Sato realized he had let his guard down recently because their relationship had been going so well. He noted to himself that there were still plenty of hidden emotional landmines with Akane, and he had no idea where they were buried. Sato rested his hand against her closed door, silently lamenting that even though they had been working so hard together to successfully repair their relationship, things had suddenly gone wrong again. He worriedly imagined an angry Akane aggressively grabbing his tie to declare they were finished, fearing that they were about to revert back to spending all their time in that terrible hostile atmosphere. Wondering how he could possibly make her feel better, Sato suddenly noticed a recipe book lying nearby and got an idea. Sato knocked on the door, prompting an angry Akane to ask what he wanted. Sweating nervously, Sato explained that he had made a strawberry sandwich for a late-night snack and asked if she wanted to eat it while she studied. Intrigued by the offer, Akane slowly cracked the door open and cautiously peered out to ask about the snack. Sato nervously lifted the plate to reveal the thick strawberry sandwiches, sweating profusely as he braced himself for her to angrily reject his peace offering. Instead of getting angry, Akane peeked through the door gap with her eyes sparkling in absolute amazement, completely mesmerized by the beautiful strawberry sandwiches. Akane quickly grew suspicious and asked what he was plotting, arguing that he would never do something this nice right after a fight. Sato frantically denied having any ulterior motives and aggressively thrust the plate into her hands, telling her to just eat the food. Highly embarrassed, Sato told her to just throw it away if she did not want it and immediately sprinted down the hallway. Akane held the plate and frantically called out for him to wait, begging him not to leave her alone. Back inside her room, Akane stood quietly at her desk and stared down at the plate of sandwiches he had left for her. She sat down in her chair and stared intently at the food, blushing as she admitted to herself that it looked absolutely delicious. Akane pondered why he would be so incredibly sweet to her after she had been so cold, absurdly suspecting that he might have laced it with sleeping pills. However, her stomach suddenly growled loudly, prompting her to give in and quietly decide to take just a little bite, hoping it did not taste like horse mackerel. Akane took a bite of the sandwich, and her eyes widened with delight as she exclaimed that it was absolutely delicious. Happily munching away, Akane noted to herself with relief that the sandwich did not contain any sleeping pills and humorously realized it did not even contain protein. Looking down with a soft blush, Akane reflected that she was having a safe late-night snack and wondered if he had specifically thought about what she liked when making it, quietly murmuring his name to Kun. Akane continued to murmur his name, wondering if he had really made the sandwich so they could make up. She imagined him thoughtfully searching the fridge for yogurt and actively deciding against adding protein just to avoid making her angry. Clutching her chest, she murmured his name again as she noticed a sudden feeling of irritation. Smiling softly with a deep blush, Akane noted that her heart ached and wondered what the strange feeling was, describing it as warm and ticklish. She admitted that while she did not feel entirely comfortable, she definitely did not feel bad either, quietly realizing that she actually felt happy. Fired up with a bright smile, Akane raised her pen high and cheerfully declared that, because of his gesture, she was absolutely not going to let him take the test too easily. Humming happily as she looked at her empty plate, Akane sat back down at her desk and resolved to do her absolute best, studying until the morning. The next day at school, Himari cheerfully wondered aloud what she wanted to eat today as she walked down the hallway holding hands with a completely exhausted, swaying Akane. Akane suddenly collapsed forward, prompting a panicked Himari to ask if she was okay. Akane groggily mumbled that she had simply dozed off for a second, causing Himari to frantically scold her that falling asleep while walking was incredibly dangerous. Akane apologized and promised to sit down immediately the next time she felt sleepy, leaving a sweat-dropping Himari to clarify that sleeping on the floor was not what she meant either. In the crowded cafeteria, Himari noted that Akane had been tottering around all day and looked pale, asking again if she was sure she was all right. Himari pointed out that studying until super late every day meant Akane was not getting nearly enough sleep, while Sato sat nearby silently listening to their conversation. Himari urged her friend to ease off on the studying so she would not hurt herself. However, an intense, Akane fiercely declared that if it took her body being ground to pieces to secure first place in their grade, she would keep pushing herself until it did. Himari frantically argued back that her body was much more important than her grades, bluntly adding that it was not like she would be able to beat Sato anyway. Akane completely froze in shock upon hearing that statement. A dark shadow fell over Akane's face as she quietly repeated the phrase about not being able to beat Sato, causing Himari to instantly realize her mistake and gasp in sheer terror. Akane suddenly erupted with furious energy, screaming that she would do absolutely whatever it took to beat him. She fiercely declared that she did not care if it took 1,000 years, she was going to wipe the floor with him and force him to admit that she was superior. Himari nervously greeted Sato as he casually walked right past them holding his lunch tray, prompting an enraged Akane to instantly point her finger directly at his face. Sparks flew as Akane aggressively warned a confused Sato that he had better prepare himself. Unfazed, Sato simply stared back and blankly replied that he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Akane sat in front of a plate of delicious strawberry pancakes. Sitting at a cafe, Himari praised Akane for being amazing, admitting she could never study that much day after day because she always ended up watching videos on her phone. Akane blushed and quietly replied that she did not dislike studying, adding that she now had someone supporting her. Himari immediately pressed closer, excitedly asking if Akane had gotten a boyfriend. A completely flustered Akane denied it, clarifying that it was not her parents either, and explained that this person simply made her late-night snacks while she studied. Licking cream off her finger with a sly look, Himari deduced that if the person was not a boyfriend or her parents, it had to be a very specific kind of supporter making those late-night snacks. Himari dramatically pointed her finger and declared that she had figured it out, leaving Akane to panic internally over whether her secret was finally exposed. Akane stared back in absolute wide-eyed terror. To Akane's immense relief, Himari happily declared that the culprit had to be a hired maid. Akane smoothly agreed with the excellent guess, claiming her family had indeed hired a dedicated maid to support her studies. Himari immediately pouted and accused Akane of making fun of her whining for her friend to just tell the truth. Akane reflected that she never would have imagined Sato to be the one helping her out, resolving to make sure his help did not go to waste by doing everything she could to defeat him. Meanwhile, Sato sat quietly reading a book by himself in the school library. Later that night, Akane quietly slipped out of bed while Sato remained fast asleep. Sato woke up to find the clock reading 3 in the morning and noticed the light still on under Akane's door, realizing in disbelief that she was up studying until this late again. Sato opened her door holding another plate of strawberry sandwiches and told her that she should at least get to sleep by midnight, warning her that studying too much would eventually end up hurting her. Wearing a headband declaring her goal to defeat him and intensely focused, Akane thanked him but insisted she would only sleep after finishing 20 more pages. Sato deadpanned and noted to himself that he would not be having such a hard time if she were actually someone who listened to advice. For several days, Akane consistently stayed up to study late into the night while Sato continued to check on her. One night, Sato knocked on her door and announced that he had brought her another late-night snack. Getting no response, Sato opened the door and found Akane completely slumped over her desk. He leaned in and asked if she was sleeping, gently suggesting that she should move to the bed if she was tired. Seeing her heavily panting and sweating, Sato placed his hand on her forehead and asked if she was feeling sick, but a delirious Akane weakly insisted she was not sick at all and was just taking a break. Sato sternly told her that she had a crazy fever and ordered her to go to bed right now. Akane weakly agreed as Sato carefully supported her weight and helped her walk down the hallway to her bedroom. Akane collapsed heavily onto her bed, completely drained of all her energy. Sato grabbed the medical kit to take her temperature, gently placed a cooling patch on her forehead, and carefully tucked her under the blankets. Seeing that her temperature had reached a dangerous 40 degrees, a shocked Sato told her to wait right there because her condition was pretty bad. Sato gently lifted her up and gave her some water, explaining that the medicine was to help bring down her fever. Akane groaned that she felt awful and was incredibly sweaty, so Sato told her to wait while he began wiping the sweat off her arm with a towel, silently wondering to himself if she was going to be okay. As he wiped her down, Akane weakly protested and told him not to touch there, prompting a blushing Sato to stammer an apology and admit he did not have much experience with this, still highly worried about her severe fever. Trying to reassure himself, Sato reasoned that this was Akane, and she was so stubborn she would not die even if someone tried to kill her, nervously hoping that she would be fine. However, Akane continued to pant heavily in bed, looking incredibly sick and weak. Time slowly passed as the wind blew outside the dark house. Sato watched with growing concern as her breathing became even rougher, wondering if the medicine was not working at all. He began to panic, questioning if she actually had a serious illness and imagining the worst possible outcomes. Akane continued to gasp for air as she struggled to breathe through the intense fever. Sato looked down at her and reflected that she always acted cocky, turned everything into a challenge, and seemingly lacked any gentleness. He reminded himself that she was his natural enemy, and just getting involved with her at school should have left him completely irritated. Watching her suffer, Sato sat closely beside her and asked himself why he was feeling so incredibly worried about her. Suddenly, Akane began coughing and weakly tried to sit up, mumbling, that she needed to keep studying, prompting a startled Sato to ask if she was okay. Sato angrily shouted that she was in this terrible condition specifically because she kept studying too much, and staying up late, scolding her that she absolutely should not keep pushing herself like this. Akane looked up at him and weakly explained that she had to push herself because she had a dream she wanted to achieve, leaving Sato completely surprised as he asked her what her dream was. Akane confessed that she wanted to become a doctor so she could immediately help people who were suffering. She tearfully admitted that she hated feeling powerless to do anything and desperately wanted the people she loved to stay healthy forever. Akane quietly explained that since her family did not have the kind of money to send her to medical school, her grandmother had offered to pay all the expenses, which was why she had to work so hard. Sato listened and gently acknowledged her dream. Sato silently reflected that while most adults would probably laugh it off as a mere fantasy, to Akane, her dream was something worth devoting her entire life to. He realized she was willing to give up every other aspect of her life for it, even sacrificing her personal freedom and emotions. Watching her, Sato thought to himself that in a certain way, he and Akane might actually be very alike deep down inside. Akane complained that he was incredibly lucky to be able to just fool around and still get good grades, crying that no matter how hard she worked, she still could not beat him, calling it frustrating beyond belief. When Sato casually brushed it off as just a difference in talent and angry, Akane yelled that his attitude was exactly what she hated the most. However, looking away with a blush, Akane softly admitted that his natural talent was also something she kind of admired. A highly surprised Sato repeated the word admire, which caused a completely flustered Akane to instantly panic and scream that he absolutely did not hear that. Akane fiercely backtracked, loudly declaring that she did not admire him in the slightest, and in fact completely hated him. Meanwhile, Sato simply sat there with a racing heart, completely stunned by the sudden revelation that she actually admired him. Suddenly, Akane lost consciousness and completely collapsed onto the bed, prompting a panicked Sato to quickly grab her shoulders and frantically yell out her name. Realizing she was burning up even more, Sato grabbed his phone and stated he needed to call an ambulance. Akane weakly grabbed his arm and begged him not to make a big deal out of it, arguing that ambulances were only for people whose lives were actually in danger. Sato agreed, but argued back that a fever over 40 degrees could be much more than just a cold, pointing out that she should know that since she was trying to become a doctor. Akane tearfully explained that if someone in critical condition died because the ambulance came for her instead, she would never be able to forgive herself. Stunned by her incredible selflessness, even while enduring such a severe fever, Sato could only stare at her in absolute shock. Still burning up, Akane weakly told him not to worry about her and requested that he just go to sleep. Refusing to give up, Sato quickly tried to call a taxi instead, but cursed in frustration when he realized there were none currently available. Sato cursed again, panicking as he realized that all the cabs were busy as well. Sato mentally noted that it was a 10-minute bus ride to the closest hospital willing to take nighttime visits, but the buses were no longer running. Unaware of his inner panic, Akane weakly repeated that he should just sleep and not worry about her, reminding him that he had school tomorrow. Completely ignoring her protests, Sato firmly told her no and suddenly scooped her straight up into his arms, causing her to let out a weak yelp of surprise. A highly flustered Akane weakly asked what he was doing to his wife, but a determined Sato fiercely shouted back, asking how he could possibly just leave his wife behind when she was suffering. Holding her tightly in his arms, Sato ran out of the house and began sprinting down the dark, empty street directly toward the hospital. As he ran, Sato noticed how incredibly thin her arms and legs were, feeling almost as if she would shatter like glass if he dropped her, and marveled that this tiny body belonged to the same girl who was always picking fights with him. Sato reflected that her overflowing energy and strong will always made her seem much bigger than she was, but realized she was actually so fragile that she might disappear if he was not there to support and watch over her. Breaking the silence, he mentioned that it was the first time she had told him about her dream. When Akane murmured that he would have just made fun of her and called it impossible, Sato firmly assured her that he would never do that, warmly declaring that he absolutely knew she could do it. Sato smiled and stated that she would do whatever it takes no matter what. When Akane weakly asked how he knew, he explained that she was really bad at giving up. As he continued sprinting down the street, Sato reflected that they had never talked about their dreams, future plans, or really anything deep before tonight. Panting heavily, Sato thought to himself that he was finally starting to see who Akane really was. He realized that if he lost her now, everything would end with him still ignorant, leaving him wondering about the rest of her story for the rest of his life. Looking down at her face under the streetlights, he began to tell her that she was actually quite something, realizing deep down that he wanted to know more. He resolved to himself that he wanted to know more about Akane. Running under the full moon, Sato reflected that marrying the girl he hated was an ill-fated event, but he felt sure that their marriage would someday end happily ever after. The sun rose over their house the next morning. Someone began shaking a sleeping Sato, asking how much longer he was going to sleep, and telling him it was time to get up. Sato lazily mumbled that he understood, but the person noted that it did not sound like he did, and urged him to get up before he was late. Sato sleepily mumbled that he would just have to take a month off from school. The person exasperatedly asked what he was talking about and told him to get up already as they continued shaking him. Leaning close to his ear, Akane quietly stated that it was fine. Akane held a hot pan with sizzling eggs directly next to his ear, threatening that if he did not wake up right now, she would have to resort to using the pan on him, causing Sato to immediately panic. Sato snapped, completely awake in absolute shock. He sat up in bed and stared blankly at Akane, who was standing beside him wearing her apron. Akane smiled brightly and waved cheerfully, wishing Sato a good morning. As Sato walked downstairs, he noted to himself that it had been a week since that night and Akane was already completely back to her normal, annoying self. Akane angrily pointed at him and demanded to know if he had gone to school without washing his face yesterday. Despite her scolding, Sato silently admitted that he felt much more at ease when she acted like this. Sato casually explained that it was raining yesterday, so he figured he would just let the rain do the work for him. Akane furiously yelled at him, asking how he could say that, and calling him a caveman, while Sato internally questioned if there was something wrong with him for preferring her this way. Akane scolded Sato, pointing out how shocked she was when he had walked into class dripping wet, and asking what he would do if he caught a cold. Sato casually replied while looking through his closet that he would just take some cold medicine, prompting an exasperated Akane to shout that he was completely missing the point. Placing a plate of breakfast on the table, Akane let out a sigh and argued that washing one's face was simply basic common sense. Sato thoughtfully mused that he would not need to wash his face if he simply stopped being human, prompting Akane to frantically tell him not to consider such an option before adopting a smug look. Akane dramatically declared that, while Sato might be good at studying, he was completely useless at everything else, even teasing that fungus might start sprouting on him if left alone. Sato blankly asked what gave her the right to say that to him, leaving Akane slightly confused as she asked what he meant by that. Sato smirked and pointed out that she was actually the one who had said it. Sato teasingly reminded her that she had previously confessed to admiring him. Akane blushed, intensely stammering in absolute embarrassment as she tried to address the mention of her admiration. Akane frantically screamed that she had only misspoke because her fever made her hallucinate, but Sato teased her by offering to let someone from class decide, since he had a recording of her confession on his phone. Enraged, Akane chased after Sato while fiercely threatening to throw him and his stupid phone directly into a volcano. As the rowdy noise continued to echo outside the house, Sato internally lamented that his attempts to calm things down had only made their home even noisier than usual. Sato headed into the bathroom to wash up, flushing the toilet and then standing in front of the mirror to brush his teeth. While Sato was rinsing his mouth, he was suddenly startled to see Akane silently peeking through the cracked bathroom door with an intense glare. Sato nervously explained that he did not have his phone on him and that the recording had just been a joke, but he was left utterly confused when Akane simply turned away and asked him a question. Akane peeked her head back into the room to ask whether he preferred French or sweet onion dressing on his salad. Sato sheepishly requested the sweet onion dressing, prompting Akane to tell him to hurry up and get ready to eat before she walked away, leaving him to watch her in silence. Soon after, the scene shifted to the local high school under a bright morning sky. As soon as Sato walked into his classroom, a girl suddenly rushed up to sniff his chest, explaining that checking his scent was her daily morning routine. Sato told her not to make that her routine, but she insisted It was important for figuring out if he was attracting any strange women, confidently claiming she would be able to tell by his scent. She explained that a rotten smell would mean he was dating a zombie, prompting a sweating Sato to loudly ask why on earth he would be dating a zombie. She went on to list exactly what he had eaten for breakfast, including bacon, eggs, seaweed salad with sweet onion dressing corn soup, and cheese toast, leaving a shocked Sato to wonder how she knew since he had washed his hands. Shisai narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and declared that all of the collected information pointed to only one possible conclusion. Drooling slightly, Shisai confidently deduced that Sato was dating bacon and eggs, to which Sato flatly replied that such a thing would be impossible. He then suggested she was just hungry and had probably skipped breakfast, but she quickly denied it. Shisai stepped closer, drooling as she admitted she simply could not hold back her appetite for his scent. A highly uncomfortable Sato begged her to stop making that face, pointing out that she looked as if she were about to eat him alive. Fortunately, several classmates swarmed Shisai to offer her snacks like marshmallows, pudding, dried sardines, and even cat food, allowing a relieved Sato to finally escape. He quietly packed up his things at his desk and walked out into the empty hallway where another girl was waiting for him. The cheerful classmate waved and called out a morning greeting to Sato. He casually returned the greeting, prompting her to remark on how cheery he always was, which he jokingly claimed was his best quality. Leaning against the window, she mentioned she had heard from Akane that he got a perfect score on the previous day's quiz, happily praising him for being so smart. She smiled warmly and admitted that, since she considered herself an idiot, she truly looked up to him. Sato jokingly agreed that she should revere him for his intelligence, making her laugh and say she liked his quirky side. Sato internally noted that he never got this kind of pleasant reaction from his sister Shisai. She giggled and pointed out that while he was incredibly good at studying, he seemed completely clueless when it came to anything else. Leaning in exceptionally close with a playful grin, she teased him by declaring that he was actually pretty dense. Sato nervously asked her not to get so close, prompting her to tease him by asking if he was blushing. When he flatly denied it, she playfully insisted he was indeed blushing, noting that he was a guy after all, though Sato kept stubbornly insisting he was not. Waving goodbye, she laughed and told him she was only joking before walking away. Sato let out a sigh, reflecting that while she was incredibly friendly, her intense teasing was always tough to deal with, before suddenly pausing as he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Sato spun around only to find an incredibly angry Akane glaring back at him with an intensely dark and terrifying expression. Sato instantly broke into a heavy sweat, looking completely horrified by her sudden and menacing presence. The two of them stood silently facing each other in the middle of the school hallway under a heavy, tense atmosphere. Without saying a word, Akane slowly reached out and firmly grabbed the fabric of his school blazer. Sato looked down in surprise at her grip, while Akane remained standing with her head bowed and her eyes completely hidden behind her bangs. Still highly unsettled, Sato nervously stuttered to ask her what was wrong. Akane offered no verbal response, simply keeping her head lowered as she held tightly to his sleeve in the quiet, windy hallway. Blushing intensely, Akane looked up and quietly reminded Sato that he already had a wife, stammering that he should not go getting along with another girl too well. Sato stared at her in complete shock as his heart began to race. He internally reflected that, although they initially seemed to have returned to their normal routine, things were actually completely different now. Akane suddenly turned away and sprinted off down the hallway, leaving Sato behind to think about how differently she had been acting recently. Akane ran back into their classroom with her heart pounding, quickly ducking behind a desk to hide as their classmate sat nearby quietly reading a book. As the classmate looked over a Love Fortune article warning that communication was key, she suddenly called out Akane's name, startling a deeply flustered Akane. The classmate pointed at Akane and noted she was off work the following day, proposing they visit their usual cafe again. Smiling nervously and sweating, Akane quickly agreed to the plans, while her classmate happily added that she could not wait. Back in the hallway, Sato stood alone with his face completely red, unable to stop his heart from pounding as he reflected on what had just happened. Sato realized that despite everything, he simply could not help but think his wife was incredibly cute. The next morning at their house, Sato clasped his hands together in gratitude as he sat before an incredibly lavish breakfast spread. Wearing her apron, a proud Akane smiled and reached out a hand, eagerly asking Sato for his thoughts on the meal she had prepared. Sato admitted that the meal was on a completely different level from a normal breakfast, prompting a smug Akane to boastfully ask if he was admitting defeat and ready to submit to her. Sato was left completely bewildered, wondering why enjoying a delicious meal meant he had somehow lost. Akane compared him to Momotaro's loyal dog being won over with dumplings, prompting Sato to flatly state he was not a dog and realized that any cute side he thought he had seen was purely his imagination. He then casually brought up her comment about him already having a wife and not getting along with other girls, asking what she had meant by that, which caused an embarrassed Akane to slam her bowl down in surprise. Akane completely lost her cool, her eyes swirling as she frantically stammered to ask what he meant by asking what she had meant. She waved her hands in a panic, insisting she had not put any deeper meaning into those words and did not even know why she had said it. She then quickly turned the question back on him, desperately demanding to know what he thought she meant by it. As Sato nervously stumbled over his words, he internally realized that his question had been far too intense for her, while Akane loudly agreed that she had just spoken without thinking. Trying to cover her embarrassment, Akane loudly argued that she was only worried his grandmother would cut off their marriage funds if she saw him getting too close to other girls. Sato quickly sweat dropped and promised to keep that warning in mind. Akane huffed and told him he had better remember that, as she turned away, leaving Sato to quietly finish his breakfast while reflecting on the fact that they had both originally gotten married simply to further their own goals. Sato silently clasped his hands, reflecting that he shouldn't have read so deeply into her words and promising himself to do better next time. Later, Sato wandered outside by the garden and successfully discovered a plant high in nutrients. Soon the school morning began as Sato walked down the hallway to his classroom. Suddenly, a furious Akane blocked his path, glaring at him with a terrifyingly sharp expression. Terrified, Sato grabbed his chest, wondering if this was the day he would finally meet his end. Before he could react, she forcefully shoved something directly against his chest. Realizing he was still alive, a surprised Sato looked down to find that she had thrust a wrapped bento box into his hands. Blushing deeply, Akane angrily asked why he had forgotten to bring his lunch, pointing out that he had just left it sitting on the table. Sato sheepishly apologized for his forgetfulness, while a quiet Akane stared down with burning cheeks. Looking down with tears of embarrassment in her eyes, Akane confessed that she had put her absolute all into making the lunch for him, firmly demanding that he eat every single bite of it. Sato stared at her in awe, his heart skipping a beat as he thanked her, privately admitting that the sheer cuteness of her expression was enough to completely override his irritation toward his natural enemy. While walking together, Akane suggested they visit the supermarket again the next day for an egg sale. When Sato pointed out they had plenty of money from their grandparents to live comfortably, Akane strictly replied that they shouldn't get used to luxury and needed to prepare for adulthood. Sato called her highly earnest, clarifying it was a genuine compliment, which left Akane incredibly flustered. Akane stuttered that praising her wouldn't get him anything, while Sato quietly noted to himself that he wasn't doing it for a reward, as she stomped off into her classroom. Once lunch break finally arrived, Sato pulled out his bento box, feeling eager to eat. Suddenly, his sister Shisai appeared before him in a blank, drooling daze, dramatically announcing that she was hungry. Shisai immediately pounced from behind and demanded that he give her his lunch, forcing Sato to frantically hold the box out of her reach. Sato pointed out that she had likely already eaten a massive breakfast, to which she admitted having 3 beef bowls. When Sato asked why she hadn't brought her own lunch, Shisai leaned in close and bluntly declared that she actually wanted to eat the lunch made by his beloved wife, leaving Sato completely stunned. Sato frantically clamped his hand over her mouth to silence her, reminding her that he had specifically warned her never to talk about their marriage, but a smug Shisai simply claimed her memory was terrible. Sato retorted that her bad memory was a total lie, since she always got perfect scores in math. He pointed out that she had actually finished her own lunch in 5 minutes and was already munching on melon bread. Realizing her arguments were failing, Shisai suddenly prepared to unleash her ultimate trick, looking up at him with massive, sparkling, tear-filled eyes. Striking her ultimate full-body begging pose, Shisai stared up at him with massive, sparkling eyes and sweetly called him big brother, pleading with him to let her eat his lunch. Her overwhelming cuteness instantly caused all of her nearby classmates to completely lose their minds, dealing massive mental destruction to the room, while Sato also took a small hit to his own mental defenses. The classmates instantly swarmed him in a frenzy, offering up their own lunches, and angrily scolding Sato for being a selfish beast who refused to with his poor sister. Feeling backed into a corner, Sato reluctantly decided he had no choice but to let her have a bite while a confused Himari watched the commotion from her own desk. Himari walked over to investigate, noting Sato's lunchbox on his desk, while Shisai happily sat on his lap. Looking closely at the food inside, Himari suddenly realized out loud that the lunch looked exactly the same as Akane's. The entire classroom instantly fell completely silent as the shocking realization struck everyone at once. A sweating Sato frantically tried to brush it off as a simple coincidence or a desert mirage, asking how that could even happen, but Himari firmly pointed out that the food inside was completely identical, even if the sides were lined up a bit differently. The rest of the classmates crowded around to inspect the lunchbox, amazed by Himari's perceptive observation and agreeing that she was absolutely right. A male classmate suddenly gasped and asked if this meant Akane had made the lunch for him, loudly concluding that the two of them must actually be dating. Blushing completely red, Akane slammed her hands on her desk and frantically screamed that they were absolutely not dating. A skeptical classmate pointed out her bright red face, but a panicking Akane absurdly claimed she was just born that way and mumbled something about the lunch actually coming from her victim, because she had committed a crime. Slamming her desk again, Akane fiercely reiterated that they were definitely not dating, which surprisingly caused the classmates to easily agree with her. Despite her denial of them dating, both Sato and Akane internally panicked over the massive secret that they were actually already married. The classmates noted that the two had always bickered like an old married couple anyway, deciding that the matching lunches were highly suspicious evidence and demanding to put both boxes side by side to compare. However, when they looked down, Sato's lunchbox was completely empty. Sato looked over to find Shisai with her cheeks massively stuffed, having completely devoured his entire lunch while everyone was distracted. Seeing that Shisai had eaten all the evidence, the disappointed classmates gave up on their investigation and quickly dispersed. Shisai smugly told Sato he should thank her for destroying the evidence, but immediately confessed she was lying and simply wanted to eat the food. Regardless, Sato internally noted that she had saved them and rewarded her with some head pats later. Later, the secret couple held an emergency meeting in an empty classroom where Akane berated herself for being careless and noted that Himari had always been weirdly perceptive about those kinds of things. Sato pointed out that Himari was smarter than she looked, guessing it was because she constantly hung out with Akane, calling her Miss Crammer. Akane angrily told him not to call her that, while Sato added that they absolutely could not let anyone find out they were living together. Blushing and looking nervous, Akane agreed that everyone would completely flip out if they discovered their marriage, adding that she was unsure of what would happen to their school records. Sato calmly reasoned that it was not an illicit sexual relationship, suggesting that if the school asked their families, the record issue would likely work itself out. Akane furiously rejected this, fearing they might be expelled for setting a bad example for other students. Sato then suggested they eat lunch in the cafeteria, for the time being, noting that if people saw their identical lunches a few more times, they would no longer be able to lie their way out of it. Sato pointed out that the absolute worst possibility would be if their classmates found out where they lived. Akane suggested they start shopping at places farther away, though she admitted that carrying everything back would be a hassle. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from down the hall. Sato quickly grabbed Akane and stated that the nearby classroom looked good, hastily pulling her inside to hide just as a group of students walked past the door. The students entered the classroom, discussing how many tables they needed to bring. One guest ate, but another swore they needed more and offered to go ask the teacher. Meanwhile, Sato and Akane were hiding underneath the teacher's desk, squeezed tightly together in the small space. Crammed face to face under the desk, both Akane and Sato sweated heavily and blushed intensely due to the extreme proximity. Blushing profusely and panting, Akane weakly whispered for Sato to stop sticking so close to her. Outside the desk, the group of students continued their casual conversation, completely oblivious to the two hiding just inches away. A deeply flushed Sato whispered back that it was impossible for him to move away given the cramped space. With a trembling smile and a pounding heart, Akane whispered that his breath tickled and begged him to stop talking. Suddenly, Sato realized with horror that the students were talking about taking the teacher's desk as well. Tangled up awkwardly under the desk, a trembling Akane continued to blush, while a panicking Sato internally realized the severe danger of their situation, noting that they absolutely could not let themselves be seen in such a compromising position. The students' feet approached the desk as one of them commented on how great of a fit two unnamed people were. The student continued happily declaring that they knew those two were dating. Upon hearing this, a terrified Akane imagined the students discovering them and the rumors spreading through the school like wildfire, picturing herself and Sato desperately begging the gossipers to stop. The tension reached its peak as they wondered if this was truly the end for their secret. Suddenly, another student pointed out that the teacher's desk was pretty heavy and suggested they just use the one in the classroom next door instead, which the first student easily agreed to. Still trapped under the desk, Akane and Sato remained completely frozen in suspense, waiting anxiously to see what would happen next. The students left and shut the door behind them, allowing Sato and Akane to stumble out from under the desk while panting heavily. Akane remarked that the experience was awful, while Sato pointed out that it would look pretty bad if they were seen leaving the room together. Sato told Akane to go ahead and return to class, promising to leave a bit later himself. Akane agreed, but then suggested that she would exit through the hallway while he should exit through the window. A shocked Sato loudly reminded her that they were on the 4th floor. Later, Sato walked alone down the bright, empty hallway, letting out a heavy sigh as he decided to take a detour just to be safe. Himari cheerfully called out Sato's name as she quickly ran down the stairs toward him, catching his attention. Sato warned her that she would trip if she ran down the stairs, but she confidently replied that she knew he would catch her if she did. Sato bluntly countered that he would dodge with everything he had, prompting her to tease that he would never be popular with women with that attitude, to which he simply replied that he did not need to be. Himari laughed softly and noted that such a response was very typical of him. She stood silently on the stairs looking down at him for a brief moment. Breaking the silence, she mentioned that his comment had reminded her of something. She looked closely at him and asked for confirmation that his lunch really was not made by Akane. Sato immediately tensed up and broke into a nervous sweat at the sudden question. Feigning casualness, Sato laughed nervously and repeated his excuse that they simply happened to use the same ingredients, joking that he could see Akane wanting to copy him on that front. She stared silently at him with an intense, unblinking gaze before asking if that was really the truth. With his heart pounding under her intense scrutiny, Sato hesitantly confirmed his lie. She leaned closer and asked to make absolutely sure that the two of them were not dating. As she spoke, Sato recalled Akane previously stating that they had simply married each other to further their own goals, while Himari cheerfully added that he had better not be dating her. Sato looked away toward the window and firmly stated that, of course, they were not dating, and she quietly accepted his answer. Her cheerful demeanor instantly returned as she agreed and happily bounded down the rest of the stairs. She apologized for asking such a strange question and brightly promised to clear up the misunderstanding with everyone else in their class. Bidding him farewell, Himari walked away, leaving a deeply relieved Sato to quietly reflect that since she was super popular, everyone else would easily believe whatever she told them. Sato concluded that his peaceful life had finally returned, while the scene shifted to the exterior of a local cafe. Inside the cafe, Himari sat at a table across from Akane and casually called out to her, prompting Akane to look up from her drink. Looking directly at her friend, Himari bluntly asked Akane if she liked Sato. Akane completely froze in absolute shock and let out a panicked gasp at the highly unexpected question. In a flashback, Himari cheerfully greeted Akane in the classroom and eagerly asked if she had seen the latest TV drama. A strict Akane bluntly replied that she had already told her 1,000 times that she was completely uninterested in those things, explaining that she had to focus on taking care of her sister and her own studies. Glaring sharply, Akane coldly added that she was not interested in her, either declaring that she hated her. Completely unfazed by the harsh rejection, Himari happily declared that she was incredibly interested in Akane and insisted they be friends. Ignoring Akane's confusion, she cheerfully mentioned knowing a place that sold delicious strawberry parfaits on the way home. An angry Akane claimed she couldn't care less about the parfaits, but when Himari eagerly offered to treat her, Akane reluctantly agreed to go just for a bit. Himari happily celebrated their date while Akane quietly reflected on how much she supposedly hated her. Lying in the grass with Sato, Himari, and Shisai, Akane internally noted that a warm feeling had started to slowly spread throughout her. Later at home, Sato sat alone on the couch reading a book when he suddenly felt a strange chill and wondered what it was. He nervously looked around the empty living room and quickly dismissed the feeling as just his imagination. Returning to his book, Sato couldn't shake the intense feeling that someone was watching him, realizing with absolute horror that a dark presence was slowly creeping closer to him from behind. Suddenly, Akane popped up directly over his shoulder, intensely staring at him with shining eyes while holding a notebook and pen. A highly uncomfortable Sato asked what she was doing. Akane instructed him to ignore her and act normally, explaining that she was observing her husband for certain reasons. When Sato protested being watched, Akane bizarrely advised him to act like a professional zoo monkey who lives normally without getting embarrassed. Sato furiously yelled that he wasn't a professional monkey, prompting Akane to calmly ask if that meant he was an amateur monkey instead. Back in the cafe, Himari bluntly asked Akane if she liked Sato, causing Akane to completely spit out her drink in shock. Frantically wiping her mouth, Akane stammered that she didn't think much about him at all and aggressively denied liking him, fiercely arguing that she would be at the top of their class if he simply weren't around. Himari watched her quiet down and noted her reaction. Smiling softly, Himari casually confessed to Akane that she actually liked Sato, leaving Akane completely stunned. Visibly shaken, Akane nervously asked what was so good about him anyway. Himari smiled dreamily and quietly replied that she liked everything about him. Himari explained that she first started noticing Sato during their athletics meet preparations when a friend collapsed from heatstroke. With the nurse missing and everyone panicking, Sato immediately took charge, calmly delegating tasks to get a wet towel and contact the student's guardian while moving her to the shade. Himari happily recalled how cool and dependable he looked in that moment, comparing him to a king, though Akane internally grumbled that he was just being egotistical. Himari added that his reliability was exactly what made him stand out from all the other guys. Himari admitted that since she lacked self-confidence, she couldn't help but look up to Sato's assurance, which Akane silently agreed with while recalling her own past confession of admiring him. Himari continued praising his surprising kindness, noting that he always checked on her and gave her sweets when she was down, causing Akane to sweat drop, as she remembered him doing the exact same thing for her with the strawberry sandwiches. Clutching her chest, Akane softly admitted that it was kind of frustrating how many good things Himari knew about him. A confused Himari then added that unlike other guys who constantly stared at her chest, Sato never did, which immediately shocked Akane and made her loudly question if guys really did that. Himari confirmed that other guys constantly stared at her chest, prompting an innocent Akane to point out that it was incredibly rude not to make eye contact during a conversation. A frustrated Himari yelled that it was not an issue of manners, but rather sexual harassment, suggesting they round up the offenders and completely obliterate them. Akane fiercely promised to protect her friend while a blushing Himari trailed off. Resting her chin on her hand with a blush, Himari softly admitted that she would not actually mind if Sato was the one looking at her. Akane completely froze, staring back with wide, terrified eyes at her friend's incredibly bold confession. Akane gripped her teacup tightly and quietly noted that Himari was completely serious about him, which Himari softly confirmed. Akane internally reflected that love affairs had always felt like something from a completely different world, admitting that they were things she only saw in movies and never expected to actually experience herself. Pressing her hands together, Himari pointed out that Akane and Sato always seemed to get along so well, earnestly asking if Akane could possibly help her out with her crush. A highly flustered Akane loudly denied that they got along well at all. Himari quickly corrected herself by suggesting they were close, instead noting that Akane and Shisai were the only two people Sato regularly talked to. Akane mumbled that their interactions consisted mostly of her just getting mad at him, but Himari desperately pleaded with her to help get Sato to fall in love with her. Akane sat in stunned silence, staring blankly across the table as she struggled to process the overwhelming request. Looking down with a conflicted expression, Akane quietly reasoned to herself that she did not have any actual reason to say no to her friend. Staring down into her tea, Akane thought back on her relationship with Sato, reminding herself that their marriage was strictly in name only, and that they simply had no choice but to live together to achieve their individual dreams. She continued reflecting, acknowledging that she could not envision a future where she genuinely liked him, and that it was absolutely not her place to control his love life anyway. Most importantly, she thought about her bond with her friend. Looking up with a determined expression, Akane firmly told herself that she would do absolutely anything for her best friend, while Himari waited anxiously with hopeful, pleading eyes. Banging her fist against her chest, a fired-up Akane loudly declared that she would help, prompting an overjoyed Himari to cheer and declare her love. However, a completely clueless Akane immediately sweat-dropped and asked what exactly she was supposed to be doing. Himari explained that she first wanted to learn more about Sato, including his likes-dislikes, and hobbies, eagerly stating she wanted to know absolutely everything about him. Akane agreed to gather the information, but internally realized with a shock that despite living with him, she actually barely knew anything about his personal life. The scene jumped back to the present in their living room, where an intense Akane aggressively pointed her pen at a terrified Sato while holding up a notepad to interrogate him. Completely horrified by her intense demeanor, Sato turned and frantically sprinted down the hallway as fast as he could, diving into a nearby room and slamming the door shut behind him. Inside his study room, a heavily sweating Sato leaned against his desk in absolute terror. He wildly misinterpreted the situation, wondering if Akane was actually planning to assassinate him with her pen. He kicked himself for wrongly believing they had grown closer, convinced it was all just a fearsome scheme to make him drop his guard. Suddenly, feeling the intense aura return, Sato realized Akane was currently watching him again. He nervously peeked through the window blinds, frantically trying to figure out exactly where she was hiding. Looking down from his window, a sweating Sato was absolutely horrified to spot Akane hiding behind a street pole in the dark. She was fully disguised in a hoodie and mask while intensely staring up at his room with binoculars, making him panic as he realized his own wife was actively stalking him. Sato violently yanked the blinds completely shut, panting heavily as he concluded that his previous belief of understanding Akane's feelings was purely his own conceit. He frustratingly declared to himself that he would absolutely never be able to understand her. Later, while sitting together at the dinner table, an intense Akane held her smartphone directly in Sato's face, actively recording him while he tried to eat. She blankly asked what was wrong and urged him to hurry up before his food got cold, leaving an incredibly unsettled Sato to just sweat nervously in silence. Sitting at the dining table, Sato asked Akane if she was filming him. Akane casually confirmed that she indeed was. When Sato asked what the recording was for, Akane claimed she needed to measure how many times he blinked while eating. Sato tried to bring up his right of publicity, but Akane dismissed the concern by stating that a personal video did not fall under the rules of law and told him to eat up. When he pressed for the real reason, she declared she would take it to her grave, leaving Sato to question why it would be his grave as she continued taking notes on her pad. Akane suddenly caught Sato completely off guard by asking him if he liked big breasts. Sato reacted with absolute shock, his face contorting in extreme surprise as he struggled to process the incredibly blunt question. Akane stammered that it was just a random thought with no real meaning, but Sato argued that a question that shocking had to have a purpose. In response, Akane decided to change the question, asking him to specify which bust size he preferred from A to Z. Sato gulped in panic, internally debating if picking his wife's actual size was the correct choice to maintain their household harmony. Akane leans forward with a furious, blushing face, angrily demanding to know if Sato has indeed been staring at her chest like that all this time. Sato trembles in response, internally noting that he can easily see her flying off the handle at any second. Sato contemplates his response, realizing that if he admits to preferring a smaller bust size, Akane will look down on him as if he were a complete piece of trash and call him a pedophile. On the other hand, Sato realizes that if he goes with a larger size instead, Akane will look down on him like he is absolute filth and dismiss him as a mama's boy. Faced with these two terrible options, Sato clutches his head and cries out in complete panic, utterly stuck on how he is supposed to choose a safe answer. Akane playfully taunts him for being so indecisive, demanding that he act like a man and make his choice already. An irritated Sato immediately fires back by asking if she can give him her own answer right now. Sato boldly stated that he preferred big ones like Himaris, explaining that they would make him feel completely at peace while enveloped in them. Sato gritted his teeth and internally noted that no matter what a girl said, it would never be taken as sexual harassment. Meanwhile, Akane prompted him to continue his answer. Blushing and fidgeting slightly, Akane asked Sato what type of girl he actually liked, causing Sato to respond with visible confusion. Sato pondered for a moment and stated he did not really have any specific preference. He briefly wondered if she was interested in him, but quickly dismissed the thought, concluding that Akane would be the absolute last person to ever hold such feelings for him. Akane concluded that any female would work for him, asking if he would be fine with a non-human like a guppy. Sato strongly denied that he could ever see a guppy as a woman, prompting Akane to loudly scold him for saying something so awful. Akane called him rude and claimed he had hurt all the guppies around the world. She explained that despite their constant smiles, guppies were quite sensitive and that their tears simply dissolved unseen in the water. A bewildered Sato asked if they were really still talking about fish. Akane then asked what he liked to eat. Sato replied that he liked steaks, sushi, and rice boxes topped with tons of salmon roe. Akane noted his extravagant tastes, despite him being a student. Sato clarified that he did not get those foods for himself, explaining that his grandpa often took him to such places, like dragging him onto a helicopter for an elementary school graduation party. He admitted that while the party was boring, he did have some fun because he was completely engrossed in a conversation. Sato recalled that he was so engrossed in his conversation with a girl possessing an angelic smile that he forgot to ask her name, wondering what she was doing now. Akane suggested his grandpa must have loved him very much, but Sato quickly denied it, complaining that they partied for a week and he had no time to read. Akane quietly noted to herself that he clearly hated his grandpa. Akane asked how he liked his steak cooked, and Sato answered that he preferred it rare. Akane noted down that he liked it raw, which Sato frantically tried to correct. Akane continued grilling him on his preferences, asking about his favorite garnish and how long he liked his food cooked. Sato answered that he liked garlic. As Akane kept asking highly specific culinary questions, a drooling Sato excitedly wondered if she was planning to cook his favorite dishes. Sato continued drooling, happily predicting that she would proudly boast about winning if he liked the delicious meal she made. The scene shifted to the exterior of their house under the morning sky as Sato eagerly anticipated the amazing dish she would make the following day. Back at school, Himari confidently declared that she finally knew the kind of girls Sato liked. Himari slammed her hands on Akane's desk and eagerly begged for the details. Akane reported that Sato did not like girls who looked like guppies, leaving a confused Himari to ask if she meant the tropical fish. Akane confirmed that he did not see them as women. Himari questioned what a guppy-like girl even was. Himari reasoned that since guppies were known for their healthy bodies and high fertility, he perhaps did not like sexy women. Akane added that Sato liked raw meat and raw garlic, which shocked Himari into exclaiming that he was much wilder than she thought. Blushing deeply, Himari hugged her notes and thanked Akane, declaring the information incredibly useful. Akane nervously asked if that amount of information was okay. Himari happily ran off, thanking Akane and declaring her plan to go to the game center to play zombie-killing games. She expressed confidence that it would give her something to talk about with Sato and that she wouldn't get cursed from playing them, while Akane watched her go and quietly muttered that there was a problem. Akane stood silently with a conflicted expression as she processed her friend's enthusiastic departure. Later that evening at their house, a cheerful Sato sat on the couch while Akane strictly ordered him to clean the bathroom and change the trash bag. Sato cheerfully agreed to the chores and eagerly asked what was on the menu for dinner, but his excitement was instantly shattered when Akane bluntly replied that they were having fish. Sato completely froze in absolute despair, his hopeful anticipation immediately withering away. As a dejected Sato quietly mumbled about having fish, Akane leaned in and asked if he had any complaints. She clarified that she had only been thinking about when they might have steak, explicitly stating she was not actually making it. A shocked Sato furiously pointed out that she had still specifically asked him how he liked his steak cooked. Blushing slightly, Sato asked if she had actually been expecting him to make some steak for her, explaining that he had only assumed she was going to cook something he liked, because of all her specific questions about side dishes. Akane reacted with surprise, internally realizing what he had been thinking. A slight blush crept across her face as she admitted to herself that having someone actively desire her cooking was not an unpleasant feeling, softly noting that she completely hadn't expected it, but didn't necessarily hate the idea. Quickly covering up her embarrassment, Akane puffed out her chest and smugly teased him for having a surprisingly childish side. Sato immediately denied being childish, hastily insisting it was nothing at all. Akane continued her relentless teasing, mocking him for feeling so disappointed just because she wasn't cooking his favorite food and calling him a pitiful boy. An irritated Sato demanded she stop, firmly repeating that he was not childish. Blushing deeply, Akane quietly muttered that it couldn't be helped as she abruptly turned away to grab her bag. Holding her bag over her shoulder, Akane offered a warm smile and declared that she would take responsibility. A highly confused Sato echoed her words, wondering what she meant. Akane playfully pointed at him and announced that since he was undeniably lusting after her cooking, she would head out right then to buy the ingredients for steak, telling him he should be grateful. Sato simply replied that he understood. Sato stood up and announced that he would go with her, reasoning that it was already dark outside and too dangerous for a girl to go out alone. Akane instantly became extremely flustered, clutching her chest and defensively demanding to know why he was suddenly treating her like a girl and what he was planning. Sato flatly clarified that he wasn't planning anything and was actually only worried about the steak, claiming he would be miserable if the food didn't make it back safely. And annoyed, Akane yelled at him for worrying more about the meat than her asking just how badly he wanted it, before finally huffing and telling him to do whatever he wanted. The two of them silently walked side by side down the quiet moonlit neighborhood street together. As they walked, softly smiling, Akane admitted that she actually really enjoyed this specific period of the evening. A curious Sato looked over and asked her why. Walking slightly ahead, Akane explained that the evening atmosphere gave her a light and fluffy feeling, noting that it felt quite nostalgic to her. Smiling warmly, she said that it reminded her of her childhood when she would eagerly look forward to the dinners her mother used to make. Sato coldly replied that he actually didn't like that feeling at all. When Akane turned back to ask him why, a somber Sato stared blankly ahead and stated that it was a world that had absolutely nothing to do with him. As they approached the supermarket, Sato suddenly started coughing violently. Akane looked over in concern, asking him if he was okay and wondering what was causing it, soon noticing a rough-looking man sitting on the ground smoking nearby. Sato sighed and muttered that nighttime policing was bad as expected. However, an angry Akane clenched her fists, stepped forward, and loudly yelled out to the smoking man to get his attention. Pointing fiercely at a large sign right next to the man, Akane aggressively asked if the place didn't have a no-smoking rule. She then bluntly demanded to know if he simply didn't know how to read. The man glared back with clear irritation, cursing and aggressively asking what her deal was. Refusing to back down, Akane fiercely pointed her finger at him and lectured that cigarettes were not only bad for the smoker, but also affected everyone around them. She pointed out that the store had many customers with children and demanded he put the cigarette out right away, while a sweating Sato nervously watched the confrontation escalate. The man stood up, glaring menacingly as he threatened to kill her for babbling like a child. Despite clearly trembling, Akane raised her fists and stammered that she was not afraid of his barbaric death threats. As the man stepped closer and aggressively told her to mind her own business, Sato quietly recalled a time when Akane had similarly threatened to kill him if he revealed their marriage. He dryly noted to himself that she was guilty of that exact same savagery. Sato narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting as he focused intently on the escalating situation. Noting that Akane's legs were visibly trembling in fear despite her brave front, Sato muttered that she was a completely reckless person and began to step forward. Sato calmly stepped directly between them, urging both to calm down. He told Akane to stop forcing her rules onto others, causing her to angrily ask if he was taking the man's side. Sato quickly clarified that he was not on his side either. Maintaining a calm composure, Sato explained that he was simply suggesting there was a much better way to handle and communicate the situation. Akane argued with Sato, asking what was wrong with calling garbage exactly what it was. Sato gently told her to stop saying things like that, prompting Akane to back down slightly and warn him to wait, until they got home vowing to pay him back 100 million times for scolding her. The thugs suddenly erupted in absolute fury, furiously yelling that they were looking down on him by antagonizing him, and then openly flirting right in front of him. A deeply flushed Akane frantically yelled back that there was absolutely no flirting going on and fiercely denied that they had that kind of relationship. Completely losing his temper, the man cursed them and aggressively wound up his fist to throw a punch. Sato effortlessly caught the man's fist before it could land, holding it tightly in a firm grip while smiling pleasantly. When the confused man asked what he was doing, Sato cheerfully claimed they were simply shaking hands as an act of reconciliation before his tone abruptly shifted. Sato's expression instantly darkened into a terrifying glare as he squeezed the man's hand with crushing force. Leaning in close, Sato coldly threatened that if the man ever touched Akane, his family and his entire life would be completely ruined. The terrified thug stood frozen in shock while a surprised Akane watched from behind. Shortly after the confrontation, the two of them safely walked down the meat aisle inside the supermarket with Akane shaking in frustration. Still fired up, Akane wildly threw a flurry of rapid punches into the air, confidently declaring that she was just moments away from knocking the thug out herself. She scolded Sato, insisting that he shouldn't have stepped in to do anything at all. Akane fiercely denied, trembling, and insisted she did not need his help at all. Sato casually apologized, explaining that he only jumped in because he saw someone shivering. Akane blushed deeply as she internally realized that his willingness to protect her was actually a really cool side of him. Turning away to hide her face, Akane quietly muttered that she felt sorry for herself. Akane internally reflected that if she were to say her feelings out loud, it would feel like she had completely given up. Sato then calmly asked what would happen if he said thank you instead. Suddenly regaining her energy, Akane threw her fist into the air and loudly declared that she would give it her absolute all when cooking the steak for dinner. Sato smiled softly and replied that he was looking forward to it. Later at home, a beautifully cooked steak topped with garlic and a warm bowl of seafood stew were proudly served on the dinner table. Staring at the lavish meal, Sato gulped nervously and noted that she really had gone all out. Akane confidently told him to eat up, boasting that cooking something so easy was a walk in the park for her. Sato immediately took a bite of the steak. As the flavors exploded in his mouth, Sato internally praised the perfect contrast between the fragrant crust and the jelly-like softness of the interior, noting that his body was demanding more. Sato continued to devour the meal, marveling at how the meat simply fell apart and spread its rich flavors throughout his mouth. As his entire body demanded more, nervous, Akane asked him how it tasted. Panting heavily and completely overwhelmed by the taste, Sato loudly shouted that he could not take it anymore. A horrified Akane asked if it was so bad that he was going to throw up. Sato quickly clarified that he meant it in a good way, which only confused Akane further as she frantically asked how someone could throw up in a good way. Sato admitted he did not know and suggested they stop talking about the topic while eating. Sato internally complained that his attempts to compliment her were never understood. Akane pouted and told him she did not care if he threw up as long as he finished the meal before it got cold, to which Sato agreed, stating he would just eat it normally. Taking a bite of the seafood dish, Sato felt as if he were swimming in the ocean. He highly praised the squishy texture of the squid and noted that the tingling sensation of the pepper beautifully heightened the satisfaction, bringing the aromas of the ocean to life. Continuing to eat, Sato noticed a chewy surprise mixed into the rice every few bites and curiously asked what it was. Akane happily explained that she had added small chunks of round curry meat to the rice, figuring he would enjoy the extra beef along with the seafood since he loved steak so much. Sato realized she had put a massive amount of consideration into the meal. Sato recalled trying paella at restaurants with his grandpa and not liking it, but concluded that Akane's version was completely different. He realized it was not just a standard dish, but rather one specifically and perfectly tailored to his own personal tastes. Sato looked closely at the bowl and asked Akane what kind of soup it was. Akane confidently declared that it was aho soup, leaving a bewildered Sato to question the bizarre name. Akane explained that the name meant idiot soup, a recipe she found while searching for sides to pair with paella. She warned that eating it would probably turn him into an idiot, prompting Sato to sweat drop and silently note how idiotic that sounded. Akane smugly boasted that if she fed him enough of the soup, His intelligence would drop to the level of plankton, allowing her to easily claim the top rank in their grade. As she aggressively ordered him to drink it all down, a nervous Sato took a sip, internally noting her clear desire to lower his IQ. As Sato tasted the soup, his eyes widened and a deep blush spread across his face from the sheer delight of the flavor. Sato analyzed the dish, realizing the mushy pieces were bread that had absorbed the broth, giving it a texture similar to gluten. He noted that the bread perfectly complemented the egg wash to create a gruel-like consistency, while the natural sweetness of the vegetables was beautifully highlighted by the acidity of the bell peppers. Sato asked if there was garlic in the soup, and Akane cheerfully confirmed that she had added tons of it, since he previously mentioned liking garlic as a garnish. Sato internally praised the dish, noting that the refreshing soup served as an excellent palate cleanser after the heavy chewy steak and paella. Smiling warmly, Sato pointed out that the so-called idiot soup was actually just a garlic soup, explaining that garlic was pronounced as ajo in Spanish. Akane completely froze in absolute shock, letting out a stunned gasp as she processed the linguistic revelation. Sweating profusely, a flustered Akane frantically stammered that she already knew that fact and insisted there was no way she would have missed it. Sato bluntly called out her lie, pointing out that she had obviously been aiming to lower his intellect. A highly panicked Akane frantically waved her hands and claimed she would never do such a thing, loudly insisting she was just messing with him and teasing him for falling for her supposed prank. Sato remained completely unamused by her transparent excuses. Defeated, Akane sat back down at the table with a deeply embarrassed pout, quietly trying to get his attention, while Sato just smiled and continued eating his meal. Looking extremely nervous and vulnerable, Akane hesitantly asked Sato if he actually thought he would be able to eat everything without throwing up. Sato paused and stared back in complete shock, realizing she was genuinely worried about his earlier dramatic compliment. Sato smiled gently and called her an idiot. He internally reflected that she truly was foolish, noting that if he just called her an idiot out loud, she would definitely take it at face value and fly into a rage. Sato resolved that since they were natural enemies, his hostilities always translated perfectly, while his positive remarks completely failed to land. He realized that if he truly wanted her to understand how thankful he was, he needed to put his absolute all into a genuine compliment. Sato looked gently across the table at an expectant Akane, admitting to himself that he was not very good at expressing such sincere sentiments, but deciding he had to try anyway. Looking directly at her with a soft, earnest expression, Sato firmly declared that absolutely everything she made was absurdly delicious. Akane completely misinterpreted his earnest words, bursting into tears and trembling, as she frantically asked if her cooking was so absurd that he wanted to throw it directly into the trash. A highly panicked Sato flailed his arms and screamed in frustration, demanding to know who she was even listening to. He frantically clarified that he said the meal was delicious, insisting it was better than a professional chef's cooking and easily one of the absolute best things he had ever eaten. Akane sobbed and refused to believe him, claiming there was absolutely no way he would actually praise her, and wondering aloud if it was all just a cruel trap. A sweating Sato frantically insisted that it was definitely not a trap. Slamming his hands on the table, a passionate Sato fiercely declared that her food was so incredibly good that he would want her to cook for him every single day. Akane completely froze in stunned silence at his bold words. Blushing fiercely and clutching her knife and fork to her chest, a highly flustered Akane stammered that his request made it sound like they were actually married. Realizing what he had just said, Sato immediately broke into a panicked sweat and frantically tried to backtrack, awkwardly reminding her that they actually were already married. Sato internally cringed as he realized his compliment sounded exactly like a classic marriage proposal. He desperately tried to apologize and take his words back, while a completely red-faced Akane sat silently across from him. Suddenly, Akane's embarrassment transformed into a glowing, smug smile. She happily giggled and declared that it looked like he finally understood just how awesome she truly was. Leaning eagerly across the table with a bright smile, Akane excitedly asked what else he wanted her to make. She happily promised to cook as many delicious dishes as he wanted and feed him absolutely anything he desired that night, leaving Sato completely stunned by her sudden enthusiasm. As Akane leaned in incredibly close to his face, a blushing Sato felt his heart race, internally noting just how close she was. Sato nervously pointed out that she was too close, causing a highly embarrassed Akane to quickly pull back and awkwardly excuse herself by claiming she was afraid he wouldn't hear her from further away. Sato hit his mental brakes and simply agreed with her. Looking away with a slight blush, Sato hesitantly asked if he could have another steak. Akane beamed and happily agreed, running over to the fridge to pull out more meat. She explained that she had completely anticipated his request and stocked up, though she noted the new cut was a bit cheaper than the previous one. With a heavy thud, Akane slammed an absolutely colossal massive slab of raw meat directly onto the dining table. Sato stared at the gigantic block of meat in absolute horror, his eyes widening in pure shock. A heavily sweating Sato nervously asked when she had bought such a massive chunk of meat, estimating it could easily last them a month. Akane cheerfully replied that she picked it up when she made him wait at the supermarket, prompting Sato to swallow hard with a very bad feeling about what was coming next. Resting her chin on her hand while holding a large kitchen knife, Akane offered an innocent smile and bluntly informed him that he was going to eat the entire thing that very night. Sato instantly erupted into an absolute panic, frantically screaming to ask if she thought he was a lion or possessed a black hole for a stomach like his sister Shisai. He cried out and asked if she even had a heart. Akane coldly explained that she scored the meat for 90% off because it was about to expire, demanding that she had to shove it all into his stomach immediately since their freezer was already completely full. Desperate, Sato begged her to preserve his life instead. Unfazed and ominous, Akane raised her knife and fiercely declared that they absolutely had to prevent food waste for the sake of the environment. Sato sprinted away in sheer terror as he envisioned Akane as a literal devil tormenting him with a giant steak, bitterly regretting his earlier thought that she was cute, and concluding she was pure evil. Before Sato could fully escape the table, Akane firmly snatched him by his collar and ruthlessly dragged him right back to his seat to face the monstrous meal. Wielding her large kitchen knife with a crazed expression, Akane ominously declared that any food served simply had to be eaten. Flushed with sadistic excitement, Akane fiercely insisted that he finish every last bite and warned him that she would not let him sleep until he did, forcing a crying Sato to violently stuff his face. Outside their home under the dark night sky, a stray cat watched in confusion as Sato's muffled cries for help echoed from the house. Despite Sato desperately begging for his life, Akane happily hummed to herself as she completely buried him under a colossal mountain of steak. Much later, a completely bloated Sato lay face down on his bed, groaning in agony while a concerned Akane sat beside him. In his food coma, Sato mumbled deliriously about demons and using strawberries for self-defense. Sighing heavily at his delirious state, Akane grabbed his shoulders and forcefully rolled his heavy body over to properly tuck him into bed. Looking down at his suffering form with a twinge of guilt, Akane quietly apologized and admitted that she had probably made way too much steak. Suddenly, Akane's attention was drawn toward the hallway as she noticed a terrifying shadowy figure with glowing eyes standing just outside their bedroom door. Akane let out a terrified gasp as the ominous presence loomed over their quiet home. Awakened by the sudden commotion, Sato shot up in bed, clutching his pillow in a panic, frantically asking if they were being attacked by aliens from Centaurus. He looked over to find Akane beside him, clutching her stomach and trembling violently in absolute terror. With tears in her eyes, a panicked Akane desperately stammered that she had just seen a real ghost, leaving a half-asleep Sato completely bewildered. Akane frantically explained that a pale figure was just standing there muttering something, questioning if it was a cursed doll or a vengeful ghost. Sato casually pointed out that he did not see anything at all. Unfazed, Sato told her good night and immediately laid back down to go to sleep. An angry Akane frantically shook his body to wake him back up, while Sato internally noted that she got scared incredibly easily. Trembling uncontrollably with tears streaming down her face, Akane fiercely denied being scared. She loudly argued that girls simply had less muscle mass and got cold more easily, though Sato bluntly pointed out that she was obviously shaking. Wondering when a soul theft would ever happen, Sato casually scribbled a makeshift talisman on a notepad and handed it to her. Akane furiously rejected the paper, scolding his lack of a sense of danger and demanding to know what he would do if a ghost actually stole his soul. Their argument was suddenly cut short as a loud, aggressive, rattling noise erupted from the closed door nearby, causing both of them to freeze in shock. Frightened by the sudden noise, Akane suddenly lunges forward and clings to Sato with a loud scream, catching him completely off guard as he struggles to react to her sudden embrace. When Sato offers to go check on the source of the noise, a weeping Akane desperately begs him to stay with her and not leave her alone in the room. Sato scratches his head in mild annoyance, feeling completely helpless as he tries to deal with his wife's extreme fear. Sato reassures himself that Akane's panic is temporary and expects that she will completely forget all about her ghost scare by the very next day. However, the very next night, Akane suddenly bursts through Sato's bedroom door while clutching her books, startling him in the middle of his reading. Looking completely terrified, Akane frantically explains that the ghost has returned, claiming she heard mysterious footsteps running around in the living room while she was trying to study in her own room. When Sato casually suggests taking a photo for proof, Akane refuses out of fear that a powerful curse will destroy her phone. She then claims she will study in his room to stand guard and protect him from the ghost, though Sato flatly points out she is only doing it because she is terrified. When Sato tries to leave the room to use the bathroom, Akane aggressively bangs on the closed door and demands he leave it wide open, which Sato quickly rejects. Even while Sato is simply washing his hands at the sink, Akane tightly grips the back of his shirt to make sure he does not leave her side for even a second. Comparing her behavior to a newborn duckling following its mother, Sato yells in frustration as Akane continues to hold onto his shirt and follow him everywhere. Later that evening, Akane nervously announces that she is going to take a bath, and Sato casually acknowledges her before continuing to read. Sato lets out a quiet sigh of relief, eagerly anticipating a brief moment of peace and quiet while his wife is occupied. His relaxation is instantly cut short when a highly embarrassed Akane suddenly reappears in his doorway, nervously fidgeting as she tries to get his attention. Blushing deeply, Akane claims it is too dangerous to bathe alone and asks Sato to join her, leading him to panic as he realizes she is inviting him to take a bath together. Seeing his hesitation, Akane looks up with a vulnerable expression and softly asks if he is turning down her offer. Instead of bathing together, Sato ends up sitting directly outside the closed bathroom door to guard her sweat dropping, as he realizes this was the sensible arrangement she actually meant. As the sound of the shower echoes from inside, Sato struggles to stay calm, involuntarily imagining Akane washing her body in the bath. Desperately trying to clear his mind, Sato commands himself to stop thinking about his wife and instead focus on humanity's greatest historical achievements, trying to reach a state of zen while Akane calls out from the bath to check on him. Having received no response, wet and completely exposed, Akane suddenly swings the bathroom door wide open to angrily confront him, leaving a shocked Sato completely speechless. Overwhelmed by the sudden view, Sato instantly faints on the floor, internally lamenting that his home has become unsafe for a completely different reason than before. At school, Sato and Shisai sat together on an outdoor walkway. Sitting together on the outdoor walkway, Sato told Shisai that something had been up with Akane recently. Shisai casually drank her milk and asked if he was complaining about his wife. Sato explained that Akane claimed a ghost had appeared in their home, standing by her bed and making footsteps, leaving her completely terrified. When Shisai asked if he had actually seen the ghost, Sato replied that he had not and suspected it was just a mouse, but lamented that Akane wouldn't believe him and he didn't know how else to handle the situation. Shisai seriously suggested that it might actually be a ghost, startling Sato. She then firmly stated that since something had definitely appeared in his house, she would investigate and find out exactly what it was for him. A worried Sato reminded his sister that she already knew about his secret marriage and pointed out that it would be a massive hassle if Akane ever found out she knew about it. Giving a confident thumbs up, Shisai assured him that it would be fine and promised she would figure out a way to handle it somehow. Later, inside a classroom, Shisai confidently approached Akane and Sato, directly asking Akane to confirm that she was married to her brother. A completely frantic Akane violently grabbed Sato, angrily reminding him of her demand to keep their relationship a secret and desperately insisting to him that it was all a misunderstanding because she hadn't told Shisai anything. Shisai calmly explained that there was no way their grandfather and parents could keep the marriage a secret from her, adding that her grandfather's men also followed her orders. Akane relaxed, and agreed that Sato's relatives would obviously notice apologizing for not telling her, which Shisai casually dismissed as not being a problem. Shisai gently lifted Akane's chin and stated that she completely understood the situation, declaring that their house was indeed haunted by a ghost. She dramatically claimed that Akane's strong willpower was currently the only thing barely keeping the evil spirit's influence at bay. Shisai praised her for hanging in there all alone, causing an overwhelmed Akane to burst into emotional tears at the validation. Shisai confidently declared that she just needed to take a look at their house to know exactly what was inside and how to exercise it, urging Akane to trust her. A weeping Akane loudly agreed, while a watching Sato quietly worried that she was being way too gullible and wondered what would happen if someone tried to sell her a fake good fortune pot. Projecting a divine aura, Shisai secretly assured Sato that this was all part of her plan, explaining that establishing herself as a remarkable exorcist before officially declaring the house ghost free would be the perfect way to finally calm Akane down. Realizing the brilliance of her strategy, a relieved Sato murmured that he finally understood her approach. Later that night, the three of them stood together outside the dark, ominous house, with a terrified Akane desperately pleading with Shisai to handle the haunting. However, Shisai suddenly adopted an intense expression and grimly announced that she could hear the clamor of countless ghosts, ominously declaring that the house was on the verge of descending into the realm of the dead. A terrified Akane gasped in shock at Shisai's grim declaration, while a deadpan Sato stared at his sister in absolute annoyance. As they entered the house, Shisai confidently promised to pinpoint the center of the spiritual disturbance right away, explaining that destroying it would scatter the ghosts. A terrified Akane profusely praised her as a great exorcist, while following closely behind. Pointing directly at a container of leftover kinpira, Shisai gravely claimed that she could feel a ghostly presence emanating from it, and warned that the whole family would suffer if it wasn't dealt with. A panicked Akane protested that she had just made the food the previous night. Shisai boldly declared that the only way to deal with the cursed food was for her to eat it herself, as she was highly resistant to harmful spirits. Akane gasped in horror, worried that sealing the ghosts inside her stomach would severely harm the great exorcist's body. Shisai intensely confirmed that eating it might cause her body to explode, sending Akane into an absolute panic. However, a deadpan Sato bluntly pointed out that Shisai obviously just wanted to eat the kinpira, causing his sister to freeze in silence. Moving into the living room, a trembling Akane pointed toward the television and reported to Shisai that she had heard the sound of running footsteps coming from that exact area at 8 o'clock the previous night. Shisai stroked her chin thoughtfully. When Akane eagerly asked if she had realized something, Shisai calmly replied that there was too little information to draw a clear conclusion, and stated that they needed to investigate further. The group then stopped in front of a closed door. When Akane asked what room it was, Sato explained that it was his study room, though he noted it was more of a reading room. Shisai suddenly glared at Sato and boldly announced that she knew all about his books, explicitly accusing him of reading stories filled with erotic scenes and leaving him completely shocked. Dressed in police uniforms, Akane and Shisai violently burst into the room. Shisai declared that they had to investigate his erotic book den, while a furious Akane held up a baton and yelled that all unwholesome books would be confiscated. As the two girls aggressively tore the room apart, Shisai proudly held up a pair of leopard print underwear she found, prompting a highly flustered Akane to scream and ask why she was showing it to her. Meanwhile, a panicked Sato frantically chased after them, desperately arguing that his novels were completely normal and defending the occasional spicy scene. Leaving Sato completely defeated on the floor of his trashed room, Shisai casually announced that they would investigate Akane's study room next. A panicked Akane immediately lunged forward and violently grabbed Shisai, desperately insisting that there were no ghosts in her room. Shisai bluntly asked if she wanted her panties to be discovered, prompting an angry Akane to demand she just look for ghosts normally. As they continued walking down the hallway, Sato asked Shisai if she had managed to learn anything about what was actually haunting their house. Shisai's expression darkened as she cryptically replied that it was better for amateurs not to know anything until she was completely certain. A nervous, Sato repeated the word amateurs, completely unsettled by her ominous tone. Outside, a heavy rainstorm began to violently downpour over the house as thunder and lightning cracked across the dark sky. Inside the bedroom, Sato hugged his arms and noted that it was a bit chilly. Akane pointed toward the bed and explained that she had seen a shadow standing right beside it when she tried to sleep in the room. Shisai narrowed her eyes and seriously asked Akane what kind of shadow it was. Akane explained that it was a small shadow similar in size to a child and noted that it had completely disappeared the moment she screamed. Shisai silently walked over to the window and stared out. Sato stopped Akane from calling out to her, explaining that despite her usual behavior, Shisai was actually quite clever and was likely using all her brain cells to quickly calculate every possible scenario. As lightning flashed outside the window, Sato confidently noted to himself that if it was Shisai investigating, she would definitely be able to reach the truth. Shisai dramatically pointed at herself and bluntly announced that the real identity of the ghost was actually her. A completely bewildered Akane asked what she was talking about while Sato stood silently beside her in shock. Tapping her head, Shisai calmly explained that she had deduced she was the ghost based on its time and place of appearance as well as its behavioral patterns. Shisai casually clarified that the haunting was simply her coming over to their house on certain days to play around. An annoyed Sato violently stretched Shisai's cheeks and angrily demanded to know why she didn't just tell them that from the start. Akane sighed in massive relief upon realizing the ghost was just Shisai, though she also yelled at her to tell them from the start. Meanwhile, Shisai casually explained that she had asked their grandpa for the house key, and he immediately gave it to her, causing a frustrated Sato to silently curse the old man. Shisai explained that she kept her visits a secret because she did not want to interrupt their nightly activities as lovey-dovey newlyweds, prompting a fiercely blushing Akane to yell that there was absolutely nothing lovey-dovey about them. Shisai declared the case successfully closed without major incidents and demanded dinner as her reward. As Sato angrily pointed out that she was both the detective and the perpetrator, Shisai complimented Akane's homemade box lunch from earlier, causing Akane to blush in surprise. Grabbing Akane's arm and staring intently into her eyes, Shisai firmly stated that she wanted to eat her cooking, making Akane's heart skip a beat. Shortly after, a glowing Shisai happily devoured a massive feast, declaring that the delicious meal was exactly how heaven should taste. Sato noted that it was already late and told Shisai to stay overnight, offering to let their mother know, while Akane smiled warmly as she watched the siblings interact. As Akane happily noted that the siblings got along pretty well, Shisai demanded Sato cut her fish into small pieces. Sato pointed out that she had food on her cheeks again. As Sato reached over to wipe the food off her face, Shisai suddenly licked his finger. Watching the intimate interaction, Akane's expression instantly dropped into a wide-eyed stare of absolute shock as a dark, jealous aura began to emanate from her. Glaring intensely from a distance while Sato wiped his sister's face, Akane fiercely questioned if the two of them were way too close, radiating a dark, gloomy aura that completely engulfed the house. Sato noticed Akane aggressively squeezing a bottle in the kitchen and asked if something was wrong, to which she bluntly replied that nothing was. Sato told Shisai to fix her messy eating manners while wiping her face, internally wondering if his sister's sloppy eating was the reason Akane looked so angry. Sitting comfortably on his lap, Shisai declared that she wanted to play a lot with him since she was staying over. Sato agreed and asked what she wanted to play. Shisai suggested they skip their horror game for the night because Akane was bad with them. Sato suggested they play a cat action game he recently bought specifically to play with Akane, but a blushing Akane turned away and claimed she was fine because she was busy preparing for tomorrow's lessons. As they played together, Sato praised Shisai's skills and told her she could try playing by herself, but Shisai insisted that she still wanted him to help her a bit more. Shisai happily rubbed her cheek against Sato's hands and commented that having him hold her hands felt really good, prompting a furious Akane to slam the counter and yell at them both. Sato announced that it was getting late and decided to take a bath. When Shisai immediately declared that she would join him, panicked, Akane desperately yelled for them to stop, reminding Sato that Shisai was the exact same age as them. Akane stood in silence, looking completely flustered and overwhelmed by her swirling emotions. Later in their bedroom, Sato noted to himself that he had set Shisai up with a bed and the game. Akane sat beside him and quietly stated that they could finally talk alone. Sato asked if she had wanted to speak with him privately, offering to listen to her complaints, since he assumed she couldn't air her grievances about his sister while she was in the house. A heavily blushing Akane frantically denied that was what she meant. Akane mumbled that he forgot to take out the trash that morning and complained that he should have told her about the cat game sooner. Sato apologized and promised to do better next time, explaining he hadn't wanted to bother her while she was studying. Akane gripped her blanket and shyly admitted that he wasn't a bother and that she had wanted to play the game first. Peeking out from over her blanket with teary eyes, a flushed Akane quietly added that she had wanted to play it before Shitai. Sato completely misunderstood and asked if she just wanted to practice the game so she could beat them. Frustrated, Akane yelled that wasn't what she meant at all and threw a completely incoherent tantrum, angrily snapping at him about his good grades. After getting everything out, Akane threw her arms up and cheerfully declared that the argument felt really refreshing. Sato's sweat dropped and pointed out that feeling refreshed after a fight was probably a bad thing. Sato asked if that was all of her complaints. Akane nervously admitted there was one more thing regarding Shitai. Sato quickly apologized for letting his sister stay the night so suddenly, but Akane insisted that wasn't the issue, noting that she wanted to eat then anyway, and that Shitai was cute. She then internally struggled with how to phrase her real issue. Looking down with a deep pout, Akane quietly accused Sato of paying way too much attention to Shitai the entire time. Sato defended himself by explaining that Shitai was the type of person who would probably eat a rock off the street if left completely unsupervised, asking if there was any problem with him watching her. Akane quietly agreed that there was no problem but continued to stare at him intently from behind her blanket. Wide-eyed and blushing, Akane suddenly realized her own jealousy and internally questioned why she was even complaining about his attention in the first place. Outside, the moon shone in the dark night sky. Akane sat up in bed and let out a heavy sigh. Shitai suddenly grabbed Akane's chest from behind and commented that her breasts were unexpectedly big, causing Akane to let out a startled yelp. Realizing Sato was awake in the bed next to them, an angry Akane yelled at him in surprise as a loud scream echoed from their house. Sitting beside her, Shitai teased that Akane could also get jealous, asking if she had gotten angry because she was flirting with her brother. A flustered Akane quickly denied the accusation and loudly insisted she was not angry at all, leaving Shitai slightly confused. Shitai stared intently and pointed out that Akane had tried to stop her earlier when she attempted to join Sato in the bathroom. A flustered Akane loudly argued that a guy and a girl their age going to the bathroom together was completely weird, defending her actions by asking if it wasn't perfectly normal to stop something so dubious from happening in her own home. Shitai gently touched Akane's face and told her that she couldn't fool her eyes. She softly advised that her brother was pretty dull, meaning he wouldn't understand her feelings unless she said them directly to his face. As Shitai let out a knowing chuckle, a deeply blushing and frantic Akane yelled to ask what exactly she was supposed to say to him. Looking at Akane with a gentle, sincere expression, Shitai admitted that she was a bit relieved now, confessing that she had been really worried about whether her brother could live there happily. Suddenly, Akane violently dove into the bed and tackled a sleeping Sato while loudly declaring goodnight, leaving a bewildered Shitai standing nearby and questioning what she meant by her sudden action. Outside the house, under the night sky, Sato could be heard loudly complaining from inside that Akane was clinging to him way too much, angrily asking if she had any shame. The next day, in a classroom, Himari leaned over a sleeping Sato and repeatedly called his name to wake him up from his nap on his desk. Himari cheerfully waved her hand and informed him that class had already ended, reminding him that they needed to head to the special classroom. Sato stretched his arms and thanked her for waking him up. Himari jokingly teased him by asking if he had been up all night watching porn again, which Sato quickly denied. She playfully called him a liar and wondered aloud what kind he watched, while a flustered Sato repeatedly insisted he hadn't watched any. Leaning in closely with a sly smile, Himari curiously asked what kind of girl he actually liked, mentioning she had heard a rumor that he didn't like the sexy type that much. A surprised Sato asked who had told her that, but Himari winked and claimed her source was a secret to protect her informant. She then shifted the topic, asking if relationships were really decided by a specific type and questioning if the person he fell in love with would automatically be his type. Sato calmly explained that human beings weren't that simple, stating that a person wouldn't truly fall in love with someone unless they knew them very well. He added that falling in love solely based on appearance was a very childish thing to do, as choices weren't just limited to a specific type. Internally, he imagined that marrying Shisai or Akane just for their looks would lead to a very hard time. Himara's expressions softened as she praised his wonderful way of thinking. She wistfully noted that none of the people who had confessed to her in the past really knew her that well, admitting that his perspective was quite nice. As Himari smiled softly with a slight blush, Sato deadpanned that beautiful people really had it hard. Himari laughed loudly and playfully hit his shoulder, calling him quite daring for implying she was beautiful, though Sato quickly clarified that it was just his general impression. Resting her chin on her hand, Himari leaned in extremely close and teasingly noted that he was quite knowledgeable about relationships, despite being a virgin, causing Sato to completely freeze in shock under her teasing. Sato nervously asked what that had to do with anything, and Himari teasingly pointed out that since he wasn't denying it, it must be true. When Sato defensively asked if there was any problem with that, Himari happily replied that there wasn't, and she was actually really glad. Sato muttered that she was just having fun teasing him, prompting a flustered Himari to wave her hands and insist that wasn't what she meant. Himari leaned in extremely close to Sato and happily confessed that she was glad they were the same. Sato was caught completely off guard, staring at her in confusion, before turning bright red in shock. Sato quickly packed his things and suggested they stop talking since they needed to transfer to their next classroom. But Himari stopped him to ask one last question about whether people really only knew if they liked someone after getting to know them well. Himari leaned in right next to Sato's ear and quietly asked him what he thought. Himari gave him a deeply flushed, direct look and boldly asked what he thought about her. Sato completely froze in shock, flushing red as he stammered to ask what she meant by that. Himari suddenly burst out laughing and waved her hands, teasingly declaring she was just kidding, before happily running out of the classroom, leaving a flustered Sato grumbling behind her. Sato scratched his cheek in confusion and grumbled that he had no idea how girls' minds worked. Meanwhile, Akane stood nearby looking highly frustrated, desperately telling herself that she needed to remain completely calm if she wanted to tease him. A sign hanging on a door indicated that it was Sato's study room. Sato opened the door to his room and was surprised to find Akane inside, prompting a highly startled Akane to scream in absolute panic. A wildly panicked Akane frantically waved her hands and insisted she wasn't spying, leaving a bewildered Sato to point out that she didn't need to be so surprised. Akane awkwardly cleared her throat and tried to regain her composure while still looking deeply embarrassed. Akane hesitantly asked Sato if he had any book recommendations, internally recalling how Himari had asked her to investigate his reading tastes and how she had confidently promised to look into it. Sato touched his chin in deep thought, reflecting on how incredibly rare it was for her to ask him for book recommendations. Sato happily handed over a thick book titled Looking at Humanity's History Through Food and Weapons, explaining that it actually made him laugh, while Akane struggled to hold the heavy volume and questioned how anyone could read something so dense for amusement. When Akane asked for a lighter read, instead Sato offered her another thick book about the confrontation between superhumans and resentment, prompting Akane to complain about its weight and ask if he simply liked superhero stories. Sato cheerfully clarified that it wasn't a superhero story, but rather a philosophical text by Nietzsche, leaving a highly exasperated Akane to yell that it was absolutely not a light read. Sato happily explained how Nietzsche's ideas on society actually made him laugh excitedly, noting that it was the perfect timing since he never had anyone to his thoughts with, while a sweating Akane quietly resolved to just try and deal with it. Akane held the heavy book and immediately called Himari to report her findings about Sato's bizarre reading habits. Sato greeted Akane good morning in the classroom as she sat at her desk with a book. Himari then approached Akane, explaining that she had found the book Akane mentioned in the library, but couldn't understand any of it since it was written in a foreign language. Akane sheepishly realized she should have asked Sato to recommend an easier book first. Himari cheerfully reassured Akane that it was no problem because she now had a topic to talk to Sato about, waving goodbye as she left to approach Sato's desk. Himari then asked Sato if he liked the book she was holding, explaining that she found it too difficult and wanted his help in understanding it. Sato bluntly asked Himari if she could even read the characters in the book, prompting a shocked Himari to call him mean. Sato explained he was just surprised because he didn't think girls like her read books at all, which made Himari defensively argue that even someone like her would read something if it caught her interest. When Sato asked if the book had actually seemed interesting to her, a flustered Himari insisted that it was surprisingly interesting. Sato found her response highly unexpected while Akane nervously watched the two of them interact from her desk, desperately telling herself that she would get exposed if she kept staring. Himari asked Sato what the term resentment meant, but Sato dismissed her by telling her to look it up in a dictionary, because he was busy, which left an observing Akane highly irritated by his cold attitude toward her friend. When Himari admitted that she had tried researching the word on the internet for an hour but still couldn't understand it, a surprised Sato praised her effort and offered to explain it to her. Sato explained that the term she read as on actually referred to enmity, which surprised Himari, because she had mistaken the character for a vegetable like radish. When she then guessed if it meant carrots, Sato told her to forget about vegetables entirely and began using a simpler example to explain the concept. As Sato explained the concept with a smile, Himari happily realized that his explanation made the topic much easier to understand. Akane clutched her book in frustration as she watched them, but her train of thought was suddenly interrupted when Shisai appeared beside her and remarked that Himari was pretty good, prompting a startled Akane to ask what she meant. Shisai explained that Himari knew exactly how to handle her brother, noting that Sato loved teaching others and being relied on due to years of taking care of her. Shisai then suggested that Akane should learn from Himari's approach, sending a highly flustered Akane into a stuttering panic about why they were talking about her. Shisai pointed out that Akane rarely relied on her brother, which Akane defensively claimed was because her pride wouldn't let her rely on someone like him and make him think he was superior. When Shisai added that Sato would be happy if she relied on him once in a while, Akane loudly demanded to know why she should ever do anything just to make him happy. Shisai stared directly at Akane and simply asked if she really did not know why. Akane fiercely insisted that she did not know, prompting Shisai to casually wave goodbye and walk off into the crowded hallway, leaving Akane alone and sweating in embarrassment. As they walked together, Sato continued explaining that Nietzsche's concept of a superhuman referred to people who knew what they wanted and effortlessly strived toward their goals. Himari happily thanked him for clearing up her confusion from the night before apologizing for bothering him. Sato reassured her that she was not a bother and admitted that talking with her was actually pretty fun, which caused a deeply blushing Himari to ask if he really meant it. When Himari questioned if teaching her every little thing was a hassle, Sato explained that he enjoyed teaching and wanted to pay her back for a favor. When a curious Himari asked what favor he meant, Sato explained that she always stepped in to stop his fights with Akane, admitting that her interventions had repeatedly saved him. A deeply blushing Himari played with her hair and told him to stop insisting it was really not something he needed to thank her for. Himari pointed out that Akane was actually a good person, revealing that Akane was the one who had told her about his favorite book in the first place. When a bewildered Sato questioned why Akane would do that, a deeply blushing Himari admitted that she had asked because she wanted to talk with him more. Sato internally concluded that Himari must really like him as a close friend, smiling as he gently told her that her interest made him happy, but she did not have to push herself to read difficult books, prompting a soft smile from Himari. Himari smiled softly to herself, clutching her book, as she reflected on how she really just wanted to know what Sato actually thought of her. Himari quickly changed the subject and praised Akane, recalling that back in elementary school, Akane was the one who saved her from being teased. A skeptical Sato pointed out that he found it hard to believe anyone could tease her, joking that he instead saw her as the type who would beat up everyone in their class, prompting a flustered Himari to ask what kind of person he thought she was. When Sato jokingly asked if she was the ruler of the class, a frantic Himari insisted she was nothing like that. She explained that, because she looked different from everyone else back then, she used to attract negative attention and struggled to get along with others, unlike how close she was with everyone now. Sato casually mentioned that he did not hate her appearance, telling her that he had never seen anyone who suited bright blonde hair as well as she did. A deeply blushing Himari thanked him for the compliment, even as Sato awkwardly added that he was no fashion expert and could not be completely sure. Himari happily held the book to her face, internally admitting that being complimented by Sato truly made her incredibly happy. As Himari turned to walk away, she looked back at a surprised Sato and softly remarked that she still believed he and Akane really suited each other. Himari recalled that, when she was being teased as a child, Akane had stood up for her and declared to their classmates that her hair color was beautiful, loudly scolding anyone who said bad things about her. When Sato asked if Akane had really said those things to the bullies, Himari fondly recalled how cool Akane had looked behaving, as if she were declaring war on the entire class. Himari explained that because Akane had defended her, the bullies had targeted Akane's desk next, but Akane had passionately tracked down the culprits and yelled at them. Himari warmly stated that Akane had saved her and deserved to be happy, prompting Sato to smile gently and note that Akane definitely needed someone by her side to keep her from doing something reckless. Standing alone in the hallway, a highly troubled Akane watched the two of them talk through the classroom window, anxiously noting that they had been getting too close lately and wondering what they were talking about. Shisai suddenly appeared behind Akane and commented that her brother and Himari looked great together, prompting a highly startled Akane to defensively argue that they did not. Shisai continued to praise Himari as a wonderful person with great chemistry who was almost too good for her brother, leaving a highly distressed Akane in silent agony. Shisai stared directly at her and pointedly repeated that her brother and Himari truly looked good together. Shisai quietly asked if she disliked hearing that, causing a deeply flushed Akane to stare back in complete, emotional silence. Akane clutched her uniform tightly over her chest, trying to convince herself that it was a good thing Himari had gotten closer to Sato, and that she had finally made her friend happy, yet she couldn't understand the intensely uncomfortable fuzzy feeling building up inside her. While Himari was happily surrounded and celebrated by her classmates inside the classroom, a gloomy Akane silently turned and walked away from the door. Akane frantically tried to shake off Shisai's earlier words about jealousy, fiercely reminding herself that the person in question was Sato, her natural enemy, and the person she hated most in the entire world. Akane firmly locked away her swirling emotions, stubbornly convincing herself that there was absolutely no way she could ever feel jealous over a person she did not even like. Outside, rain began to heavily pour down from the dark, overcast sky over the school building. Akane leaned silently against the hallway wall with her head lowered, desperately trying to convince herself that all of her overwhelming feelings were nothing more than a trick of her imagination. Despite all her constant denials, tears silently began to well up and stream down Akane's face in her heartbreak. Under the pouring rain falling over the school building, Akane felt deeply unsettled, realizing that thinking about her growing feelings any further terrified her. Back in elementary school, a young Himari sighed in relief and noted to young Akane that they were finally no longer being teased since their classes had also changed. Young Akane worriedly asked Himari why she still wanted to be close to someone who was disliked by everyone else, warning her that she might get hated too. But Himari happily replied that she really liked her and was glad to be the only one who knew Akane's good side. When Himari eagerly asked Akane if she liked her back, a blushing young Akane softly confirmed that she did. Himari happily urged them to always stay best friends, prompting Akane to state that as long as Himari was by her side, she did not care if everyone else hated her, even declaring that she would never get married. Himari immediately objected, happily admitting that she actually wanted to get married and hoped to get a smart, cool boyfriend once she entered high school, causing a betrayed young Akane to yell at her. Himari giggled and argued that having a best friend and a boyfriend were two entirely different things, while an annoyed Akane demanded to know what she meant by that. The hallway echoed with Himari's cheerful laughter as the two young girls continued to bicker. Outside, the rain continued to pour over the vast school campus as the day went on. In the present day, Akane and Himari stood back to back, each harboring their own deep feelings. Himari suddenly wrapped Akane in a tight hug and thanked her profusely, excitedly sharing that she had gotten to talk a lot with Sato that day, while a flustered Akane weakly told her that she was glad for her. Himari gushed about how Sato called her his lifesaver, praised her appearance, and complimented her blonde hair and fashion sense, leaving Akane to repeat his words in silent, stunned shock. Akane stared ahead with a deeply unsettled and highly bothered look in her eyes. Overjoyed Himari squealed with excitement and loudly declared that she really liked Sato so much. A panicked Akane quickly hushed Himari, warning her that her loud voice might be overheard, prompting a sheepish Himari to apologize and insist on paying Akane back for helping her, though Akane tried to brush it off. Himari insisted on treating Akane to strawberry tarts from Philia's and suggested they hang out at Akane's place since they had not done so in a long time. Akane initially agreed excitedly, but suddenly let out a horrified gasp of realization. Akane panicked as she realized Sato was currently at their home, and bringing Himari there would instantly expose their marriage if her friend saw his belongings, while bringing Himari to her old apartment was also impossible since it was now completely empty. As a confused Himari called her name, a highly distressed Akane could only stammer incoherently with her mind spinning in circles. Akane frantically lied that her place had suddenly turned into a bottomless swamp, making it completely impossible to bring anyone over, leaving a bewildered Himari to repeat the excuse in confusion. When Himari demanded to know how she was even surviving under such conditions, a sweating Akane nervously claimed that she had split a wooden barrel in half to float, on prompting a deadpan Himari to point out that her story was obviously a lie. Himari looked down sadly and asked if Akane really disliked the idea of her coming over that much, internally remembering how Shisai had boasted about staying overnight at Akane's place, which left Akane completely panicked. Akane nervously asked if Himari had also heard about that, but Himari confusedly repeated the word and explained she had only heard that Akane had moved to a new place and that Shisai had eaten a lot of delicious food there. Himari softly asked if she was being a bother, causing Akane to immediately yell in a panic that she wasn't a bother at all, quickly giving in and explaining that only the kitchen and living room were usable if Himari was fine with that. An ecstatic Himari grabbed Akane's hands and happily promised to buy the strawberry tart on her way home, leaving Akane standing in absolute paralyzed shock as she realized what she had just agreed to. Akane asked if she could head home first to clean up and promised to text the address later, to which Himari easily agreed. Immediately after, Akane bolted out of the school corridor at maximum speed. As she ran, Akane frantically planned to explain the situation to Sato, clean the house and hide him in his study room so he wouldn't run into Himari, determinedly pumping her fist and telling herself that everything would be fine and she would manage somehow. Back at home, Sato dropped his jaw in pure shock, dropping his glass as he loudly demanded to know if Himari was really coming over that very day. Akane quietly explained that she couldn't refuse Himari because they hadn't been able to hang out since the marriage, and she didn't want her friend to think she had grown distant. Sato let out a heavy sigh, dramatically asking if she realized that her actions might bring about the end of the world, which a defensive Akane quickly rejected. Sato adopted a serious posture and warned that their secret would be completely ruined since Himari had a huge circle of friends and might accidentally slip up about their marriage, especially since she was already curious and slightly jealous about Shisai staying over. Akane could only hold her head in stress, quietly agreeing that they couldn't just keep their relationship hidden if Himari found out. Sato bitterly grumbled that he should have bribed his sister to keep her mouth shut since she was the one who caused this mess by boasting. Akane tried to move them along, pointing out that Himari was scheduled to arrive at 7 and they needed to start cleaning immediately, but their conversation was suddenly cut short by the loud ring of their doorbell. The video intercom screen turned on to reveal a beaming Himari flashing a peace sign, cheerfully explaining that she had gotten too excited and arrived way too early. Himari innocently asked through the speaker if it was all right for her to come in, leaving both Sato and Akane completely frozen in silent, pale-faced horror. Akane frantically screamed that they had to immediately erase all traces of Sato's presence, telling him to hide his belongings and go greet Himari while she handled the cleaning, while a panicked Sato desperately gathered his things. As Sato desperately tried to pack up his belongings, he heard Himari walking through the front door and commenting on how clean the house looked. Sato gasped in pure shock, internally screaming to ask why Akane had let Himari inside when he was still in the middle of clearing out his things. Sato quickly realized that trying to reach the second-floor study room was impossible, because he would have to pass through the hallway right in front of Himari, and escaping into the locked garden would leave him locked out of the house entirely, leaving him trapped and swearing in panic. Unable to escape outside, a panicked Sato dashed into a closet and frantically closed the door just as he heard the front door handle click open. Hiding in the pitch-black closet, a heavily sweating Sato held his breath in absolute terror. Sitting together on the living room sofa right outside the mirrored closet doors, Himari happily gushed about how delicious the strawberry tarts were, which a smiling Akane enthusiastically agreed with, while a cramped Sato remained trapped just inches away. Himari thoroughly praised the fresh cream and high-quality ingredients of the tarts, playfully noting that Akane was always strict about strawberries. Akane proudly declared that strawberries were the foundation of all baking and jokingly claimed that even every fiber of their being was made of them, prompting an annoyed Sato to grumble in the dark that he was definitely not made of strawberries. As Himari set down her teacup, she adopted a serious expression and confessed that she thought she was ready to take the next step in her relationship, prompting a worried Akane to ask if she was talking about Sato. Himari explained that they had finally grown closer and that Sato had admitted he did not hate her sharing her plan to invite him on a date. Akane nervously agreed that it sounded fine, while a startled Sato suddenly felt a piece of clothing fall onto his head inside the dark closet. Sato began to sweat profusely at the realization that they were suddenly discussing their love lives right in front of him. Meanwhile, a deeply blushing Himari nervously fidgeted and admitted that this would be her very first time inviting a boy out, making her incredibly anxious. Himari turned directly to Akane and hesitantly asked if she could speak to Sato on her behalf for the upcoming holiday. Akane stared back in absolute wide-eyed shock as Himari finished her request, asking if Akane could find out if Sato would go on a date with her. Trapped inside the closet, a completely stunned Sato widened his eyes in pure disbelief at Himari's unexpected request. Sato's mind raced as he recalled his recent friendly interactions with Himari, finally realizing that her friendliness had actually been a genuine romantic interest. Back in the living room, a heavy silence fell between the two girls before a downcast Akane quietly apologized. Akane lowered her head in remorse, softly explaining that it would be too difficult for her to ask Sato such a personal question. Himari frantically waved her hands and insisted it was no problem at all, blaming herself for making such an awkward request, and confidently declaring that she would simply muster up the courage to ask Sato out herself. As Akane continued to apologize, Himari cheerfully reassured her that she had absolutely nothing to apologize for. A quiet, heavy atmosphere filled the room as the two girls sat side by side on the sofa in silence. After a moment, Akane looked over at Himari and hesitantly stated that she wanted to ask her something just in case. Himari looked back in confusion, gently asking if it was truly all right with Akane for her to ask Sato out on a date. When Akane defensively asked why she would say that, Himari admitted that she had always thought Akane was interested in Sato ever since their first year. A panicked Akane fiercely denied having any interest in him, claiming she simply did not want to stand in Himari's way, prompting Himari to warmly reply that while she liked Sato, she valued her friendship with Akane just as much. Himari stared directly into Akane's eyes with a serious and searching expression, earnestly asking if Akane was truly okay with her pursuing Sato. Akane quickly turned her face away to hide her inner turmoil, forcing a smile and insisting she was absolutely fine with it. Still unconvinced, Himari quietly pressed her further, asking if she truly did not have any feelings for Sato. Akane completely lost her composure, blushing furiously as she loudly and angrily yelled that she did not like that arrogant, sloppy, and insensitive guy at all. Sato clutched his chest in the dark closet, his heart racing wildly as he processed the conversation he had just overheard. Sato looked down in deep confusion, wondering what that sudden feeling was and why his chest was hurting so much. Sato reflected on how he had heard Akane say she hated him thousands of times before, and had even said it himself, yet he couldn't understand why hearing it this time left such a bitter feeling inside of him. Meanwhile, Himari laughed off her own anxiety and asked Akane to help her find out what kind of clothes and dating spots Sato liked so she could prepare to ask him out herself, to which a quiet Akane hesitantly agreed. The next morning, Sato walked gloomily down the school hallway, only to be suddenly startled when a cheerful Himari jumped out to greet him and pointed out that he was quite late. Sato nervously explained that he had not slept well the previous night, prompting Himari to admit she was worried he might take the day off, and happily tell him she was glad he was not sick. Feeling his heart race, a flustered Sato suggested they head to their seats since the bell was about to ring, and began walking into the classroom, but Himari quickly called out for him to wait. Himari nervously asked if he could meet her in the open classroom during lunch break, because she wanted to talk to him for a bit. Sato calmly replied that he did not mind meeting her, prompting an overjoyed Himari to make him promise he would definitely show up. Sitting at his desk during class, a highly stressed Sato held his head, completely unaware that a silent Akane was sitting right behind him, looking equally gloomy. Soon, the lunch chime rang across the school as the afternoon PA broadcast began. Sato went to the designated classroom and stood quietly by the window waiting for Himari to arrive. The classroom door suddenly slid open, and a shivering, intensely nervous Himari stepped inside, leaving her practically speechless. Before she could even say a word, Himari suddenly slammed the door shut and ran away, leaving a completely bewildered Sato to shout in confusion. The door slid open once more as a flustered Himari laughed and apologized for making him wait, claiming she had briefly thought he wasn't there yet. Himari worriedly asked if they should eat lunch first since they were early, but Sato reassured her that he wasn't hungry and had planned on waiting for her anyway. When Himari asked if he was truly fine skipping lunch, Sato turned the question back to her, and she giggled, noting that they were both in the same boat. A tense, awkward silence fell over the classroom as the two stood close to each other, with a deeply blushing Himari staring nervously at the floor. Both of them nervously tried to speak at the exact same time, awkwardly cutting each other off. Himari quickly insisted that Sato speak first, but a flustered Sato claimed he hadn't really been about to say anything and urged her to go first, which only led Himari to insistently ask him the same. Staring directly at him with a heavily flushed face, a determined Himari took a deep breath and began to speak. Sato looked back at her in suspense, feeling his own heart beat wildly as he waited for her next words. Himari clenched her fist tightly as her heart beat rapidly, trying to summon the courage to proceed. Fidgeting and laughing nervously, Himari hesitantly asked Sato if he was busy with anything on his day off. Sato answered that he usually just read books or played games on his days off, prompting Himari to ask if he ever went out. Sato explained that he only went out when Shisai wanted to go somewhere, and Himari clarified if that meant he only went on family outings, to which Sato confirmed that was basically the case. Himari took a step forward and directly asked Sato if he had ever gone out with any girls besides his family members. Sato quietly replied that he had not really gone out with other girls, which led a deeply blushing Himari to nervously clasp her hand over her chest as she absorbed his answer. Clenching her chest, Himari looked directly at Sato with a heavily flushed face and directly asked him how he would feel about going out on a date with her. Sato was caught completely off guard and directly asked if she liked him, sending an absolutely shocked Himari into a flustered panic over his incredibly blunt question. Sato quickly apologized for being so blunt, while a heavily blushing Himari nervously explained that she had thought confessing her feelings right away and asking him out would only trouble him, which was why she wanted to go on a date first so they could get to know each other better. Himari looked down with a vulnerable expression and softly asked if going on a date with her would also be a bother to him. Blushing slightly, Sato rubbed his cheek and assured her that there was absolutely no way he would hate being invited out on a date by her. Himari looked up at him with a soft expression and gently asked him how he felt about the idea. Through the window of the closed classroom door, Sato warmly replied that he would of course be happy to go, prompting a greatly relieved Himari to whisper her gratitude. Standing silently just outside the classroom door, a devastated Akane leaned against the wall with her eyes hidden in shadow, having overheard the entire exchange. A new segment began, focusing on Sato's activities at home while Akane was busy cooking dinner. Sato busily scrubbed the incredibly massive tiled floor of their bathroom, internally complaining about its absurd size, while silently blaming their grandfather for choosing such an excessively large house. Sato paused his cleaning and picked up a cute plastic toy duck that Akane had brought over from her old home. Realizing that tomorrow was garbage day and he would be too busy in the morning to handle it before school, Sato quickly gathered the trash bags, muttering about how incredibly busy his daily life had become under the evening sky. In a flashback to her childhood, Akane's mother regretfully explained that they had to postpone their shopping trip again to go to the hospital, asking Akane to wait for her grandmother to arrive. A cheerful young Akane immediately agreed and insisted that she was completely fine. Her mother tearfully apologized to her for having to endure so much and praised her as a good girl, before her parents left, leaving young Akane with her grandmother. Akane reflected on how she had taught herself to always endure her loneliness, believing that saying anything selfish would only cause trouble for everyone around her. Back in the present, Akane leaned silently against the hallway wall, listening as Sato warmly told Himari that he would be happy to go on a date with her. Akane tried to force herself to feel happy and supportive for her best friend Himari, but she struggled against a painful rising sense of frustration. Overwhelmed by her conflicting emotions, Akane clicked her tongue and bolted down the school corridor to escape the scene. As Akane ran past, Shisai called out to her and directly asked if she was truly okay with how things were turning out. Shisai watched her closely, waiting for her response. Shisai asked her what she meant and questioned why she was okay with not stopping Himari from pursuing her brother, but Akane sighed and defensively argued that there was no reason for her to interfere. When Akane insisted that Shisai still did not understand, a frustrated Shisai demanded to know what she was talking about. Shisai warned her that she would say exactly what Akane was feeling out loud, causing a panicked and deeply blushing Akane to desperately demand that she not say anything weird to Himari. Akane passionately shouted that her own feelings did not matter at all, because all she truly wanted was for Himari to be happy. Shisai calmly clarified that she had no intention of saying anything to Himari, leaving a bewildered Akane to blink in confusion. Shisai earnestly asked if she could instead explain to Akane exactly what her own heart was feeling, causing Akane's eyes to widen as she felt the tightly chained lock around her chest violently rattle. Terrified of facing her own hidden feelings, Akane turned and ran away down the corridor, leaving Shisai watching her walk away. Shisai let out a quiet, knowing sigh as she watched Akane run off. Later that evening, the night sky settled over their quiet house while the dishes dried in the kitchen. In the living room, Sato noticed Akane leaving with her books and asked if she wasn't going to study out there with him, but she quietly replied that she could concentrate better in her own room. When a concerned Sato asked if something was wrong, Akane flatly denied it and walked away, leaving him feeling deeply uneasy. Sato decided to speak up and started to tell her that Himari had asked him out on a date, but Akane calmly cut him off and stated that she already knew. Akane pointed out that he must be happy to have such a nice, cute, stylish, and friendly girl like him, bluntly adding that Himari was actually way too good for him, which left a sweat-dropped Sato completely speechless. Giving him a highly irritated, glaring look as she clutched her book tightly, Akane coldly asked why he had even bothered telling her that in the first place. Sato hesitated for a moment, prompting Akane to bluntly ask him if it was really okay for him to go out with Himari. Akane bitterly questioned why he was even asking her permission, pointing out that she already had to do all the grocery shopping on her own anyway. When Sato tried to explain that he only asked because they were married, furious, Akane snapped back that they had only been forced into the marriage. Akane angrily declared that whoever he chose to date or be with had absolutely nothing to do with her. Sato scratched his cheek awkwardly and quietly agreed with her statement. Sato smiled and said he understood, explaining that he had only wanted to confirm with her just in case before turning around and walking away. Akane was left standing alone, completely stunned and wide-eyed as she processed his sudden departure. Akane silently clutched her uniform tightly over her chest, feeling a sharp pang of emotional pain. Sato sat down on the couch and sighed, muttering to himself that he had never been on a date before and wondering aloud where he should take Himari to make her happy. Akane coldly retorted that she didn't know and demanded that he stop asking her about such things before slamming the door shut as she left the room. Sato sat in silence, completely dazed and spaced out as he tried to process everything. Later, while Sato sat on a bench holding an open book, Shisai sat next to him and pointed out that he had not turned a single page for a long time. Sato closed his book and admitted he had a lot on his mind, prompting Shisai to immediately guess that he was thinking about his upcoming date with Himari, confidently stating she knew everything about him. Sato confessed that he actually felt honored that Himari had asked him out, and Shisai agreed that since they got along so well, it would probably be a very fun date. Shisai bluntly advised him that he didn't need to worry and should just do something pervy with her, sending a completely shocked Sato into a panicked blush as he envisioned a scandalous scenario. When Shisai deadpanned that such a development was likely what Himari was hoping for anyway, a flustered Sato could only mutter that he supposed so. Sato's expression darkened as he recalled that right before their conversation, Akane had explicitly told him that she hated him. Shisai looked at him closely and asked if her words were really weighing on him so heavily. Sato thoughtfully explained that it wasn't exactly weighing on him, but rather that if she hadn't said it, he wouldn't be so concerned about what to do, wondering aloud why he was even so worried in the first place. Sato reflected that if this situation had occurred just a little while ago, he would have simply been happy about being asked out by Himari. He recalled how comfortable and nice it felt to spend time with Himari while Akane quietly stood in the background looking deeply saddened. Shisai looked at her brother and began to speak to him seriously. Shisai suddenly landed a solid strike to Sato's throat, cutting him off mid-sentence. Sato gasped and coughed angrily, asking what she was doing since she had hit his throat, to which Shisai casually explained that she thought it would snap him back to his senses. She then laid her head down on his lap, noting that sometimes words were used as a protective mask, and just because someone said something did not necessarily make it true, leaving Sato to ask what she meant. Shisai pointed out that Akane was hard to understand, warning him that just when he thought he had her figured out, he might actually end up misunderstanding her even further. Looking up at him, Shisai advised that if he wanted to have a happy marriage, he needed to make sure he properly understood her true feelings. Sato pondered her advice, touching his chin as he realized he needed to confirm what Akane was actually feeling. On the day of the date, Sato stood in front of his bathroom mirror, carefully styling his hair. Akane stood by the open bathroom door and dryly pointed out that he was putting an awful lot of effort into his appearance, to which Sato replied that since it was a date, he wanted to make sure he didn't do anything that would ruin the experience for Himari. Akane looked down sadly and softly muttered that he had never bothered fixing his hair like that for her. Sato stared at her in silence before awkwardly asking if she had actually wanted him to do so, catching a startled Akane completely off guard. A flustered Akane quickly raised her voice and denied it defensively, claiming she was only pointing out that the hairstyle did not suit him at all, while Sato looked at her and wondered what she was pouting about, and if asking her further would only make her angrier. Sato looked down anxiously, quietly reflecting that she would probably just end up getting mad at him. Akane arranged flowers while casting a glance at Sato as he tied his shoes by the front entrance, before turning around to quietly ask if he was really going to go on the date. Sato paused and quietly nodded in response. Looking back at her from the front door, Sato firmly declared that if she told him not to go, then he wouldn't. Both of them froze, staring at each other in absolute wide-eyed shock at his sudden declaration. A heavily blushing Akane frantically shook her head and shouted that she would never ask him that, stammering that they were only married on paper, and his choices did not matter to her at all, before telling him to do whatever he wanted with Himari or anyone else. The two stood in heavy silence, both letting out a quiet sigh as they stood far apart in the hallway. Sato quietly said he understood and placed his hand on the door handle to open it. Sato told her that he was heading out, leaving Akane to stand silently as the front door closed behind him, while she blushed in conflict. Sato walked away, unable to shake Akane's harsh declaration of how much she hated him for being inconsiderate, conceited, and sloppy-looking. He reflected on how they had started their married life hating each other and constantly clashing, yet through compromising on everything and getting to know each other better, he had genuinely believed that things were slowly beginning to change between them. Sato closed his eyes, bitterly concluding that despite all of their moments, it ultimately seemed as though nothing had changed between them at all. He reminded himself that their arrangement was merely a marriage on paper, meant solely to secure his grandfather's company. At the same time, Akane stood in distress, desperately wondering why her chest was hurting so much as the chains around her heart began to shatter. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Akane kicked off her shoes and ran out of the house. Akane ran down the path and suddenly threw her arms around Sato from behind, hugging him tightly. With tears streaming down her face as she clung to his back, sobbing, Akane confessed that she simply couldn't do it, leaving a stunned Sato speechless. Akane clutched his shirt tightly and admitted that she didn't know why it bothered her so much, but she absolutely could not stand it any longer. She cried out that just the thought of him getting along so well with another girl and going shopping with her made her chest feel like it was tearing apart. Tears streamed down her flushed face as she yelled that even if it was just on paper, he was still her husband. Sato silently listened as she clung to him, reflecting on how they had been forced into marriage without any love experience, and how easily they got worked up over everything the other said, despite supposedly hating each other. Sato turned slightly to look at her as she sobbed that she shouldn't feel anything about what he did, internally questioning why they both let themselves be driven by their hearts so easily. Sato let out a quiet sigh, feeling his own face warm up. Sato gently told her that her confession was exactly what he had wanted to hear, before revealing with a smile that he had actually already turned down the date. Akane froze in place, her mind going completely blank in utter dumbfoundment. Sato looked at her closely and teasingly pointed out that she didn't actually hate him after all, leaving Akane completely flustered. Upon hearing that he had cancelled the date, Akane flew into a complete panic, hitting him while yelling that he was a liar and insisting she still hated him. When she defensively questioned why he was dressed up if he wasn't going on a date, Sato calmly pointed out that they were already scheduled to go grocery shopping together that day, smiling warmly as Akane quietly grumbled that buying groceries wasn't real shopping. Sato extended his hand with a bright smile and suggested they make their outing a real date instead, since they both had the day off anyway, catching a blushing Akane by surprise as he took her hand and pulled her along. As they walked hand in hand down a busy city street, a flustered Akane protested that she was not dressed up for a date, but Sato reassured her that she looked perfectly fine, leaving her to grumble in embarrassment. Akane huffed and demanded that he buy her something as an apology for teasing her, to which Sato readily agreed and casually offered to buy her a ring instead. Akane's face turned completely red as she panicked at the suggestion, internally screaming that a ring was still far too early for them. Sato let out a happy chuckle at her flustered reaction. As they continued walking hand in hand, Akane defensively argued that they were only buying groceries and she wasn't sure if it could even be considered a real date. Sato simply laughed in response, prompting an annoyed Akane to demand what he was laughing at, though they both ultimately felt that the day had ended up being truly wonderful. The next morning, Himari cheerfully greeted Sato and held up her phone to show him a picture of some funny-looking mushrooms she had found, eagerly asking if he knew what they were called. Sato stared at her in utter disbelief, internally questioning his own sanity and wondering if he had somehow hallucinated turning down her date proposal, since she was behaving so completely normal around him. Sato hesitantly asked her why she was acting so completely normal, internally reflecting that when he turned her down, he had fully prepared himself for their friendship to be ruined, and assumed she would never want to speak to him again. Himari giggled happily and told him that none of that changed her feelings for him, confidently declaring that turning her down only meant she would have to do an even better job asking him out the next time. Sato was left completely stunned and blushing by her relentless determination, quietly murmuring that she was truly incredible, which a delighted Himari celebrated as a compliment. Himari fondly recalled how she and Akane had become best friends in the past, explaining that even though Akane had tried to push her away repeatedly, when they first met, Himari had simply refused to give up on her. Leaning in with a bright smile, Himari declared that there was absolutely no way she would give up on him either, boldly promising that she would make him fall for her no matter what. A heavily blushing Sato nervously begged her to keep her voice down, but Himari playfully questioned why it mattered, arguing that since she knew her own feelings, it was perfectly fine if everyone else in the classroom found out too. Himari teased that he was probably just worried about the other boys in the class getting jealous and targeting him, while their classmates in the background indeed began muttering suspiciously about how close the two of them seemed. Sato's sweat dropped as his classmates cast terrifying glares in his direction, desperately hoping they wouldn't actually come after him, while a quiet Akane watched the lively interaction from her desk nearby. Akane stared down in quiet, conflicted silence as she listened to them. Holding her book tightly, Akane quietly muttered to herself that she would not lose to Himari. Himari let out a startled gasp of surprise upon overhearing her, leaving a completely flushed Akane to touch her lips in absolute shock, desperately wondering why she had just blurted those words out loud. Though her feelings had remained dormant for so long, they were finally beginning to awaken, but Akane did not even realize what they truly meant. The next day, Himari cheerfully called out to Sato and happily presented him with a homemade bento she had prepared, asking him if he would eat it. Sato looked completely shocked, while their watching classmates erupted into a complete frenzy of jealousy and disbelief over Himari making him a lunchbox. Sato nervously apologized and explained that he already had a bento made by Akane, but Himari sadly asked if he could just take a single bite to check the flavor, leaving a heavily sweating Sato trapped under the terrifying glares of his classmates. His classmates fiercely demanded that he consider Himura's feelings and enjoy the food on their behalf, forcing a defeated Sato to give in and agree to try a bite, which made Himuri cheer in delight, while Akane sat nearby looking highly irritated. Himuri proudly presented her super special raw meat bento with a bright smile. Sato stared in absolute horror as his eyes literally shattered from the sheer shock of the bizarre meal. Himuri happily held up a piece of dripping meat on her chopsticks to feed him, explaining that she heard he loved raw meat and garlic. Sato desperately wanted to know who had told her such a lie, while their classmates whispered in disgust that there was no way they could ever eat something like that. Stealing his courage, Sato bravely opened his mouth and ate the raw meat, earning absolute praise and admiration from his stunned classmates. He chewed the food in silent concentration as his classmates watched expectantly. Sato's face lit up as he loudly declared that the meat was delicious, leaving Himuri delighted and their watching classmates completely stunned. Sato realized the dish wasn't actually raw meat but tataki and curiously asked if she had marinated it in vinegar. Himuri happily confirmed that she had used balsamic vinegar, lemon, and yuzu, adding that she had also seasoned the top with special mustard she got from her part-time job at a cafe. As Himuri leaned in close to feed him another piece, she playfully asked how it felt to be hand-fed lunch by a girl in his class, prompting Sato to joke that he felt like a baby bird, completely unaware that a furious Akane was marching toward him with a dark aura. Akane suddenly intervened by aggressively shoving a giant piece of homemade hamburger steak into Sato's mouth, furiously demanding to know how it felt to be hand-fed lunch by a classmate, forcing a crying Sato to scream that he felt like a death row convict. The classroom erupted into whispers about Akane looking jealous, as if someone were muscling in on her husband. A heavily blushing Akane frantically denied the accusation, but Himuri gently patted her shoulder and calmly reassured her that she completely understood. Himuri leaned in close to a flustered Akane and offered her a piece of food, teasingly asking if she felt neglected or jealous, before warmly declaring her love for Akane too. Himuri enthusiastically told Akane to say ah, while a highly embarrassed Akane tried to protest that doing such a thing in front of everyone was too awkward, but she eventually gave in. As Sato watched them in silent disbelief, Akane happily chewed the delicious meat, but their classroom lunch was suddenly cut short by the school bell. Later, an exhausted Himuri slumped onto Sato's desk, complaining that math class had been extremely difficult, and her head was killing her, prompting Sato to ask her not to sleep on his desk. Himuri smiled sweetly and playfully argued that being next to Sato would help her feel better much faster, leaving a flustered Sato to sigh. Himuri admitted that her grades were actually terrible and that she had failed all her subjects on the last proficiency test. She eagerly asked Sato if he could help her study, and while Sato agreed that he didn't really mind, he remained a bit hesitant. Himuri excitedly grabbed his hands in celebration and suggested they meet up in the library after school to study, to which Sato awkwardly agreed. Himuri loudly cheered about having a library date with Sato, prompting a highly startled Akane to slam her desk and demand that she wait a minute, leaving her classmates completely bewildered, as Akane struggled to explain her sudden outburst. A deeply blushing Akane nervously argued that being all alone with Sato was dangerous, because he would definitely try to do something pervy to her, which an offended Sato quickly denied. Himuri brightly suggested that Akane should simply come study with them too, catching a stunned Akane completely off guard. Himuri happily declared that with the top 2 students of their grade tutoring her, she could easily become the number 3 student, since 1 + 2 = 3. Shisai suddenly appeared right behind Sato and deadpanned to ask if Himuri dared to aim for her number 3 spot, giving Sato a massive fright. Himuri happily remembered that Shisai was indeed always the 3rd-ranked student in their grade, while Sato wondered where his sister had even come from. Himuri smiled brightly and pointed out that in that case, Shisai should also join in and tutor her too. Himuri enthusiastically cheered that adding their ranks together meant she could become the number 6 student, though a sweat-dropping Sato pointed out that her target rank kept dropping lower and lower. Himuri happily announced that they would have a 4-person study party at Akane's house, sending a panicked Akane into a complete shock. While Shisai had absolutely no objections, since Akane's house was always full of delicious food, a dark and intensely jealous Akane internally resolved that if they didn't go to her house, Himari and Sato would end up studying in the library completely alone together. Spurred on by her jealousy, a highly determined Akane fiercely declared that she would handle everything and create the ultimate studying environment for them. While Akane planned to rush home immediately and clean the entire house, Sato resolved to buy some time by taking Himari to buy snacks first. Soon the group made their way to Akane and Sato's house to begin their study session. Inside the house, Himari happily cheered about how beautiful the place looked after its renovations, while Akane smiled tightly and agreed before subtly hauling a giant bag filled with Sato's belongings right behind her, leaving a heavily sweating Sato laughing nervously. Sato proposed that they get started on math and asked Himari what part she was having trouble understanding, leaving a hesitant Himari to think for a moment. Himari happily admitted that she didn't even know what it was she didn't understand, prompting Sato, Akane, and Shisai to freeze in absolute deadpan shock. Akane pointed out that Himari's math grades had been slipping since the beginning of their first year, prompting an appreciative Himari to hug her and praise Akane for knowing her so well. Sato concluded that in other words, Himari had struggled to even get past basic factorization. Sato firmly stated that they would need to start by relearning her first-year math, explaining that trying to learn classroom lessons without understanding the basics was pointless. When a worried Himari asked if that wasn't asking too much of him, he tried to reassure her. Sato smiled gently and told her not to worry about that, causing a deeply blushing Himari to softly agree as her heart raced. While Himari smiled happily next to Sato and intensely jealous, Akane stood nearby, biting her lip and clenching her fists in frustration. The group chatted as they worked through the study session, with Sato warmly praising Himari for successfully understanding the math problems. Himari excitedly declared that even she could understand the lessons, praising Sato for being an amazing teacher who was even better than their school instructors, which only made a gritting Akane fume in jealousy. Akane huffed and conceded that, while Sato might be capable of a little tutoring, he was still a complete greenhorn compared to her, prompting Himari to mistakenly ask if she meant a green bean. As evening approached, Sato suggested they take a brief break to avoid burning out, but before they could rest, Shisai suddenly slammed a deck of playing cards onto the table. Shisai adopted a highly dramatic pose, fanning out her cards and boldly announcing that she wanted to play concentration. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the order, a triumphant Akane cheered that she got to go first because she beat Sato, though Sato dryly pointed out that the card game hadn't even officially started yet. Akane flipped a card and confidently argued that victory belonged to whoever struck first, ignoring Sato's comment that the saying didn't apply to concentration, as she loudly boasted that she was going to sweep the board on her very first turn. Akane flipped over a 9 and a queen, failing to find a match. Sato immediately teased her by repeating her bold boast about sweeping the board on her first turn. A highly embarrassed and blushing Akane clicked her tongue in frustration, desperately trying to defend her failed turn. While Himari joked about Akane and Sato getting into a physical brawl over their bickering, Akane huffed and crossed her arms, noting that she had finished her turn. Himari then announced that Shisai was next. Shisai stared blankly at the cards on the table before raising one of them and offering a traditional mealtime greeting, prompting Sato to deadpan that the card was not food. Himari took her turn next and flipped over 2 mismatched cards, cheerfully laughing off her mistake. Himari told Sato that it was his turn, noting how long it had been since she last played concentration. Sato leaned forward and prepared to make his move. Akane gritted her teeth in absolute panic as she watched Sato easily secure 4 pairs, fiercely telling herself that she absolutely could not lose to him. Akane panicked in disbelief as Sato scored yet another point, frantically questioning how his memory could be so accurate and wondering if he had X-ray vision, since nobody was supposed to be that smart. The final scores left Himari with 0 points, Akane with 2 points, and Shisai with 6 points. Meanwhile, Sato sat quietly on the floor holding almost the entire deck, having swept the game with a colossal 44 points. The 3 girls sat on the floor in absolute defeated silence. Sato immediately regretted his absolute victory, realizing he had messed up by not going easy on them. As Akane stubbornly muttered that she hadn't lost yet, and Shisai tossed her cards away in defeat, Sato stood up and awkwardly asked if they wanted to play another round. Sensing the heavy mood, Sato excused himself and announced that he was heading out to buy some ice cream. Walking down the street under the sunset, Sato recalled seeing that exact look of defeat on other people before. He reflected that he had only played his best, because he thought it would be rude to hold back against Akane, but realized he needed to be more careful about how he acted since his extreme memory always ended up alienating others. He remembered how as a child his peers had abandoned him during card games, because he destroyed them every single time, forcing him to learn to go easy on people his own age, though by the time he realized this social necessity, he had already isolated himself. He recalled his grandfather boastfully laughing and telling him that inspiring fear was the mark of an emperor, though a young Sato had clenched his fists and silently protested that inspiring fear was not what he wanted at all. Suddenly, Akane's voice cut through his thoughts as she caught up to him on the street, pointing her finger and asking if he was trying to run away. Sato stopped and stared back at her in surprise. When Sato asked what she meant, Akane insisted she wouldn't let him just win the game and take off. She then reluctantly admitted that his memory was truly amazing even outside of studying, but she blinked in confusion when Sato bluntly replied that he actually hated having it. Sato explained that almost everyone in the Hojo family possessed a unique specialty, noting Shisei's rapid calculations, her mother's microscopic vision, and his own perfect memory. Akane casually brushed it off dryly, noting that they were basically just a family of geniuses. Sato explained that because he remembered personal details about others far too well, he constantly made his classmates and their parents uncomfortable to the point where people had even treated him like a stalker. He quietly repeated that he truly hated his perfect memory because of how much trouble it had caused him. Akane stared at him in quiet understanding, her expression softening. Under the warm sunset, Akane gently confessed that she was actually jealous of him. When a surprised Sato questioned why, she explained that she would never have to worry about studying again, adding that, with a perfect memory, she could also take much better care of her partner by remembering absolutely everything they liked and disliked. Akane suddenly became flustered and yelled for him to jump into Tokyo Bay when Sato teased her angrily, insisting she didn't like fighting, while a sweating Sato internally noted how scary she could be. The next day at school, classmates gathered around the exam results board and whispered in awe about Sato taking first place, noting that, as the grandson of the Hojo group leader, he belonged to a completely different world, while a passing Sato only let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, Akane marched up and pointed her finger directly at him, fiercely declaring that she would definitely not lose to him the next time. Sato stared at Akane, deeply moved as he realized that she was the first person who had ever declared themselves to be his rival. As they walked home under the evening sky, Sato smiled warmly to himself, reflecting on how she truly was the very first person to treat him this way, while Akane determinedly declared that she would win the next time. Having been forced to host a study session at their house, Sato and Akane worried that if their secret leaked rumors would spread, and they could be forced to leave school, especially since a highly perceptive Himari casually pointed out that they acted exactly like a married couple. Himari suddenly let out a terrified scream while playing a scary zombie video game. Himari frantically called out to Shisei that more zombies were approaching, but a calm Shisei deadpanned that zombies were her friends and they should simply cooperate with them. Sato and Akane walked into the living room and froze in complete shock at the sight of the girls playing, while Himari happily welcomed them back and mentioned how surprised she was that Sato had bought a zombie game. Himari pointedly asked Akane if she had been bad with horror stuff, before sending both Sato and Akane into an absolute panic over how sharp her intuition was. A heavily sweating Akane frantically stammered that her father had bought the game for her, while Sato desperately tried to redirect Himari's attention away from her questions. Himari curiously asked if Sato somehow knew Akane's father, sending Akane's mind into a dizzying spiral of panic, as she imagined their friendship falling apart if she failed to come up with a believable excuse. Akane frantically fabricated a story claiming her father and Sato had serendipitously met at a supermarket fish cellar and become such close friends that they even went tuna fishing together in the dead of winter. A sweating Sato was left completely dumbfounded by her bizarre lie, while Himari eagerly asked if he really liked tuna fishing. Steeling himself, Sato went along with the lie and dramatically declared that nothing was better than reeling the tuna in cutting them up and slamming them on a big bowl of rice. Himari was completely captivated by his speech, clapping her hands and begging him to take her along next time, leaving a sweating Sato shocked that she had actually believed the ridiculous story. Sato laughed awkwardly and said they would see, internally lamenting that yet another bizarre setting had been officially added to Himari's mental profile of him. An illustration showed Himari dressed up as a detective holding a magnifying glass behind a flustered Akane, who was dressed as a captured criminal. After studying, a completely exhausted Himari complained that her head was spinning, prompting Akane to serve her some freshly brewed tea to help replenish her sugar, which Himari happily drank while praising her skills. Himari and Akane warmly complimented each other and bickered over who was better, while a watching Sato sweat dropped, and Shisai observed that Akane seemed to get incredibly fired up when treated as a rival. Himari set down her teacup and thanked them for their help, happily noting that she finally understood math a little better. Sato replied that she had been well worth teaching, which delighted Himari, while a chibai Akane sat nearby looking highly annoyed. Himari suggested that next time they should meet up at Sato's house, instead causing a sweating Sato to defensively reply that his house wouldn't work, internally reminding himself that they were currently already sitting in his house. When Sato asked why she wanted to go there, Himari leaned in closely and smirked that she simply wanted to sneak a peek at his bedroom, leaving Sato to stammer awkwardly, while a restless Akane carried in some tea in the background. Himari then playfully asked how he would feel about meeting at her house instead. When Sato told her she shouldn't tease people like that, Himari confidently insisted she wasn't teasing him at all. Himari looked directly at him and seriously declared that she was determined to make him fall for her no matter what. This sent a highly shocked Sato into a panicked blush, which Himari playfully pointed out while calling him a total cutie. In her distraction, Himari accidentally knocked over her teacup, spilling the hot tea directly onto her chest. A highly panicked Akane immediately ran up to ask if she was burned and offered to grab a handkerchief to help wipe it off. Sato quickly rushed over to a cabinet drawer and grabbed a clean handkerchief. Sato handed the handkerchief over and told her to use it to wipe herself off, which Himari gratefully took, but she suddenly paused in confusion as she looked at it. Himari looked up in confusion and pointedly asked Sato how he had known exactly which drawer contained the handkerchiefs. Both Sato and Akane instantly froze in absolute wide-eyed terror as they realized they had made a colossal blunder. Sato and Akane's hearts raced in sheer panic as Himari stared at them with a highly suspicious gaze. A heavily sweating Sato desperately claimed he had simply acted on a hunch, sending Akane into a silent screaming panic over how terrible of a liar he was and how obvious his excuse was. Himari leaned in even closer, silently scrutinizing Sato's nervous face. Suddenly, a starry-eyed Himari cheered in awe, marveling at how incredible Sato was, leaving a dumbfounded Sato shocked that she had actually believed his weak excuse. Sato's sweat dropped in absolute relief, while Akane and Shisai quietly absorbed how incredibly gullible Himari actually was. Outside, the evening sky settled over the house, as Sato internally reflected that Himari's honest, trusting nature had truly saved them from exposure. Himari playfully asked if all of his studying had somehow given him extra sensory perception, leading Sato to laugh awkwardly, as another ridiculous trait was officially added to her mental profile of him. Himari proceeded to use the handkerchief to carefully dab and wipe the spilled tea off her shirt. Akane suggested they wash the shirt quickly before it stained, to which Himari agreed and asked where the laundry room was. When Shisai stepped in and offered to guide her and find her a change of clothes, Akane stood in silent confusion, desperately wondering how Shisai could possibly know where her clothes were kept. The room fell into a heavy, awkward silence, leaving Sato to look at a highly displeased Akane with a nervous sweat. Akane crossed her arms and grumbled that letting himself get so love-struck over Himari fawning on him would only lead to dumb mistakes, prompting a blushing Sato to loudly protest that he was definitely not love-struck. Akane insisted that he absolutely was, teasingly claiming that he had looked exactly like a suspicious criminal, while Himari was clinging to him, which a highly embarrassed Sato frantically tried to deny. Akane doubled down on her claim, teasingly acting out a robber demanding money, leaving Sato completely bewildered, as he realized she had meant a literal bank robber. Akane clenched her fists and continued to grumble that, whenever he looked so love-struck, It made her extremely angry for some reason before trailing off as her frustration boiled over. Suddenly, the power cut out and plunged the entire house into pitch-black darkness, causing a terrified Akane to let out a loud scream as she tripped and fell directly on top of Sato. Crushed under her weight, a deeply blushing Sato panicked at the compromising position, internally screaming that she would kill him if she realized what happened. He quickly scrambled to crawl away in the dark, while a frightened Akane crawled behind him, calling out to find where he was. Crawling blindly in the absolute pitch-black room, Sato's hand accidentally reached out and grabbed her behind. Akane let out a highly startled gasp of absolute shock at the sudden touch. Sato instantly erupted into a pure panic, envisioning a tearful Akane coming after him with a kitchen knife and screaming to himself that she was definitely going to murder him now. Instead of attacking him trembling, Akane suddenly reached out and clung tightly to him, whispering that she had finally found where he was. Sobbing silently, Akane buried her face in his shoulder and desperately commanded him not to move a single muscle. Sato looked down at her in quiet understanding and softly asked if she was scared of the dark. A tearful Akane fiercely denied being scared of the dark, though a sweat-dropping Sato pointed out that she was obviously on the verge of tears. Sato smiled warmly, teasingly calling her a scaredy cat before telling her he was going to find the breaker. However, a trembling Akane refused to let go, tightly gripping his pant leg as he tried to stand. Akane wept and begged him not to abandon her in such a terrifying place, ignoring his reminder that it was her own house. When she frantically claimed there might be an intruder hiding in the ceiling waiting for the lights to go out, a sweat-dropping Sato told her to cut it out. Realizing she wouldn't let him leave her side, Sato gave up and sat back down on the floor, allowing a shivering Akane to cling tightly to his waist. In the quiet darkness, Akane softly looked up at him and called out his name. Blushing deeply as she rested against him, Akane hesitantly looked up and asked if boys generally preferred girls who were honest with their feelings. Sato asked her why she was suddenly asking such a question, but a quiet Akane buried her face in his shirt and claimed there was no reason. Sato looked down in deep thought, his eyes widening slightly as he began to understand her. Sato noticed that her hands were trembling violently as she tightly gripped his shirt, while Akane gritted her teeth in silent emotional distress. Feeling his face flush, Sato let out a quiet sigh as he looked away. Sato looked down at her and softly reassured her that she was perfectly fine just the way she was. A flustered Sato awkwardly tried to backtrack, stammering that he wasn't talking about himself and presenting a hypothetical example of a girl instead. Sato explained that while girl could definitely be a real pain at times, he had recently been able to understand her better, describing her as stubborn and a hard worker who got embarrassed easily. Sato reflected that even though she was not straightforward with her feelings, she never acted out of malice, but rather out of a genuine desire to protect others, such as when she angrily confronted a smoker to defend a coughing child. He thought of how she had always wanted to become a doctor to help people, and how she had bravely stood up to defend young Himari against bullies as a child. Sato gently noted that she always prioritized other people's happiness over her own, though Akane shyly mumbled that he was probably overestimating her. Blushing slightly, Sato admitted that even the things she did that were more annoying than anything else in the world, he did not actually hate them at all. Akane rested quietly against his chest, her face flushing as she took in his words. Akane looked up at him with a soft, affectionate smile, calling him a dummy as she gently questioned his claim. Suddenly, the power turned back on and brightly lit the room, prompting Sato to point out that the lights were back, while a heavily blushing Akane quickly pulled back. Himari suddenly slid the door open and cheerfully cheered about how surprising it was for the lights to go out so suddenly. Himari walked into the room only to see a completely panicked Akane aggressively clutching Sato's shirt in her frantic rush to hide their closeness. Himari stared at them in confusion and innocently asked if they were actually getting along well, now leaving both of them in an awkward, silent sweat. Akane frantically shoved Sato away and loudly screamed that they were absolutely not getting along. Later that night, Akane stood by her gate and waved goodbye as Sato, Shisai, and Himari began their walk home. As they walked down the quiet street, Himari looked back thoughtfully, leaving a nervous Sato to sweat in silence. Himari cheerfully approached Sato in the classroom, asking if he could explain some things she didn't understand from the last class, to which Sato calmly agreed and asked which things she needed help with. Himari called out to Akane, who was busy erasing the blackboard, and happily invited her to come listen to the explanation as well. Akane declined with a proud expression, declaring that she was fine and had absolutely nothing to learn from him, while a deadpan Sato muttered that he had expected as much. Sato grumbled that if she was going to be so difficult, he should have just abandoned her in the dark the previous day, prompting a flushed Akane to angrily remember how she had tearfully clung to him for help, and thought she finally understood him a bit better. As their classmates conversed in the background, a silent Sato watched Akane with a thoughtful expression while she quickly turned her face away. Sato stared at Akane with wide, stunned eyes as she leaned closer to him. With a deeply flushed face and teary eyes, Akane quietly whispered that once they got home, he had to make sure to teach her as well. Sato stared back in absolute frozen shock at her incredibly unexpected request. As Akane quickly walked away, a highly flustered Sato watched her from behind internally, panicking that this situation was definitely not good for his heart. Back at her desk, and incredibly embarrassed, Akane slammed her head down onto her arms, her entire face burning with a furious blush. Sato struggled to focus as Himari asked him a question, internally reflecting that his ears must be burning bright red from sheer embarrassment. In a brief thought, Sato recalled his childhood with his sister, remembering how Shisai used to pull the exact same trick of turning out the lights on him, which a deadpan Shisai proudly denied. Later that night, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed inside their quiet suburban house under the dark sky. Wearing her pajamas, a highly aggressive Akane violently burst into Sato's room holding a massive stack of books, loudly declaring that she had come to study, which left a terrified Sato to frantically ask if she had actually come to murder him instead. From outside their window, both could be seen sitting diligently at their study desks late into the night, with Akane determinedly insisting that she could still learn much more. Sato folded his arms and thoughtfully asked what had motivated her to want to become a doctor in the first place. Akane quickly looked away and retorted that it had nothing to do with him, prompting Sato to explain that since his own life goal had already been secured just by them getting married, he wanted to know more about her path. Sato looked directly at her and earnestly declared that he simply wanted to know more about her. Akane blushed deeply and nervously asked what he wanted to know, for prompting Sato to calmly reply that he didn't have any particular reason other than that she simply interested him in the same way a book might be worth reading. Akane looked up with teary eyes, softly pointing out that she was not a book. Sato stood nearby in supportive silence as Akane looked down and began to open up, explaining that when she was little she had to face a very difficult situation. Akane that she used to have a frail little sister who was bedridden all day, and because their parents worked constantly to afford the hospital bills and were almost never home, she had to take care of things, prompting Sato to realize that this was why she was so skilled at cooking. Akane whispered that she had felt completely helpless back then, recalling how her suffering little sister would desperately beg her for help. Akane raised her hand in the dark, lamenting that even though her sister had been in so much pain, all she had been capable of doing was gently stroking her hair. She explained that she wanted to gain the power to save those in need, noting that there were still so many other people out there suffering just like her sister did. Sato quietly marveled at how ridiculously straightforward her motivation was before gently asking what had happened to her little sister since then, to which Akane tapped the window and softly replied that she had passed away. As much as Sato hated his perfect memory, he instantly knew what her words meant, leaving him standing in silence with absolutely nothing he could say to comfort her. An illustration depicted Sato and Akane standing back to back with crossed arms, with Sato reflecting that she was far more difficult to solve than any puzzle. Later on another day, Akane sat on the living room couch looking down with a heavy sigh while a television broadcast about a newly popular little sister-type idol played in front of her. As the broadcast reported on how brothers all over the country were falling for the idol's charms, a frustrated Akane immediately turned the television off, just as Sato walked into the room. Akane quietly confessed that she wanted to see her little sister too, sharing that she deeply missed her and wished they could eat, shop, and see movies together, while a sympathetic Sato watched her in silence. During physical education class at school, the students gathered in the gymnasium to play volleyball. Shisai sat next to Sato and asked what he needed advice on today, leaving a sweat-dropping Sato to wonder how she always knew when something was weighing on his mind. Shisai bluntly explained that whenever he wanted advice, he always glanced at her repeatedly while pretending not to, making his face look highly greedy. Sato admitted she was right and that Akane had been really down lately. Shisai dramatically held up a massive syringe and offered a shot that she claimed would perk Akane up in an instant, which a panicked Sato quickly rejected as dangerous medicine. Shisai explained the medicine was formally developed by their family's labs to make test subjects energetic enough to tear doors off their hinges before lying on his lap and asking if he found ticklish girls attractive. When Sato offered her candy and explained he simply found it uncomfortable to live with someone so unhappy, Shisai teasingly asked if he actually loved Akane and wanted to cheer her up, playfully calling him a narcissist. Resting her head gently on his shoulder, Shisai softly confessed that she didn't love herself the most, but rather loved her brother's smile the most, catching Sato completely by surprise. Feeling his heart grow lighter at her sweet words, Sato softly thanked his sister. Sato looked up in silence, reflecting on how Shisai really was just like a little sister to him, and how incredibly lonely he would feel if anything were to ever happen to her. As they watched the other students play in the gymnasium, Sato quietly explained to Shisai that Akane used to have a little sister who had passed away when she was very young, which Shisai softly acknowledged. Sato confessed that he had accidentally brought up those painful memories, which was likely why Akane had been so down lately, admitting that since it was his fault, he wanted to find a way to cheer her up. Shisai suggested that whenever she felt sad herself, she simply went to play with her brother to feel better, asking him what usually cheered Akane up. Sato touched his chin in deep thought, repeating the idea of playing to cheer someone up. With a bright smile, Sato suggested that taking Akane to a supermarket with incredible sales and bargains might make her happy, asking his sister what she thought of the idea. Shisai immediately shot down his suggestion by giving the idea 0 points, leaving a completely shocked Sato clutching his head in defeat. Sato frantically argued that Akane loved bargain hunting and had always told him so, insisting she would be so happy she would cry if he took her to a market with 50% discounts. However, Shisai calmly explained that her calculations showed otherwise, leaving Sato bewildered. Shisai explained that Akane didn't even understand her own feelings right now, advising him to take her somewhere girly like a high-end clothing store or a sweets shop to make her happy. While Sato tried to imagine Akane in a girly place, Shisai held up a flyer for an all-you-can-eat sweets fair and suggested he take her there first as a trial run, prompting Sato to realize her true motive. After returning home from the sweets fair, Sato walked into the kitchen where Akane was cooking and gently announced that there was something he wanted to discuss with her for a minute. Akane cast a highly irritated glance over her shoulder and bluntly asked how long his discussion would take, causing a panicked Sato to frantically reassure her that it would only take a single minute. Akane told him to make it quick since she was busy, leaving a highly nervous Sato to prepare himself for an immediate rejection as he hesitantly began to speak. Sato looked directly at her and nervously asked if she would like to go out and do something with him over the weekend. Akane gasped in pure wide-eyed shock at his sudden invitation, her face turning completely red. Sato quickly clarified that he didn't mean going grocery shopping, while a highly flustered Akane waved her cooking ladle around, nervously muttering that a change of scenery once in a while was nice, and that outings were supposed to be fun rather than just chores. Sato warmly suggested they go see a movie together, causing a completely panicked Akane to grit her teeth and repeat the suggestion in utter disbelief. When Sato happily added that they could also go to a sweets shop, afterward, Akane stared back in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment as her cooking pot began to boil over in the background. Sato gave her a soft, earnest smile and gently explained that he didn't really care what they did as long as the two of them were spending time together. Akane's face turned completely red with shock as she echoed the idea of just the two of them, completely failing to notice that her cooking pot had suddenly caught fire. A panicked Sato frantically shouted to check if she was okay and pointed out the burning pot. Screaming in a panicked chibai, Akane grabbed the smoking pot and bolted out of the room, loudly insisting she was fine as she threw the door open. Panting heavily and blushing from the heat, Akane desperately assured him she was completely fine, though a sweat-dropping Sato loudly questioned if she really was. Blushing deeply, Akane looked up and happily confirmed that they could indeed go spend some time together as a way to thank him for helping her study. Before Sato could say anything else, Akane suddenly turned and bolted out of the kitchen with the pot, leaving a bewildered Sato to yell after her. Sato chased after her out of the house, frantically calling out to make sure she was really okay. Sato stood sweating in embarrassment, recalling how their last outing had merely ended up being their usual grocery shopping trip and reflecting on how different this was. As she sprinted down the street clutching the smoking pot with Sato chasing her in the background, a flustered Akane internally realized that this upcoming outing would definitely be a real date. Later, Akane's grandmother rested her chin on her hand with a warm smile, curious to know if something had happened between Akane and Sato. Sitting together at a cafe table, a shocked Akane gasped as her grandmother gently advised her that she could always talk to her and ask for help if anything was bothering her. Akane lowered her head and shyly confessed that Sato had invited her to go out somewhere, just the two of them, prompting a delighted grandmother to ask if it was a date. Her grandmother burst into emotional tears of joy, clasping her hands as she celebrated their relationship, progressing, and joked about reserving a hospital room for 10 months from now, forcing a highly flustered Chibai Akane to scream that she was jumping the gun way too much. When her grandmother teased her about why she had agreed to the date if she claimed to hate him, Akane tried to justify it by saying she merely wanted to repay Sato for his favors. When her grandmother dismissed that as a mere excuse, a deeply blushing, Akane fidgeted with her tie and softly confessed that she thought it might be a little bit fun. Her grandmother happily nuzzled Akane's cheek and squealed about how cute she was, joking that Sato wouldn't be able to resist her, while Akane desperately begged her to go back to being the cool, collected grandmother she usually was. Holding Akane's hands, her grandmother reassuringly told her to leave everything to her, boasting that she was fully prepared for this exact moment to happen, which left a bewildered Akane to repeat the word in confusion. Her grandmother led her into a colossal walk-in closet filled with outfits, proudly declaring it to be her special room for Akane's cute clothes. When she held up a sparkly party dress and asked if she liked it a sweat dropping, Akane pointed out that they weren't going to a party. Her grandmother agreed and began searching the drawers, suggesting they should start with the underwear instead. But a completely panicked Akane screamed in protest upon seeing several sexy lingerie sets on display. Her grandmother deadpanned that going without any underwear on a first date was certainly bold, forcing a furious Akane to scream that was definitely not what she meant. The next morning, the sun rose over their house as birds chirped in the clear sky. Inside the house, Sato paced back and forth in the hallway, looking down at his stylish clothes with crossed arms and nervously wondering to himself if his outfit was way too out of character for him. Sato stood waiting at the bottom of the stairs, his face flushing and eyes widening as he heard the slow, steady sound of footsteps coming down. Akane slowly descended the stairs, dressed in a beautiful pink dress, and softly apologized for making him wait. They both stared at each other, their faces completely flushed with embarrassment. When Sato nervously asked what she meant, Akane defensively claimed she was just surprised by how dressed up he was. She quickly explained that her grandmother had forced her into the outfit, insisting she had to put in effort since he had invited her on a date, leaving a flustered Sato to simply say he understood. Akane frantically waved her hands and stuttered that she knew this wasn't a real date, insisting it was just two people going out to spend some time together. Akane looked at him closely and asked to confirm it wasn't a date, prompting a highly embarrassed Sato to turn away and loudly agree that it was definitely not a date by a million miles. Akane happily twirled her dress and admitted she thought the clothes were cute enough to wear anyway. Sato watched her in silence before softly telling her that the outfit really suited her. Akane gasped in absolute wide-eyed shock at his sudden compliment, her face flushing completely red. She violently slammed the door shut in a flustered panic before peeking back out with a heavily sweating face to loudly demand that he stop saying things like that. Sato quickly apologized while a quiet Akane walked back out and curiously asked if he hadn't used any hair styling product today. Sato admitted he hadn't because it always felt stiff and annoying. Akane crossed her arms and let out a jealous pout, quietly pointing out that he had gone to all that trouble for his planned date with Himari anyway, catching Sato completely off guard. Sato asked if she wanted him to style his hair for her, prompting Akane to loudly deny it. As they finally walked out of the house, their bickering echoed through the neighborhood, with Sato asking why she was so upset and Akane angrily yelling that she was just pointing out his lack of effort. Sato sighed to himself, remembering his goal of having a relaxing day of fun to get a better understanding of Akane. Looking at her pouty back, Sato's sweat dropped and internally groaned that understanding her was proving to be as difficult as a final boss level. Sato watched Akane with a worried expression, anxiously wondering if things would actually work out between them. Walking down a crowded street, Akane accidentally bumped into a passerby, but she immediately turned around and angrily yelled at him to apologize for running off, causing Sato to sweat drop, and point out that she was actually the one who had bumped into the man. Akane dejectedly grumbled that the man had bumped into her on purpose, and felt like the entire world was against her, which Sato realized might actually be true when he overheard the nearby men snickering about touching a cute girl, resolving that he had to step in. Sato suddenly reached down and firmly took Akane's hand, telling her that he would take the lead from here on. As they walked hand in hand through the crowd, Akane blushed, deeply reflecting that their outing truly felt exactly like a real date. As they walked past several affectionate couples, Akane pointed out that the area was filled with nothing but people on dates. Akane proudly declared that if the couples had so much free time, they should be studying, boasting that she had already completed 2 days' worth of studying the previous night, though a sweat-dropping Sato reminded her that they were out there with them too. Sato pointed out a nearby cat cafe and suggested they go inside, but a terrified Akane immediately refused, leaving Sato confused since he thought she liked cats. A tearful Akane confessed that she did love cats, but because she found them way too cute, she ended up hugging them so aggressively that she got banned from the cafe, leaving Sato to internally note that her love was simply too intense. Moving on from the cat cafe, Sato suggested they go to a nearby karaoke box, instead internally worrying that her overly aggressive way of loving things might become an issue for him in the future. Akane immediately crossed her arms over her chest and furiously accused him of plotting perverted things by getting her alone in a private room, stammering that Himari had warned her about men and women going to karaoke together, while a deadpan Sato reminded her that they were already alone in a private room together every single night. Akane panicked and loudly declared that Himari had warned her that couples going to karaoke together were definitely going to kiss, leaving Sato completely bewildered. Akane looked down and began to shyly fidget in place, while a nervous Sato watched her in silence. Looking up at him through her hair, Akane hesitantly began to speak. With a deeply flushed face, Akane nervously asked if he promised not to try doing anything perverted to her. A highly flustered Sato quickly looked away and softly promised that he wouldn't. Trembling slightly, Akane leaned in and stammered to ask if he wouldn't even try for a kiss. Sato frantically denied it with a heavy sweat, internally lamenting that having her say the words aloud was forcing him to think about it entirely too much. They entered the karaoke building and walked down the hallway in complete awkward silence toward their assigned room. As they passed by the rooms, a shocked Akane and Sato suddenly spotted another couple passionately kissing and holding each other right inside one of the open doorways. The man inside passionately declared that he couldn't hold back anymore, before violently slamming the door shut, leaving a trembling Akane and Sato completely terrified in the hallway. Once inside their own private room, a shivering Akane protectively clutched her chest and tearfully reminded him that she had warned him the place was full of perverts, while an exhausted Sato mentally cursed the couple they had seen for acting like idiots. Desperate to change the subject, Akane suggested they pick some songs, but when she realized she had accidentally queued up a duet, she asked Sato if he wanted to sing it together, to which he happily agreed. Both Akane and Sato grabbed their microphones and began to sing the duet together with intense energy. Akane belted out the lyrics with a bright, genuine smile, completely forgetting her earlier nervousness. Sato listened in awe, internally marveling at how incredibly gorgeous Akane's singing voice actually was. As the song ended, both of them panted heavily to catch their breath, while an exhausted Akane began to speak. With a bright, sparkling smile, Akane excitedly declared that singing together had felt absolutely amazing. Akane happily noted that they had harmonized much better than she expected, admitting she had never even harmonized that well with Himari, and eagerly asked to sing some more together, leaving a surprised Sato to softly agree. Walking outside later, Akane happily stretched and declared that while their overall compatibility might be the worst, their singing compatibility was the best. Suddenly, she stopped to admire a display window with an awestruck expression, prompting Sato to ask if she wanted the item. A flustered Akane quickly denied wanting it, loudly insisting that rings simply got in the way while cooking. Sato calmly offered to buy it for her if she really wanted it, but Akane stared at the expensive price tag in dismay and nervously refused. Akane firmly stated that the ring was far too expensive for a high schooler, explaining that she would save up her own money as an adult and buy it, then though Sato pointed out that it likely wouldn't still be in the store by that time. A tearful Akane angrily yelled that it had to be there, threatening to curse the shop and all of its customers if it was sold, forcing a sweat-dropping Sato to tell her not to put curses on innocent people. As they continued walking down the street, Akane kept repeatedly glancing back at the jewelry store, leading a quiet Sato to realize that she truly wanted the ring. Later, Akane happily took a sip of a drink and excitedly cheered that her strawberry juice was incredibly delicious. Akane passionately praised the drink for its perfectly balanced sweetness and natural fresh harvested flavor, going as far as declaring the shop owner should be appointed as a living national treasure, which a sweat-dropping Sato noted was a bit of an overkill. Sitting together on some swings, Akane offered him a sip to prove her point, but when Sato hesitantly reminded her that it would be an indirect kiss, a highly flushed, Akane immediately pulled the drink back and called him a pervert. Sato calmly pointed out that she was the one who had brought the perverted idea up, prompting a flustered Akane to reluctantly agree. Blushing deeply and tearing up slightly, Akane shyly offered the drink back to him, nervously whispering that a little sip was fine. Sato blushed in surprise and gently declined, telling her that she should drink it all herself since she loved it so much. Akane quietly sipped her drink while relaxing on the swing, curiously asking if he knew a lot about the store, to which a smiling Sato admitted he had done a little digging beforehand. Akane pointed out that he always had a reason for everything he did and nervously asked him again why he had actually invited her out today. Akane quoted a proverb about knowing oneself to never lose, prompting Sato to note that she knew a lot about him. She then firmly stated that he must have a reason for acting so differently today. Leaning in closely with a serious expression, Akane directly asked him to tell her why. Looking away nervously, Sato confessed that he had invited her out because she had been unhappy. Akane stared at him in wide-eyed silent surprise. Akane hesitantly asked if he was saying that he invited her out today just to cheer her up, to which a flustered Sato awkwardly confirmed that was bluntly the truth, causing Akane to look down with a quiet humph. Akane continued to quietly sip her juice with a warm, gentle smile on her face. She suddenly kicked her legs up cheerfully on the swing, catching Sato completely off guard as he loudly questioned what she was doing. With a bright, beautiful smile, Akane warmly confessed that she was very happy. Sato looked at her and gently suggested that she should smile like that all the time. Akane hopped off the swing and pointed out that she was the only one having fun with the karaoke and the juice, deciding that, as thanks, she wanted to do something for him. Turning back to him with a bright smile, Akane eagerly offered to go wherever he wanted to go next. Sato smiled back and stated that in that case, there was indeed somewhere he wanted to go. They arrived at a fitness and supplement shop filled with bodybuilding posters and shelves lined with vitamins. A highly muscular shopkeeper aggressively offered them a giant plate of pill supplements to try. Sato happily accepted and immediately began munching down handfuls of pills, dramatically declaring how effective the vitamins were, while a terrified Akane screamed in shock at him treating them like snacks. Impressed, the shopkeeper noted that Sato knew his stuff and offered him more to try. Sato furiously shoved more pills into his mouth and loudly screamed that the calcium was turning his bones as solid as diamonds, while a completely panicked Akane desperately begged him to go back to normal. The shopkeeper pulled out a suspicious bag labeled white powder, causing Akane to frantically question if the shop was even legal, but the man assured them it was just a newly released protein. When he offered Sato a glass full of the powder, Sato eagerly accepted and bragged that he was used to taking protein without any water, immediately downing the glass. Sato instantly choked and violently spewed a massive cloud of powder from his mouth, overwhelmed by the sheer dryness of it. As the panicked shopkeeper frantically offered him some water, Sato coughed heavily while Akane watched him with a quiet, amused giggle. Bursting into genuine laughter, Akane cheerfully called him a big dummy. Sato watched Akane with a quiet blush, captivated by her genuine laughter. As they walked through the store with Akane still laughing cheerfully, Sato silently wished that the day could go on forever. The narration noted that their date had helped shrink the distance between them, suggesting that they would be able to live together a little more harmoniously from now on. Back at home, Sato and Akane angrily yelled at each other across the table, with Akane demanding to know why he had to watch television while eating and Sato arguing that she was always watching it during breakfast anyway. Outside the house, a bewildered narrator questioned what had happened to their newfound harmony. Sitting at his desk at school, Sato let out a heavy sigh and internally reflected that his life would be much easier if Akane just smiled all the time like she did on their date. Sato recalled how much Akane had wanted the ring from the jewelry store, thinking that she might smile like that again if he gave it to her as a present. Pulling out his wallet, a stressed Sato grumbled that the ring was not something a high schooler could easily afford, admitting that, while he disliked the idea of buying her affection, it was a solid way to show a good faith effort right before Shisai suddenly called out to him. Sato's eyes widened in realization as he noted that the timing was perfect. Himari approached Sato and asked if they could go to his house today, to which Shisai immediately agreed on his behalf, declaring that her house was Himara's house. Shisai held up her phone and ordered a Big Brother special express delivery course as soon as possible, leaving a sweating Sato to question what kind of course she was talking about. Shisai confidently explained that she had called for an express car, insisting that there was no point in lollygagging since her brother was coming over to play. A large car violently screeched to a halt right in front of the school gates, where Sato, Shisai, and Himari were standing. A stoic maid greeted them from the driver's seat and apologized for the delay. Sato apologized for making her rush, which she calmly dismissed by stating she would do anything for Shisai, prompting Sato to thank her for a safe ride. The maid announced their departure, and the car instantly launched forward at a terrifying speed, blowing nearby pedestrians away. The maid calmly reassured them that the car's new collision prevention technology allowed them to safely travel at 300 kilometers per hour, prompting a completely panicked Sato to yell at them to develop speed limit technology instead. The car quickly arrived at the massive, highly luxurious Hojo family estate. Standing inside the lavishly decorated entrance hall, a heavily sweating Sato nervously steeled himself. Sato asked Shisai why she was changing her clothes right there in front of him, to which she explained that she had to hurry since her brother had come all the way over to play with her. Shisai then asked him what he thought of her body, leaving a completely put-off Sato to mentally note that he was not animalistic enough to be attracted to someone who was like a little sister to him. When she directly asked if she was pretty, a flustered Sato quickly told her that of course she was pretty. Shisai happily cheered and immediately leaped forward into Sato's arms. After catching her, Sato tried to explain that he was only looking after her to keep her out of trouble, but Shisai simply leaned against him and warmly praised her brother for always doting on her. As they stood in the hallway, Shisai happily remarked that it had been a very long time since her brother had come over to play with her, and eagerly asked what they should play first, to which Sato calmly replied that they could do whatever she wanted. Shisai happily suggested they play a game of vampires, but she immediately bit Sato's shoulder for real, leaving him to scream in pain. As Shisai continued to bite Sato's neck, the double doors suddenly burst open, and an elegant woman in a business suit aggressively demanded to know what on earth they were doing, causing a panicked Sato to frantically call out to his aunt. Rieko suddenly pulled Sato into a tight embrace and passionately kissed his cheek, complaining about how they could dare to leave her out of their lovey-dovey fun, while a highly flustered Sato desperately begged her to hold on. The narration introduced Haoju Rieko as Shisai's mother and Sato's aunt, whom Sato viewed as more of a parent than his own mother and father, while she eagerly scolded Shisai for not telling her that Sato was coming over. Rieko happily offered to have the chef make Sato's favorite food for dinner, but Sato declined, explaining that he had to go home because Akane was making dinner tonight. After Shisai quietly walked away, Rieko pointed out that he spoke of Akane as if she were his actual wife, and reminded him that he did not have to fuss over her so much just because of his grandfather's orders, though Sato noted his house would become a battlefield otherwise, before adding that he actually had something important he wanted to discuss with her. Sitting at a colossal dining table, Rieko curiously asked what he wanted to discuss, playfully questioning if he wanted to become her son-in-law, which Sato immediately denied. Sato asked Ryuko if her company was currently hiring because he was looking for a part-time job. When she suggested it would be better to ask his grandfather, Sato explained that his grandfather would only impose ridiculous conditions on him, admitting that he trusted her much more. Ryuko smirked and told him he was overplaying his hand, reminding him that as a member of the Haoju household, she was strictly motivated by profits. Staring at him with a sharp, piercing gaze, Ryuko directly asked what Sato was hiding and why he could possibly need money. Sweating nervously, Sato quietly confessed that he wanted to earn money to buy a present for Akane, prompting a sighing Ryuko to softly acknowledge his reason. A tearful Shisai lamented that she was deeply wounded, because she thought her brother had come over to play with her, only to find out he had actually come to get help buying a present for another woman. A panicked Sato frantically pulled his shirt and argued that he had indeed come to play with her, insisting that the job request was just a little extra. As Ryuko thoughtfully pondered what kind of task she could rely on Sato for, Sato offered to even clean offices, which immediately set off a furious Ryuko, who scolded him to act like a true member of the Haoju household, since he was the one destined to succeed his grandfather as the patriarch, declaring they would never allow him to perform such shoddy tasks. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Ryuko lamented that Sato had been forced to marry some backwater commoner with absolutely no pedigree, complaining that he had been completely befouled. Sato directly asked his aunt if she had been opposed to his marriage, to which Ryuko instantly confirmed that, of course, she was, sharing that she had desperately hoped for something else. Hearing her mother's words, Shisai quietly trembled in silence, while Ryuko looked at her with a fleeting expression of regret, before letting out a soft sigh and deciding to change the subject. Ryuko explained that there was currently an issue in their software translation division because the obscure language they needed to localize was proving impossible to find a suitable translator for, before directly challenging Sato to learn the language in 3 days. Closing his eyes with a sigh, Sato told his aunt that learning it in 3 days was completely absurd. Raising a single finger with a confident expression, Sato boldly declared that all he actually needed to learn it was a single night. A highly impressed Ryuko happily praised her nephew as being night and day compared to her foolish older brother, before adding that she had a few strict conditions for this localization commission. Ryuko stood up and dramatically announced that all of his work had to be completed under her roof in this very house. When Sato countered that he could easily get it done back at his own house, Ryuko gave him a cold look and warned him that there would be no job if he refused, forcing Sato to reluctantly accept her terms. A delighted Shisai happily clung to her brother's collar and cheered that he would be coming to their house every single day, while a smiling Ryuko sipped her tea and internally reflected that a man of his age chasing after his first love was unbecomingly selfish. Ryuko happily noted that her daughter was thankfully very cute as Shisai embraced her brother. Meanwhile, a heavy rain began to fall outside the mansion. The rain poured heavily over the massive Hojo family mansion late into the night. Sitting in front of a giant stack of books at his desk, Sato declared that he was ready to begin downloading the obscure new language. Sato's internal process began by instantaneously memorizing vocabulary, moving on to grammar to construct internal thinking patterns, and finally building a mental dictionary to test and grasp the translation patterns. Akane suddenly burst into his room in a massive panic, frantically demanding to know if he was dying, since she had never seen him study so hard before, though a calm Sato explained that there was simply a new language he wanted to learn. Akane admitted she had always pictured him looking down on others, while bragging about having no need to study, leaving a sweat-dropping Sato to question what kind of terrible image she had of him. As Sato rapidly flipped through his books, he explained that he was already done downloading the vocabulary and grammar, and was currently comparing translated novels to digest the patterns in his head, which left a completely baffled Akane standing in confusion. Sato explained that mixing the information helped his synapses fire better to achieve neural cohesion, prompting a frustrated Akane to scream that she did not understand a single word of what he was saying. When Sato decided that a good night's sleep would fully root his memories and complete the download, an astonished Akane questioned if he could truly learn an entire language overnight, while Sato silently reflected that he did not have much time anyway, because the ring might get sold soon. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Akane pouted that if she had his genius brain, she would easily score a perfect 100 points on every single test she took. Blushing deeply, Akane squirmed as she passionately confessed that she wanted his brain inside of her, leading a deadpan Sato to point out that her phrasing sounded incredibly dirty, which prompted a furious Akane to scream and call him a massive pervert. Akane suspiciously asked why he was suddenly learning this obscure language, but Sato casually told her there was no important reason and she shouldn't worry about it. When Akane angrily demanded that he spit out the truth, Sato flatly refused. Sato internally reflected that he could never confess his true goal of buying her a surprise present, because it was way too embarrassing, while an aggressive Akane shook his shoulders and loudly ordered him to spit it out. The next day, Sato returned to the luxurious Hojo mansion to begin his translation work, only to immediately have a clinging Shisai aggressively nuzzle against his chest as soon as he sat down in front of his computer. A deadpan Sato repeatedly tossed Shisai off his back and onto the floor, but she kept immediately jumping back up and clinging to him as he tried to focus on his work. Sato angrily shouted that he had come here to work and ordered her to stop getting in his way, but Shisai smugly retorted that playing with her was also part of his job. When Sato argued that she was not part of the initial agreement, Shisai confidently pointed out that it was a tacit understanding and warned him that her mother would instantly fire him if she said a single word, leaving a defeated Sato to groan in frustration. Sato noticed her expression and asked if she was pouting because he took the job to buy Akane a present, but Shisai softly denied it, explaining that she fully understood he needed to keep Akane happy to have a good life. However, she gently added that he should still consider her own feelings as well. Shisai quietly confessed to Sato that ever since he got married, they had spent less and less time together. She did that even though she was lonely, it was all to help her brother achieve his dream. Shisai looked up at Sato and shyly asked if he would take a nap with her, just like they used to do when they were little children. The narration noted that Sato ultimately did not get any work completed that day, and ended up taking a nap alongside Shisai, reflecting that it simply could not be helped. Upon returning home, Sato was confronted by Akane, who stood with her arms crossed and demanded to know why he was late yet again, and where he had been, to which Sato vaguely answered that something had simply come up. Sato dismissed Akane's questions by telling her it was nothing that concerned her, before announcing that he was going to take a shower and head straight to bed. Akane stood in absolute shock, sweating as she realized she could smell the scent of another girl on him, leading her to frantically wonder if he was actually cheating on her. At school, Himari burst into tears and hugged Akane, crying about how Sato had turned her down for a date, yet again prompting a deadpan Akane to comfort her and tell her not to get discouraged. As Akane realized that the girl Sato had been with could not have been Himari, she wondered who it could possibly be, just as Shisai opened the classroom door and excused herself. As Shisai walked by, Akane gasped in sudden realization as she recognized the exact same scent on her. Shisai happily called out to Sato and held up a lunch bag, suggesting that since the weather was so nice, they should go eat lunch together in the courtyard. Later that night, a dejected Akane sat alone at the dining table, quietly chewing on her food in the silent house under the dark sky. Akane sighed and realized that Sato had not told her anything, wondering if he had truly been spending all of his time lately with Shisai. As she pictured Shisai hugging Sato, Akane tried to reassure herself that she had no right to complain, since they were family, reasoning that this behavior was normal if it was Sato. Akane slumped her head onto her arms and sighed dejectedly, reflecting that Sato obviously preferred spending time with Shisai over her. Akane sat at a cafe table with her grandmother, who explained that she had not been honest with her own feelings when she was young, either recounting how she had failed to accept a date from Tenyuu-san. Her grandmother that Tenyuu-san's fiancé had been a truly honest woman who openly loved him with everything she had, admitting that she herself had been no match for her. Her grandmother looked at Akane and firmly advised her that she could not just keep lying there, urging her to finally be honest with herself. Reinvigorated by her grandmother's words, Akane stood up and pumped her fist, determinedly declaring that she would at least say one thing to him. However, she quickly slumped back down in a sweat when she remembered they had never even exchanged phone numbers. Akane suddenly realized that the Shisai estate was highly famous and easily searchable, prompting her to look it up on a maps application to find the home's phone number. Akane dialed the number and waited anxiously until a maid answered the call, prompting Akane to introduce herself as Shisai's classmate, before nervously asking if Sato was over there. Akane grew furious on the phone, internally declaring that his cheating was now officially confirmed, and aggressively demanded that the maid put Sato on the line immediately. The maid asked her to wait a moment. As Akane waited impatiently with her phone, she prepared to scream at him to ask how far they had gone, only for a different woman's voice to suddenly pick up the phone with a polite greeting. An elegant woman introduced herself as Shisai's mother, catching a stunned Akane completely off guard. When Akane introduced herself as Sato's wife, Rieko politely apologized and explained that Sato was busy right now, immediately shutting down Akane's request to speak with him even for a second. A nervous Akane directly questioned what Sato was doing over there in the first place, but Rieko coldly retorted that his actions were of absolutely no concern to her. Rieko pressed further, asking Akane if she had not been forced into this marriage completely against her own will. Rieko questioned why she was so bothered since they got along terribly anyway, admitting that she actually felt quite a bit of sympathy for her situation. Rieko wondered aloud why Akane was acting so incredibly invested in Sato's whereabouts. Rieko directly asked if their marriage merely existed on paper, suggesting that it was ultimately nothing more than a fake marriage. Before Akane could offer a response, the call was abruptly disconnected with a loud beep, leaving her staring blankly in sheer shock. Akane stood in the dark dining room clutching her phone as she dejectedly murmured to herself that she was indeed in a fake marriage. Meanwhile, at the Hojo mansion, a cheerful Rieko handed Sato an envelope containing his pay for completing his translation work. When Rieko offered him to stay for dinner, Sato politely declined and explained that he had a strong hunch his house was about to turn into a war zone. Rieko asked if he had told his wife where he was coming, and when Sato admitted he had kept it a secret, she began to put her hand on her chin in deep thought. Rieko warmly told him to stop by for dinner next time, hugging him from behind and happily declaring that she was always wishing for his ultimate happiness. As Sato prepared to walk out the door, Shisai gave him a high five and softly encouraged him to do his absolute best. Rieko and Shisai quietly stood together in the doorway, watching in silence as Sato walked away under the dark night sky. The narration noted that Sato quickly stopped to buy the ring on his way home, opening the door in extremely high spirits as he eagerly wondered what was waiting for him inside. The moment he stepped in, a terrified Sato was confronted by an incredibly furious Akane wearing a terrifying demonic Hanya mask, who growled to ask why he had not come to the phone. Akane ordered him to stop playing dumb, furiously accusing him of being too busy flirting with Shisai to pick up his phone, which left a highly confused Sato to sweat in silence as he wondered how she had found out about his visit. Tears streaming down her face, a heartbroken Akane bitterly yelled that if he had simply married Shisai instead, at least one of them would have been guaranteed to inherit the company. Sato stared at her in complete panic, realizing that keeping his job a secret had been a terrible idea, and reflecting that if he messed up his next response, he would never get a second chance to fix things. Sato nervously admitted to himself that he really had not thought things through, hesitating quietly as he tried to figure out what to speak. He internally panicked, realizing that giving her the ring now would seem like a very serious commitment, and he worried she might read too deeply into the gesture, making him even more nervous. Reaching into his bag for the box, Sato resolved that there was no turning back, now determined to live in peace with Akane and see her smile instead of her angry face. Holding out the small box, Sato firmly told a surprised Akane that he got her a present to show her how he truly felt. When a stunned Akane hesitantly asked if it was a bomb, Sato dryly clarified that it wasn't and urged her to open it. Opening the box, Akane stared in absolute shock and realized it was the exact ring she had said she wanted. Sato quickly apologized and explained that he had been coming home late because he was doing part-time translation work for his aunt to earn the money, noting that one of her strict conditions was that he had to work at Shisai's house. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Akane suddenly bolted up the stairs, leaving a confused Sato behind as she peeked back out from around the corner. With a deeply flushed face, Akane nervously stuttered before finally thanking him. As she ran off into her room, a bewildered Sato slowly realized that his plan had actually been a success. Clutching the ring closely to her chest, Akane silently reflected that even if their marriage might have started as a fake one, things were definitely changing. The next morning arrived peacefully at their home. Sato woke up to find Akane sitting on his bed sleepily asking her what was wrong before she happily thrust her hand out for him to look at. Wearing the new ring on her finger, Akane shyly asked if it suited her, to which Sato warmly agreed that it did. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Akane let out a gentle giggle as she admired the ring on her hand. Sato watched her with a deeply flushed face, completely captivated by her expression. Looking at her genuine happiness, Sato happily concluded that this was exactly the smiling face he had wanted to see all along. Akane chopped vegetables in the kitchen while wearing her new ring as Himari watched her closely. Looking curiously at her hands, Himari asked Akane if her ring got in the way of her cooking. Himari pointed out that the ring was made of hard metal and asked if it hurt to wear. Akane happily explained that the ring carried the feeling of the person she loved, serving as proof that they were together forever, leaving a slightly confused Himari to question what she meant by feeling. Himari stared intensely at Akane's hand and bluntly asked where exactly she felt it, causing a highly flustered Akane to quickly clarify that she didn't mean it in a weird way. The narration reflected on Akane being a kind and empathetic girl, predicting that someday she would find someone she truly wanted by her side more than anyone else. The next morning, Sato opened the front door to the house as birds chirped brightly outside. Akane cheerfully greeted Sato and announced that breakfast would be ready in a minute, prompting a nervous Sato to return the greeting while internally noting that his wife had been in an incredibly good mood lately. Humming happily to herself, Akane brought the food to the table and cheerfully told him to enjoy his meal while Sato sat down in surprise. Sato stared in absolute shock at the massive, thick cut of sizzling steak that had been placed directly in front of him. A heavily sweating Sato questioned having a giant steak for breakfast, leading a confused Akane to ask if he loved steak. Sato awkwardly stammered that he did love it. Looking up at him with wide, teary eyes, Akane softly asked if he didn't want the food. Panicking, Sato immediately shoved a giant piece of meat into his mouth and gave a thumbs up, loudly screaming that it was absolutely delicious. As Sato chewed with a full mouth and garbled that steak was great even for breakfast, Akane happily cheered that he liked it, leaving an exhausted Sato to internally conclude that she was completely delusional. Later, Akane skipped happily down the stairs, completely captivated by the ring on her hand as she sighed over how pretty it was. Still smiling brightly, Akane tapped away on her phone to plan out her shopping for the day just as Sato opened the door behind her. Akane gasped and immediately turned around to furiously accuse him of peeping and call him a pervert, but a deadpan Sato casually pointed out that he had actually knocked first. Sato noted that she was daydreaming so hard she completely missed the sound of his knock, asking her what she was thinking about, while a highly flustered Akane turned her back to him in a cold sweat. Quickly hiding her ring hand behind her back, Akane loudly denied daydreaming and aggressively threw her stuffed animals at Sato to chase him out of the room. Akane was suddenly caught off guard when Shisai quietly peered around the corner holding a single balloon. Staring blankly at her hand, Shisai bluntly asked if her brother had bought her that ring and calmly noted that it was pretty. When Shisai reached out to ask for it, panicked, Akane quickly pulled her hand away and loudly refused. Shisai asked if the ring was special because her big brother gave it to her, which Akane nervously denied. Shisai then offered to buy her the exact same one and aggressively demanded the ring again, while Akane desperately pulled away and screamed for her to stop. Clutching the ring tightly to her chest with a deeply flushed face, Akane firmly yelled that her answer was still no, and that Shisai definitely could not have it. Standing outside Akane's room as her yells echoed through the door, Sato smiled and internally noted that the ring was clearly very important to her. The next morning on their way to school, Sato noticed the ring and asked if she was going to wear it in class, pointing out that while he was glad she valued it, it would cause issues if people saw it. A panicked Akane gasped and immediately began taking it off. Holding her cat pouch, a highly flustered Akane loudly insisted that the ring was not important to her at all, claiming she had simply forgotten to take it off, while a deadpan Sato watched her. Akane carefully placed the ring inside her pouch and quietly noted that they were going to be late, staring fondly at the pouch and whispering to herself that it was actually totally important, causing a sweat-dropping Sato to listen in silence. Returning to her room later brightly smiling, Akane happily thought to herself that just having the ring made her want to study even harder. Humming a happy tune, Akane gently placed her pouch inside her school bag, playfully calling out to the ring as she walked away. While walking later, something suddenly slipped and clattered out of her bag. Akane briefly looked back in confusion but quickly shrugged it off with a cheerful smile. Back at home, Akane frantically rummaged through her school bag at her desk, nervously realizing that her pouch was not there. Sweating in absolute panic, Akane desperately searched her desk, muttering to herself that she knew she had put her purse in her bag and that the ring was completely missing. Her eyes widening in horror, Akane internally panicked as she remembered that Sato had worked hard and saved up to buy her that special present. Suddenly, Sato opened her door and asked what was wrong, startling her completely. A highly flustered Akane loudly screamed that absolutely nothing was wrong, quickly brushing past a confused Sato and declaring that she was going out for a bit. Akane desperately sprinted out of the house and down the neighborhood streets, panting heavily as she ran. As she continued to run, Akane tearfully told herself that there was absolutely no way she could ever tell Sato that she had lost the ring. Desperately searching through bushes along the street, Akane lamented that she could not just buy another one, because it was a one-of-a-kind present from Sato, even stopping to ask a local police officer at a station for help. Akane returned to school and frantically checked inside her classroom desk before heading to the lost and found to ask the staff, determined that she had to find it. Tears streaming down her face, Akane nervously checked her phone before continuing to ask random strangers on the street if they had seen her lost item. Searching through a park trash can, in the fading light, a dejected Akane realized it was nowhere to be found and concluded her search was no use. Exhausted and defeated, Akane sat alone on a park bench and let out a heavy sigh just as Shisai suddenly appeared beside her eating a snack. Shisai stared at Akane with a blank expression and stated that she was practicing her sighs, leaving a completely confused Akane to quietly ask what she was doing. Shisai explained that she had wanted to know what was wrong because Akane looked so troubled, and when Akane nervously denied it, Shisai bluntly called out her lie. Leaning in closely, Shisai directly asked if Akane had lost the ring, causing Akane to freeze up in a complete panicked shock. Hopping off the bench, Shisai happily offered to help her search and promised not to tell Sato a single thing about it, catching Akane completely off guard. When Akane asked why she was willing to help, Shisai explained that Akane made delicious food and she didn't want her to be sad. She noted that if Akane was upset, Sato's house would turn back into a war zone, and she wanted her brother to live in peace. Deeply touched, Akane softly realized that Shisai was doing all of this just for Sato, noting that she truly loved him. Shisai looked down quietly with a gentle, warm smile. Flashing a bright, sparkling smile, Shisai proudly confirmed that she loved her big brother more than anyone else in the entire world. Akane warmly thanked Shisai for her help, internally reflecting on how incredibly kind and empathetic the young girl truly was. Sitting alone at the dinner table, Sato silently ate his food while reflecting that Akane had been coming home very late recently. As he chewed his meal, Sato wondered why he felt so inexplicably put off, noting that he should have felt much more at ease without her hovering around him. Hearing the front door open, Sato felt relieved that she was finally back, and directly asked her what she had been up to so late, internally realizing why she had been so irritated when he was secretly visiting Shisai's house before. Sato was completely shocked to see Shisai standing in the doorway, instead covered in dirt and leaves. She casually claimed she hadn't been doing anything special all day, while a bewildered Sato asked why she was so incredibly dirty. Shisai quickly brushed off his question and noted the smell of the food, explaining that she had caught the scent of curry on Akane earlier and decided to come over. Sato proudly presented the meal as Akane's legendary super special seafood curry. Surprised that Akane smelled like curry, Sato asked if she knew where Akane currently was, but Shisai simply stuffed her face with food and claimed she had no idea. Sato suspected Akane had told her to keep a secret and tried bribing her with seconds if she confessed. Shisai, who privately prided herself on keeping secrets, immediately lunged to eat directly from the main pot, forcing a panicked Sato to yank it away and yell at her to stop. Chewing with a completely full mouth, Shisai casually suggested that if Sato really wanted to know where Akane was, he should try stalking her the next day. Sato's eyes widened in realization as he quietly pondered Shisai's words. Later that day, Akane let out a heavy sigh as she walked out of the school gates. Unbeknownst to her, Sato crept closely behind her, fully disguised in a trench coat, hat, and sunglasses to tail her. Sato watched from around a corner as Akane knelt down to check under a vending machine and near a trash can, wondering to himself if she was feeling unwell. As he watched her rummage around, a shocked Sato questioned if she was actually searching for loose change and wondered if she was truly that poor. Akane dejectedly noted that she had no luck today either as she walked away while Sato's sweat dropped and realized she had been doing this every single day. Sato completely panicked as Akane peered inside a doghouse, wondering if she was searching for food to serve him before she moved on to check inside a nearby garbage bin. Hiding behind a telephone pole, Sato finally deduced that she must be searching for something she had lost, suddenly pausing as a thought crossed his mind. Sato gasped in sudden realization, remembering that she had not been wearing her ring lately. Heavy rain began to pour down, splashing rapidly against the ground. Akane stood completely alone in the pouring rain by the riverbank, soaked from head to toe. She dropped to her knees in the deep puddles, hanging her head as the cold rain beat down on her. Tears streaming down her face, Akane loudly sobbed and asked why she couldn't find the ring that Sato had given her. As she knelt helplessly on the wet pavement, a pair of legs suddenly stepped up beside her in the rain. Sato quickly opened an umbrella over her, softly confirming to himself that it was indeed the ring she had been searching for all along. Crouching down to shield her from the rain, Sato gently told her that he was grateful she was searching so hard for it, but urged her to let it go and come home. Akane fiercely refused, crying that she had looked everywhere and still couldn't find it and insisting that it was real. Sato tried to comfort her by offering to simply buy another one and telling her not to worry. Akane yelled back through her tears that their house and marriage had been forced on them by others, but that ring was the only real thing he had ever given her. She passionately declared that it held his true feelings, pointing out that he had taken the time to study and worked hard on a translation job just to earn the money, so she absolutely had to get it back. Sato watched her cry under the umbrella and gently sighed, telling her that she was incredibly stubborn. Still crying heavily, Akane nervously stammered as she tried to argue back. Crying heavily, Akane explained that she had placed the ring inside her purse and kept it in her school bag the day she wore it to school, but her purse was gone by the time she got home. Holding the umbrella over her, Sato told her he would help look for it and asked exactly when she lost it. Sato smiled confidently to himself. Pointing to his head, Sato firmly told Akane not to underestimate his memory. Sato explained that he remembered their exact route home from school that day, including every store and street they visited. He meticulously listed the 4 specific times she had opened her bag, noting when she needed her handkerchief, wanted to photograph a cat paid at the grocery store, and debated entering a nearby cafe. A shocked Akane loudly questioned if he had been counting, but Sato casually denied it, explaining he simply recalled it just now. He clarified that he had clearly seen her not drop anything the first 3 times, but at the cafe, his line of sight to her wallet was blocked by the angle, leading him to a single conclusion. Akane wiped her tears and asked if he meant it might be somewhere near that cafe. Sato confirmed her suspicion, taking her hand and helping her up as he declared it was time to go. Still holding her hand, Sato quickly led Akane through the pouring rain straight back to the cat cafe. When they arrived outside the cafe, Sato immediately crouched down and reached his hand deep into a nearby storm drain, prompting a surprised Akane to ask what he was doing. Pulling out her soaking wet cat purse from the drain, Sato opened it and held up the ring, calmly declaring that he had found it. Akane wiped her eyes and softly noted that he had really found it in an instant. A smug Sato laughed and proudly declared that he was a genius after all, teasingly asking if she finally understood why she could never beat him on their school tests. Overwhelmed with gratitude, a tearful Akane suddenly lunged forward and pulled him into a tight embrace, loudly thanking him and catching Sato completely off guard. Sato's face instantly flushed completely red as he stammered in surprise. As they stood hugging in the rainy alleyway, a heavily sweating and flustered Sato desperately urged himself to keep it together. Sato gently took Akane's hand and slid the ring back onto her finger. Looking at her with a soft expression, Sato firmly told her not to lose it again while Akane clutched the ring to her chest with a deeply flushed face. Flashing a beautiful bright smile through her tears, Akane happily agreed and promised that she wouldn't. Meanwhile, at a crowded and busy airport terminal, numerous travelers hurried by with their luggage. A young woman with long hair walked confidently through the terminal pulling a suitcase, wearing a revealing outfit that caused several nearby men to stop and stare with flushed faces. The girl casually chewed on some food as she rolled her heavily stickered suitcase behind her. Wiping her mouth, the girl muttered to herself that she still could not believe she got married in high school. Sakuramori Maho stands at the terminal resolving to return to Japan and take everything for herself. During his afternoon break, Sato relaxes on a school courtyard bench while reading a book and drinking juice. Sato smiles to himself, deeply enjoying the rare, peaceful moment without Akane or anyone else around to bother him. His quiet reading time is suddenly cut short when a girl playfully calls out to him from behind the bench. Maho, his new school junior and sister-in-law, introduces herself and boldly asks Sato to be her lover. Back at home, a nervous Sato sips his coffee as the scene shifts to his household. Sato watches in bemusement as his wife Akane happily prepares food in her apron, internally reflecting that she has been acting incredibly strange lately. When Sato asks if something good has happened, Akane grins and hints that something wonderful is about to happen. Akane turns to him with sparkling eyes and excitedly asks if he wants to know her secret. Sato flatly replies that he does not really want to know, immediately triggering a furious reaction from Akane. Sato panics as he gets splashed with hot soup, frantically crying out that she is going to kill him. To his utter confusion, Akane remains completely unbothered by his attitude and happily serves him a fresh bowl of hot miso soup. Sato yells at her to quit her strange behavior, but Akane completely ignores him and fondly gushes about how her little sister is the absolute cutest. Akane happily explains that her sister always eats everything she cooks and even helps clean up whenever she messes up. Akane continues to dote on her childhood memories, recounting how weak her sister used to be and how she would always hold her hand when she had a fever. Sato quietly watches her, noting that she has gone completely down memory lane. Akane happily blushes as she fondly pictures her little sister as a dainty, graceful, and honest girl. As Sato eats his food, he thinks about Akane's sickly younger sister and wishes he could have met her at least once. While he is sitting at school, a cheerful voice suddenly calls out from behind. Maho leans in with a bright smile to finish her playful greeting, catching Sato completely by surprise. Sato looks at the unfamiliar girl and wonders who she is, realizing that while he doesn't know her, she somehow feels incredibly familiar. Sato's face flushes with absolute shock as he makes the connection, realizing that this bold, energetic girl is actually the exact same frail, delicate little sister Akane had lovingly described. Sato suddenly remembers meeting a girl at a childhood graduation party his grandfather threw for him, realizing that Maho looks exactly like her. Maho playfully taps her chin and boldly asks Sato to be her lover. A completely startled, Sato recoils back onto the bench, shouting in absolute shock. Maho mockingly wipes away fake tears, complaining that his extreme surprise is hurting her feelings. When Sato argues that anyone would be surprised by a sudden confession from a total stranger, Maho tells him that he is not a stranger to her, leaving him to wonder if she truly is that girl from his past. Maho excitedly gushes about how Sato has always been #1 academically, and is next in line to lead the Hojo group, adding that he even rejected Himura's confession. As Sato sweats nervously, Maho leans in with a smug grin and reveals that she knows his secret, asking if it is because he and Akane are living together. Sato freezes in complete and absolute shock, unable to believe what he has just heard. A panicked Sato quietly demands to know how she found out, but Maho casually waves her hand and tells him not to worry because nobody is around to hear them. Maho playfully winks and gives a peace sign, declaring that she knows everything about him simply because she loves him. Sato stares at her with a heavily sweating, deadpan expression. Sato angrily walks away and demands a real answer, but Maho playfully retorts that it is the only answer he is getting. When Sato grabs her arm to insist that she cannot be allowed to know their secret, Maho teasingly asks if he is going to punish her, leaving him feeling completely played. When Maho directly asks him to go out with her, an exasperated Sato questions how she reached that conclusion. Maho then sticks her tongue out and smugly points out that since she knows his dirty little secret, she wonders what might happen if he refuses to obey her wishes. Sato backs away in terror as Maho gleefully hints that she might just expose him. To his horror, Maho suddenly cups her hands and begins to scream out to the entire schoolyard that Sato and Akane are living together, prompting a panicked Sato to desperately yell for her to stop. Sato lunges forward and tackles Maho to the grass, firmly covering her mouth with his hand as she lets out a muffled, happy sigh. Maho looks up at him and teasingly praises him for being so bold, causing an embarrassed Sato to quickly try to pull away. Maho pulls him back close, offering her lips for a taste, while a highly flustered Sato desperately tells her to wait. Before anything can happen, Shisai suddenly charges out of the bushes and aggressively pulls Maho away from Sato. With tears of worry in her eyes, Shisai desperately asks her brother if he is okay, determined to protect him. Maho is completely overwhelmed with affection upon seeing Shisai aggressively spinning her around, while exclaiming how cute she is and threatening to squeeze her chest, forcing a panicked Sato to yell out in worry. When the school bell begins to ring, Maho regretfully notes that she is out of time and waves a playful goodbye to Sato and Shisai before walking away, leaving a relieved Sato and a quiet Shisai standing behind. As the wind blows over the school building, Shisai quietly warns her brother to be careful, because Maho smells dangerous. At the end of the school day in Class 3, Akane's friends invite her out to eat cake, while Shisai bids her brother goodbye, leaving a smiling Sato, pleased that they are all finally leaving him alone. Sato happily pictures himself as a soaring angel, celebrating that, for the first time in forever, he will finally have an entire day completely to himself. As Sato joyfully plans to visit a bookstore and a movie theater, Maho suddenly bursts through the classroom door and loudly calls out his name, instantly shattering his peaceful thoughts. As the other boys in the classroom whisper in admiration about how incredibly cute and attractive she is, Maho suddenly blushes deeply and acts extremely shy and nervous. Putting on a perfectly innocent and helpless act, Maho nervously clasps her hands and quietly asks if Sato is currently inside. The boys in the classroom glare at Sato in envious silence, before flying into a jealous rage and lunging to attack him, forcing a panicked Sato to desperately flee the school building. As they walk down the school hallway, a thoroughly irritated Sato accuses her of causing the scene on purpose, and asks what she wants, prompting a cheerful Maho to explain that since she just transferred today, she wants him to show her around the school. When Sato tells her to ask one of her own classmates, instead Maho loudly boasts that all the girls in her class already dislike her, despite how extremely cute she is, leaving a sweating Sato to dryly agree. Sato walks away and quietly reflects to himself that she is simply reaping what she sowed. Sato lets out a defeated sigh and reluctantly agrees to show her around the school. When Maho smugly asks if it is because she is so cute, Sato bluntly retorts that it is because she is pitiful, leading her to enthusiastically assume he wants her body. Instead, though, a deadpan Sato questions if this annoying attitude is why nobody likes her. As Maho excitedly asks which classroom they should use to make out, Sato flatly rejects her and directs her to the first floor before demanding to know what she is actually plotting, since she is already so popular with the other boys. When Maho claims it was simply love at first sight, Sato tells her not to duck the question since he is not much of a looker, but Maho leans in with a serious expression and quietly says his looks are more than enough, leaving him completely startled. Walking down the stairs, Sato cautiously reflects that taking Maho at face value is dangerous, and resolves to figure out her true plot, even wondering if she could be an assassin sent by another family member, just as she calls out to him again. Suddenly, Maho recklessly leaps down the remaining stairs directly at Sato, who manages to catch her in his arms as they tumble to the floor. And while an exasperated Sato scolds her for doing something so dangerous, Maho happily cheers that she has always wanted to try that trick at least once. With a faint, serious smile, Maho remarks that since life is unpredictable, it is a complete waste not to do exactly what one wants to do before dying. A sweating Sato looks at her and silently concedes that there is actually some truth to her logic. Maho quickly returns to her energetic self, explaining that she wants to find some good dessert shops to win over the girls in her class, and begging Sato to show her around the local shopping district, leaving him with a strange, lingering feeling about her philosophical nature. Instead of visiting a dessert shop, Maho happily takes a massive bite out of a giant hamburger, enthusiastically declaring that junk food is far better than sweets. Sitting in the restaurant together, Maho happily gushes about the appeal of junk food and explains that in her strict family, they were only permitted to eat health foods, and were harshly scolded for even touching instant noodles, which prompts Sato to admit that he grew up under the exact same strict household rules. The two of them begin to bond as they enthusiastically debate the scientific appeal of instant noodles, but their light-hearted conversation is interrupted when Maho suddenly points out that Sato has some sauce stuck on his finger. With a mischievous gaze, Maho grabs Sato's hand and leans in close, offering to lick his finger clean. To Sato's absolute horror, Maho immediately sucks the sauce off his finger, causing him to blush furiously and frantically pull his hand back as he orders her to stop. Before he can recover, Maho quickly pulls Sato close and snaps a selfie of the two of them on her phone, catching him completely off guard. A panicked Sato demands to know what she is doing and orders her to delete the picture immediately, but Maho joyfully runs away with her phone while teasingly shouting that he is assaulting her. Sato aggressively orders her to stop joking around and delete the photo, to which Maho casually taps her screen and claims to have erased it, though she remains silent when a suspicious Sato demands to know if she backed it up first. After they sit back down, Sato lets out a resigned sigh and offers to show her the rest of the shopping district once they finish their meal, catching a surprised Maho completely off guard. When a hesitant Maho asks if he is actually angry with her, Sato casually shrugs and replies that he isn't, since she already deleted the photo. As she watches Sato calmly eat his meal, Maho internally reflects that despite all the rumors about him constantly fighting with Akane, he is actually surprisingly kind and big-hearted. Maho quietly looks down and reflects on the idea of Sato and Akane being incompatible with each other. The sun begins to set over the busy shopping district as they continue their tour. As they walk side by side down the street, a highly pleased Maho gives Sato a perfect 10 out of 10 score and praises him as the perfect escort, to which a deadpan Sato casually replies that he is glad to hear it. Looking at her genuine, bright smile, Sato internally reflects that while Maho is definitely a little annoying, her cheerful nature made giving up his precious free time completely worth it. Reaching his destination, Sato waves goodbye and asks her if she knows her way back home from there, catching her off guard once again. Maho happily points to her cheeks and asks if Sato is taking her home with him. Sato freezes in complete disbelief at her sudden question. Sato desperately tries to back away as Maho clings to his arm and claims they missed the last train, prompting him to shout that it is still the middle of the day. When she insists that it is normal to end a date at a boyfriend's house and talks about having his baby, a panicked Sato loudly clarifies that he is not her boyfriend and does not have any children. Maho playfully tugs at her collar and sticks out her tongue, suggestively offering that they should just make some children together. Maho tells him to give in, or else she will expose his marriage to Akane to the entire school, laughingly dismissing his accusations of blackmail by claiming she is just doing business. Sato resolves to walk her around town until she gets tired to hide his address, but he completely panics when Maho points out that his house is actually in the opposite direction, prompting him to desperately reach for his phone to call Shisai for help. Before he can dial, Maho leans in with a knowing grin and asks if he is seriously trying to call another girl in the middle of their date. Sato is left completely frozen and sweating in nervous silence. With no other options left, Sato reluctantly brings Maho to his house and opens the front gate as she happily walks in beside him. Akane opens the door to scold him for being late, but freezes in shock upon seeing Maho immediately grabbing Sato by his collar to angrily demand an explanation, while a panicking Sato begs her to calm down. Akane furiously points at Sato and demands to know what he is doing with her little sister, causing a bewildered Sato to realize that this devious girl who was blackmailing him is actually Sakura Mori, Maho, Akane's younger sister. Maho playfully winks and sticks out her tongue, cheerily declaring that the secret is finally out and turning the situation into a complete disaster. Standing outside the house in the cool evening air, Maho suddenly begins to shiver and tremble as if she is freezing. Maho suddenly bursts into tears and throws herself onto Akane in a tight hug, calling out to her big sister while a startled Akane screams in surprise. Maho happily clings to Akane and cheers that she is finally home and has missed her terribly, leaving a completely bewildered Sato to look on in utter confusion. As Akane wraps her arms around Maho and gently offers to spoil her, Sato is left in absolute shock, reflecting that Akane looks like a pure saint and that he has never seen her make such a loving face before. Manhwa happily exclaims that her older sister's chest is incredibly soft, questioning if it has grown even larger since they last met. Manhwa begins to aggressively squeeze Akane's chest, prompting a flustered Akane to yell for her to stop, while a completely bewildered Sato stands nearby and realizes that he had previously been under the impression that Manhwa was deceased. Akane is completely confused and states that she has no recollection of ever saying Manhwa had passed away, leaving a sweat-dropping Sato to internally reflect that Akane's sad comments about her sister being far away had simply led him to make that assumption. Manhwa flashes a happy peace sign and explains that she has actually just been traveling overseas since her middle school days, noting that it has been forever since her last visit to Japan, and bragging that her grandmother would always give her whatever money she asked for. Sato slumps over in utter exhaustion, realizing how completely mistaken he was after Akane's past stories had made Manhwa sound like a dainty, sickly girl who was entirely different from the reality in front of him. While Manhwa continues to squeeze Akane's chest and cheerfully asks if she is ladylike and pretty, highly embarrassed, Akane furiously retorts that real ladies do not sexually harass their big sisters. Manhwa proudly cheers that her energy is fully recharged, while a completely drained and exhausted Akane collapses flat onto the floor with a comical expression. Without losing a beat, Manhwa happily dashes down the hallway to investigate their living conditions, announcing that she will start by checking Akane's bedroom while a panicked Akane and Sato try to stop her. Manhwa's jaw drops in absolute shock when she enters the bedroom and notices 2 pillows and 2 end tables, frantically questioning if the 2 of them seriously sleep in the same bed every single night. Akane blushes a deep red and shyly looks down, quietly confirming that they do sleep together every night. Manhwa is left completely frozen in a state of absolute wide-eyed shock. Manhwa flies into a violent jealous rage and aggressively attacks Sato for taking Akane's virginity, prompting a highly flustered Akane to desperately explain that they only the bed for sleeping, because their grandmother forced them to, though a slightly calmed, Manhwa points out that they might still do something in the future. Determined to keep an eye on them, Manhwa dramatically poses in a night watchman's security uniform, proudly announcing that she will be staying over for the night to stand guard. Sato immediately crosses his arms in a firm rejection, telling her that she gives him a bad feeling and cannot stay over, while Manhwa pouts and clings to her older sister. Manhwa turns to Akane with tearful pleading eyes and begs her to let her stay, whining that it has been forever since she last tasted her big sister's delicious cooking. Akane is instantly won over by her sister's puppy dog eyes and warmly hugs Manhwa, happily agreeing to let her stay, while Manhwa cheers that she is the absolute nicest. Sato stands in the doorway staring at the hugging sisters with a flat, completely defeated expression. While Akane happily embraces her, Manhwa turns around to stick her tongue out and pull down her eyelid to mock Sato, leaving a heavily sweating Sato to glare in pure frustrated silence. Akane happily announces that they are going to make some akayu for dinner, prompting a surprised Sato to ask if they are seriously having that for their meal, while Shisai trembles in dread behind the counter. Shisai panics and screams that she will eat anything except for akayu. As Sato gets a sudden idea, Shisai tearfully explains that she ate so much akayu while bedridden as a child that she has had enough to last a lifetime, complaining that it has no flavor or texture and tastes like eating glue, while Akane tries to reassure her. Sato counterattacks by smugly declaring that he would love to eat akayu, pointing out that he is still full from the hamburgers they had earlier, which leaves a shocked Shisai to tearfully accuse him of being a traitor. As Akane looks through the refrigerator for protein and eggs, Sato watches in silent confusion. Suddenly, Akane loudly scolds Manhwa for eating unhealthy food, causing Shisai to burst into loud tears. A wrapped package suddenly tumbles out of the refrigerator and lands on the floor with a heavy thud. To everyone's absolute shock, the tightly wrapped package is actually Shisai, who is completely bundled up in layers of plastic wrap. Akane and Manhwa watch in pure horror as Sato rushes into the kitchen to investigate the noise. While Akane stands trembling in shock, Shisai desperately insists from inside her plastic wrap that she has an alibi and is innocent, but Sato puts on a detective hat and notes that her defensive claims are highly suspicious. Peering closely at the plastic-wrapped girl, Sato checks her breath and notes that she is still breathing. Shisai quietly whispers that she requires a heart massage from her big brother, but a deadpan Sato immediately shuts her down by confirming that she is still alive. After Shisai happily breaks free and tries to jump onto Sato, they ask her why she was hiding in the refrigerator. Shisai casually explains that she got stuck while trying to steal some of Akane's cooking and claims that this happens all the time, leaving the others to sweat drop and question if that is actually true. As Maho playfully tried to grab, Shisai glared intensely and called out to her big brother. Shisai grew incredibly angry and demanded to know why Maho was calling Sato her big brother, insisting that he only had one little sister, and that was her. As a confused Sato and Maho watched, Shisai decided they needed to settle things with a match. Shisai stood tall and proposed a little sister match to officially decide who Sato's true little sister was. Maho confidently accepted the challenge and declared that the game was on. As the fight began, Maho immediately sprinted into action while a completely shocked Sato screamed in confusion. Maho immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Sato from behind and told him that if he let her be his little sister, she would do things that made him feel really good, leaving Sato completely startled. Maho continued to demonstrate her offer by suggestively rubbing Sato's chest, leaving a highly confused Sato to question what she was doing. Shisai furiously ripped Maho off of Sato, warning that her hands would explode if she did not let go, but a cheerful Maho simply ignored her and enthusiastically asked Sato how many points she had earned for her performance. Sato stared blankly ahead and bluntly awarded her exactly 0 points, causing an absolutely devastated Maho to cry out in shock and desperately ask why. Maho tearfully protests that she believed her approach was a good thing, but Sato dryly remarks that it is far too erotic for a little sister. When Maho loudly demands to know if all men do not want an erotic little sister, Sato deadpans that her idea is incredibly naive and reiterates that she gets 0 points. Shisai walks up behind Maho and calls her useless, declaring that she is the only one suited to be their big brother's little sister. When a panicked Maho demands to know what kind of perverted attack she is planning, Shisai calmly replies that there is no need for anything like that. Shisai tells the group to pay very close attention to her finely honed little sister's strength. However, as Sato, Akane, and Maho watch, Shisai immediately slips and falls flat on the floor. Shisai lies completely face down on the wooden floor in silence, having completely failed her demonstration. As Sato looks on in surprise, Shisai sits up on the floor only for her stomach to let out a loud, rumbling gurgle. With teary eyes, Shisai reaches her hand out towards Sato and begs her big brother to give her upsies. Sato happily lifts Shisai into the air, laughing and shouting that she gets 100 points. Maho admits that Shisai is incredibly cute and that even she wants her as a little sister. While Akane tells Maho that she is still the best little sister in the world to her, Shisai runs up and happily hugs her older sister. Maho suddenly asks Akane for a kiss, leaving her completely flustered. Grabbing Akane, Maho suggests they go somewhere private to be alone, dragging her out of the room as they laugh, leaving Sato and Shisai behind. Watching them leave, Sato warmly remarks that they are such close sisters, while Shisai quietly eats some pickled radishes beside him. Maho and Akane head inside Akane's bedroom, closing the door behind them. Once inside, Maho happily celebrates that they are finally alone together, while a nervous Akane stammers that even though they are sisters, a kiss is a bit too much. Maho laughs and confesses that her request was just a joke to see her big sister get embarrassed, prompting a furious Akane to shout that she did not find it funny at all. When Akane asks why she didn't call as soon as she returned to Japan, Maho explains she wanted it to be a surprise. Akane sighs and admits that she was indeed surprised, while Maho notes she was especially shocked to see Akane clutching Sato's arm earlier. Maho casually reveals that she and Sato had just returned from a date before coming to the house, leaving Akane completely silent and stunned. Akane's face flushes with absolute shock as she loudly questions if her sister was actually on a date with Sato. Maho clarifies that it was more of an investigation than an actual date, explaining that she wanted to see what kind of person her big sister's husband was, how he treated her, and what he thought of her. Maho tells Akane that she has a specific proposal for her regarding the situation. Maho boldly proposes that she should marry Sato, instead pointing out that their grandmother's only goal is to have one of her granddaughters fulfill her first love. She suggests that it shouldn't matter which granddaughter it is and promises that she can still negotiate with Grandma to ensure Akane's tuition is fully covered. Akane hesitates and nervously argues that she is not sure if Maho could actually manage being Sato's wife. Akane complains that Sato is incredibly conceited and always thinks he is the smartest person in the room, but Maho happily brushes it off by bragging that she is the cutest girl in any room anyway. Akane continues her complaints, pointing out that Sato is terrible at cleaning and will let dirty dishes pile up to the ceiling, but Maho cheerfully laughs and says she does not care about any of that. Akane adds that Sato hoards cup noodles and loves playing zombie video games, which only makes Maho more excited as she cheers that she loves cup noodles and shooting zombies is incredibly fun. Akane internally reflects in complete shock, wondering if Maho and Sato might actually be highly compatible with each other, especially when compared to her own relationship with Sato, which is filled with constant bickering. Akane asks Maho if she really doesn't care about marrying someone she doesn't love, pointing out that she barely knows Sato, but Maho replies that he has a nice face and can easily be molded into a husband she can proudly show off. Maho teasingly adds that since he has a nice face, they can do intimate things together, pointing out that married couples need intimacy to avoid divorce. When Maho asks if Akane plans to live her entire life without ever being intimate with him, a heavily blushing Akane stammers that their marriage is purely on paper, leading Maho to smugly declare that there should be no issue with her proposal then. Maho argues that a marriage on more than just paper would make them both much happier, showing Akane a photo on her phone to prove that she is already getting along wonderfully with Sato, leaving Akane completely speechless. The photo shows Maho licking sauce off of Sato's finger as Maho enthusiastically explains that he was like a cute little puppy and she was incredibly happy. Staring at the photo in absolute shock, a deeply blushing Akane trembles as she tries to process what Sato has done. Akane stammers in protest, weakly pointing out that the two of them have only just met. Maho happily flashes a peace sign and confirms that they hit it off right away because they are highly compatible. Akane remains completely silent, staring intensely forward as she processes her sister's words. Maho cheerily declares that she and Sato can get married and be affectionate together, leaving Akane with nothing to worry about. Though Akane tries to argue, Maho enthusiastically celebrates and tells her big sister to leave everything to her, promising to get along perfectly with him. Sato relaxes in a hot steaming bath, letting out a long, exhausted sigh to unwind. Sato smiles weakly to himself, reflecting that the house is going to be incredibly loud with both Shies and Maho staying over for the night, and noting that the bath is his only true moment of peace and quiet. His peace is immediately shattered when the sliding bathroom door suddenly flies open, and a cheerful voice calls out to him, leaving a startled Sato to look back in absolute shock. A smiling Maho stands completely unclothed in the doorway, playfully announcing that she has arrived to wash his back for him. A highly panicked Sato desperately splashes water and yells at her to get out, insisting that he has already washed his back, but Maho simply continues to walk toward him. Leaning in close with a playful smirk, Maho suggestively tells Sato that they should have some fun together. Maho innocently asks where she should wash him if his back is already clean, playfully asking if she should get deep inside, which leaves a heavily sweating Sato in complete disbelief. Maho laughs and calls him perverted for making her wash him, playfully asking if she should use a scrub brush from the top or the bottom, while an exasperated Sato shouts that he does not want either and tells her she is out of her mind. Maho tells Sato not to be embarrassed because they a bond of being born under the same sun, but a sweating Sato dryly replies that they are total strangers and asks what on earth she is talking about. Sato looks down in absolute defeat, wondering how his life turned out like this, while Maho casually begins to wash her hair in the shower behind him. As Sato decides to quickly escape the bath before things get worse, Maho calls out to him from the shower. She casually blackmails him, warning that if he tries to leave, she will tell her older sister that he assaulted her, leaving a highly panicked Sato completely frozen in shock. Maho turns around to face him with a smirk, and her hands clasped behind her head, suggestively asking how he likes what he sees. Maho apologizes for keeping him waiting as she climbs into the tub, though Sato defensively mutters that he was actually busy reciting the dictionary from memory to keep himself distracted. After sitting down in the hot water, Maho casually asks if he has ever been in a bath with a girl before, and Sato flatly replies that he has not. Maho blushes happily and covers her chest with her arms, playfully teasing Sato by declaring that he is her very first as well. Sato looks on with a heavily sweating and uncomfortable expression as Maho unexpectedly nudges him with her foot underwater. Maho playfully suggests to Sato that they should get married, leaving him completely bewildered and questioning what she is talking about. Maho points out that their grandparents only care about seeing their grandchildren get married, meaning she would work just as well, and asks if it would not be far more fun to be married to her instead of Akane. Maho proudly claims she is the type of girl who always gives her all and offers to do absolutely anything Sato wants, leaving him to nervously question what she means by anything. Maho smiles suggestively and emphasizes that she truly means absolutely anything. With a playful look, Maho whispers that all he has to do is say the word. Maho continues her bold advances in the bath, offering her body entirely to Sato and declaring that it is all his. She teases him about how difficult it must have been to live with a beauty like Akane without ever doing anything, reiterating that they can do whatever they want to each other. Calling him her big brother, Maho leans in even closer and suggestively asks if he will let her give him some relief. As Maho whispers that she can fulfill his deepest desires, Sato hits his limit and frantically splashes out of the tub to escape, shouting that he needs to think, while Maho watches him run off with a satisfied smile. Sato retreats to the bedroom and sits exhaustedly under the covers, where Akane notices his worn-out state and asks him what is wrong. Sato exhaustedly tells Akane that her little sister has far too much energy and is running him completely ragged. Akane looks on with a gentle smile and explains that, because Maho was always sick in bed when she was little, seeing her so active now is enough to make her happy, before suddenly hesitating and mentioning that she wanted to ask him something. Akane sits beside Sato in bed and directly asks him if he wants to break up with her. Sato is left completely stunned and reacts in absolute disbelief to her sudden question. While Akane nervously mutters that she was just wondering, a sweating Sato frantically asks why she is bringing this up, internally panicking over the possibility that she somehow knows what happened between him and Maho in the bath. Sato turns the question back on Akane, asking if she is only bringing up the topic because she is the one who actually wants to break up with him. Akane is caught completely off guard, blushing and trying to stammer out a response. Sato loudly demands that if she is going to ask him such a serious question, it only makes sense for her to give her own answer as well. Akane is left entirely speechless and flustered, unable to find the words to reply. Unable to handle the tension, Akane angrily tells him to forget the whole thing and just go to sleep, to which Sato dryly responds that sleeping is all he wanted to do in the first place, as quiet falls over the house for the night. The next morning at school, Sato walks down the hallway past classroom 3, when someone suddenly sneaks up behind him and blows a warm morning greeting directly into his ear. Sato screams in shock and irritation at the sudden sensation, while Maho giggles playfully behind her hand and smugly asks him if he felt that. Sato defensively denies feeling anything from her whisper, but Maho playfully points to his neck and tells him to look at the massive goosebumps he actually got. Sato firmly grabs Maho's arm and sternly tells her that while they are at school, he would highly appreciate it if she stopped sexually harassing him. Maho gasps in mock surprise and blushes deeply, loudly complaining that Sato is being incredibly bold by grabbing her arm so suddenly. While Maho teasingly tells Sato that she is simply too cute for his own good, the other boys in the classroom watch in a jealous rage, furiously arguing over whether they should put fresh natto in his shoes or escalate to using acid. Maho strikes a cute pose and playfully apologizes for being so adorable, causing the surrounding boys to run off in a frenzied panic over her cuteness, while Sato is left sitting quietly at his desk. Maho boasts that men are extremely obvious about what they truly want, and that taking advantage of them is incredibly simple. Sato sweatedly remarks that she is surprisingly skilled at dealing with men, openly questioning if she is actually related to Akane. Maho quickly claims she was only joking and enthusiastically declares that men are actually cool and kind, adding that she loves and respects them. Sato finds her rapid change of attitude terrifying, noting that her taking the statement back so quickly only convinces him further of her true nature. Maho leans in close to ask Sato if he has given any more thought to marrying her. Sato angrily retorts that he could never marry a woman who tries to turn men into her servants at every opportunity, just as the classroom door suddenly flies open. Himari excitedly bursts into the room and calls out to Maho, celebrating that it has been forever since they last saw each other. Maho matches her energy, joyfully calling back to Himari as they greet one another. Himari explains that she heard from Akane about Maho's return to Japan, but is surprised to see her already attending their school. Meanwhile, Maho immediately demands to squeeze Himari's chest, prompting a cheerful Himari to readily agree and tell her to go right ahead. Maho happily buries her face into Himari's chest and praises her while Himari sighs in delight. A completely flustered Sato demands to know what they are talking about, prompting Maho to point at him and playfully ask her big brother if he would like a squeeze as well. Himari blushes deeply and extends her hands towards Sato, nervously stammering that she is completely fine with it if he actually wants to squeeze her. Sato can only stammer in absolute embarrassment as Himari bounces her chest right in front of him. Himari bashfully confesses that she is willing to do whatever Sato wants, prompting a furious Akane to burst into the room and declare that it is absolutely not allowed, while Maho remarks on how loved her big brother is before Himari questions why Maho calls him that. As Maho tries to reveal that Sato is Akane's husband, a panicked Sato immediately mutes her by covering her mouth, but she still manages to claim that they have a special relationship ever since she confessed to him, and he accepted. Sato furiously rejects Maho's claims and accuses her of distorting the truth, while a completely heartbroken Himari can only weakly offer her congratulations. Maho enthusiastically suggests that the five of them should all go out together on their next day off, leaving Sato, Akane, and Himari completely confused about who the fifth person is since only four of them are present. Maho ominously warns that there is a fifth person lurking directly behind Sato, prompting a terrified Sato to look back as a mysterious hand suddenly grabs his shoulder. The intruder is revealed to be Shisai, who casually states that she wants to play with everyone too, before asking if they mistook her for a historical warlord, which a sweat-dropping Sato admits he does not even know. Akane suggests with a cold smile that it would be much better if the four girls went out on their own, without Sato dryly pointing out that they were quite merciless for excluding her from their plans. When Sato tries to protest, an angry and blushing Akane demands to know if he simply wanted to be surrounded by a group of girls, forcing him to quickly clarify that it is not what he meant at all. Sato calmly agrees that a girl's trip sounds like more fun and offers to remove himself from the equation, but Maho playfully threatens to have horses drag him along or tie one to each of his limbs to tear him apart, leaving him horrified by her ideas of torture. Himari shyly confesses that she would be very happy if Sato joined them, while Maho turns to Akane with pleading puppy dog eyes and begs her big sister to let him come. Akane blushes furiously and lets out a panicked scream as her big sister instincts are instantly overwhelmed by Maho's cute begging. Akane happily gives in and agrees that Sato can come along as long as they bring the horse, prompting Maho to cheer in celebration, while a terrified Sato desperately protests, as he imagines himself being dragged to death. When Akane cheerfully suggests they practice how to tear Sato apart today, Sato frantically screams that he only has one life and cannot practice such a thing, while a casual Maho wonders where they should all go. Akane suggests going to the library or a bookstore, which makes Sato question why she wants to study on their day off, while Shisai chimes in to cast her vote for the fish market. Himari excitedly jumps into the air and proposes that they should all go to the amusement park instead. Himari explains that going to an amusement park is a must for a date, which causes a deeply blushing Akane to react in absolute shock at the realization that this outing is actually a date with Sato. Himari enthusiastically clarifies that it is a group date and reiterates how much she wants to go, while Maho cheerily calls out to Shisai to see what she thinks. Shisai stands drooling as she lists off all the delicious amusement park snacks she wants to eat, prompting Maho to laughingly conclude that she is definitely in favor of the trip. When Himari asks Akane if she is on board with the amusement park plan, a completely drained Akane weakly agrees, while asking them to send her final farewells to her parents beforehand. Sato notices Akane looking extremely unwell and asks if she is feeling sick, but a completely drained Akane mutters that she is not sick, reflecting on her terrible luck since the day she was born. On the day of their outing, Akane shows up wearing a pretty dress and immediately crosses her arms, asking Sato to please stop staring at her so intensely. While Sato internally reflects on how great Akane looks today, but admits he cannot say it out loud, Maho and Himari walk up to them and warmly greet the pair. Himari enthusiastically encourages the two of them to get along since they are going to the amusement park together, while Maho strikes a cute pose and asks her big brother how she looks, boasting that she is a total catch. As Sato remarks that Maho looks more like Himari's little sister than Akane's, Maho happily clings to Himari and explains that she has looked up to her stylish and energetic friend since they were kids. A luxurious limousine suddenly pulls up beside them with Shisai peeking out of the window, offering a polite morning greeting and apologizing for being late, while Maho and Himari yell out in absolute awe at the massive vehicle. Inside the limo, an ecstatic Maho enthusiastically dives onto the comfy sofa and declares that she is moving and leaving a mysterious woman sitting in the shadows to calmly remark on how lively Shisai's friends are. The mysterious woman smiles and tells Maho that she is quite cute, causing Maho to happily thank her and note that she senses absolutely no danger from her. Maho curiously points to her cheeks and asks what the woman means by danger. With a sharp and intense gaze, the mysterious woman silently reflects that she does not sense Maho will be any kind of hindrance to her plans. Himari introduces herself and politely thanks the woman for the ride, while the woman notes that Shisai often speaks of Himari and praises her for being adept at winning over everyone in her class. The mysterious woman suddenly turns her gaze to Himari and remarks that she seems incapable of seizing Sato's heart, prompting an absolutely horrified Sato to scream in shock upon realizing that this woman is actually his aunt. Sato's aunt offers a polite apology and claims she was merely stating what she saw rather than trying to be rude, while Sato and Himari look back in pure terror. When Sato asks his aunt if she is coming with them to the amusement park, she explains that she simply wanted to see his friends in person and will be getting off along the way to attend a business negotiation. Auntie turns her attention to Akane and notes she has heard that Akane and Sato do not get along well, leaving a heavily sweating Akane to nervously reply that they only chose to spend their day off together because everyone else wanted to go. Leaning in with an intimidating presence, Auntie asks if Akane has no choice but to persevere, even though just looking at Sato is so deeply unpleasant for her, prompting a terrified Akane to weakly agree. As the entire group sits in the back of the limo in absolute dread over his aunt's strange and intimidating behavior, Shisai quietly tells her mother to stop bullying everyone. Sato's aunt denies that she is bullying his friends, claiming that, as his guardian, she is simply checking up on them to make sure her precious nephew is not consorting with unsavory characters. Sato nervously reflects on how overprotective his aunt has always been, constantly feeling the need to keep him safe since he will not do so himself. Sato politely asks his aunt to be a bit gentler with his friends, and while she reluctantly agrees to play nice for today, the limousine soon pulls over, and she steps out to be greeted by bowing businessmen. The limousine soon drops the remaining group off at Cat's Hill Amusement Park, where Maho and Himari excitedly celebrate their arrival. Standing outside the park, both Maho and Himari quiet down as they remember the aunt's harsh criticisms about their inability to win over Sato's heart. Determined to prove the aunt wrong, Maho and Himari both get highly fired up with competitive resolve. Maho grabs one of Sato's arms and cheerily announces that it is time for their lovey-dovey date, while Himari grabs his other arm and firmly declares that she will not lose this competition. As Akane watches them pull Sato and scowls at him in irritation, Shisai quietly holds up a handful of tickets and announces that she has bought passes for everyone. An ecstatic Sato immediately hugs Shisai and praises her for being the absolute best, leaving Akane to sigh in annoyance, while Maho aggressively lunges to stop them. Holding Shisai's hand, Sato eagerly runs into the amusement park and declares they are going to play until they drop, while Shisai happily agrees that they should also eat every last crumb of park food. The view shifts to a large Ferris wheel spinning over the amusement park as the upcoming arc begins. Once inside the park, Akane excitedly points to a large mascot in a cat suit and suggests they all take a photo with the cute kitty cat. Sato blunt force crushes Akane's childish enthusiasm by pointing out that there is simply a grown man inside the suit, leaving her completely devastated. As Maho and Himari debate whether a person is actually inside the suit, Shisai drools while staring at the mascot, creepily suggesting that it is full of tasty organs and junk. A park employee calls out to the group and asks them to line up so she can take their picture together with the cat mascot. Maho, Himari, and Shisai all tightly squeeze and cling to Sato for the photo, causing Akane to watch in irritation while Sato frantically denies being popular. The cat mascot suddenly glares at them with a creepy look and begins to harbor homicidal thoughts before sneaking up to slide its hand onto Akane's waist, prompting a highly alarmed Sato to yell for the mascot to let go of her. Sato suddenly grabs Akane's hand and pulls her away, running to escape from the creepy cat mascot, while Himari watches in surprise. Looking at the photo on her phone, Akane panics and loudly insists they need to retake it, but the park staff member informs them that a long line has already formed. Sato points out that they have no choice but to move on, leaving a disappointed Akane to pout in defeat. Himari eagerly suggests they hurry up and try some rides, prompting Maho to consult the park map and point out a jungle water ride. This immediately triggers Akane's anxiety as she frantically wonders what will happen if they drown. Maho pushes Akane toward the ride entrance and reassures her, though Akane stubbornly stammers that she is not afraid at all. While the ride operator encourages them to enter, since there is no line, other visitors walk past them completely soaked and laugh about how they thought they were going to die. The ride operator urges them to board the raft quickly as it is about to leave, while Shisai demands to check the ride's accident history first. Sato tries to calm Akane down by promising they will not die, but a terrified Akane remains frozen in fear, convinced of their impending doom. The group enjoys the water ride as Maho screams in excitement. Leaning over the side of the raft, Shisai calls out to Sato that she sees fish in the water and happily greets them. Sato quickly grabs Shisai and warns her not to fall out of the raft, but she suddenly holds up a bizarre water creature she caught and asks if she can eat it, prompting a panicked Sato to yell at her to get it away. Meanwhile, Maho excitedly points out that there are elephants doing radio warm-up dances nearby, leaving a confused Sato to ask what she is talking about. Sato and Shisai watch in pure disbelief as they witness a bizarre display of multiple elephants stacked together on a platform doing synchronized radio warm-up exercises. Horrified by the absurd layout of the attraction, Sato demands to know what the theme of the ride is supposed to be, while a panicked Akane realizes they are about to drift directly underneath the dancing elephants and get completely drenched. As they plunge forward with no way to escape, Maho points out that jumping out of the raft would only make them even wetter, while Himari and Shisai enthusiastically cheer about getting soaked as they head straight into the splashing water. After taking the brunt of the water splash, Shisai weakly tells Sato to meet her again someday, as she holds the water creature, prompting a panicked Sato to scream at her not to go toward the light. Fortunately, the group makes it off the ride safely, and although they are all completely drenched, Himari happily laughs about how much fun they had. Showing off how drenched she is, Maho playfully winks and tugs at her shorts, cheerily announcing that she is soaked all the way down to her underwear. Akane furiously blushes and scolds Maho for saying such unladylike things, but a mischievous Maho simply turns the question back on her older sister and asks if her underwear is also completely drenched. A highly embarrassed Akane vigorously wrings out her soaked dress and angrily orders Sato not to look at them until their clothes are completely dry, while Maho complains about how she is supposed to walk and Himari stands by blushing nervously. Bashfully clutching her wet shirt, Himari blushes a deep red and quietly confesses that if it is Sato, she actually does not mind him looking at her. Maho teases Himari by asking if she is hoping to make an appearance in Sato's dirty dreams tonight, causing Himari to shyly admit that it would actually make her happy. When Maho laughs and calls her a pervert, a flustered Himari quickly denies it, while Sato looks on in silent confusion. Akane turns a cold, accusing glare towards Sato and demands that he never make her appear in his dirty dreams, leaving a defensive Sato to protest that he did not even do anything. He internally sweats and weakly tells himself that he has never done anything like that before, though he hesitates slightly as he thinks back. Akane immediately accuses Sato of making her wear a bunny suit in his dreams, and when he frantically denies it, she points out his hesitation as absolute proof that she was right. An angry Akane declares that starting tonight Sato is banned from sleeping to prevent him from dreaming about her, prompting an exasperated Sato to tell her not to be absurd while Maho cheerfully ignores their bickering and points out the next ride they should try. Maho excitedly leads the group to their next destination and cheers as she stands in front of a massive roller coaster. While Himari eagerly in her excitement, a completely horrified Akane stands in the background looking utterly dead inside. Turning to her older sister with a bright sparkling smile, Maho happily reflects on how long it has been since they last rode a roller coaster together and squeals with excitement. Akane tries to play along but can only offer a trembling, terrified reply about how excited she is. Sato watches with a sweating face as Akane's body goes completely stiff with fear while she is dragged toward the ride. Maho excitedly cheers that they are incredibly lucky to get the very front seats of the roller coaster, while Akane sits beside her frozen in silent terror. Akane trembles violently, sweating profusely, as she tries to convince herself that she is the luckiest person in the world. As the coaster climbs, Shisai calmly announces to Sato that she is hungry and proposes getting churros, after they get off only to reveal she already bought one, and is about to eat it on the ride, forcing a panicked Sato to yell at her to wait. The roller coaster plummets down the steep track, prompting joyful screams from Maho and Himari, while a completely overwhelmed Akane plunges in total shadowy silence. Shisai casually tells Sato about the park's special seafood taiyaki, leaving him to realize she is unaffected by the intense drops, because of her chauffeur's wild driving, while he mistakenly wonders if Akane's complete silence means she is handling the ride well. After the ride stops, Maho happily steps off, declaring how great she feels, but Sato and Shisai notice Akane is still sitting frozen in her seat, prompting Sato to ask if she is trying to go again. Sato is horrified to realize that Akane is actually completely unconscious, smiling blankly with her eyes closed. Akane slowly opens her eyes and asks if the ride has even started, yet completely forgetting she just rode it. When Sato points out her memory loss, she creepily smiles and tells him not to be nervous and to get in, forcing Sato to sadly assure her that her battle with the ride is finally over. Completely denying her fear, a wildly sweating Akane declares that she is a roller coaster master and insists the ride is not scary at all. Reverting to a feral beast-like state, Akane growls at Sato, who quickly pats her head and agrees that she is a master in order to placate her and get her off the platform. Sato successfully calms the self-proclaimed roller coaster master down and carefully guides her to the exit, where a refreshed Maho stretches and yawns. When Maho enthusiastically points to a massive Ferris wheel for their next ride, a horrified Akane questions how she still has the energy for more. Hearing Himari mention that each cabin only holds 4 people, Akane eagerly volunteers to stay behind so the other 4 can ride together. Maho immediately rejects the idea with pleading, tearful eyes, insisting that since they came all this way, her big sister must have fun too, because she refuses to let her feel left out. Deeply touched by her sister's sweet words, Akane bursts into tears of gratitude, while Sato internally dryly notes that Akane's tears are definitely not from being moved. Unaware of her sister's dread, Maho excitedly suggests they play fist or palm to decide the groups. The group plays the game to split up, resulting in Sato and Akane throwing palms, while Maho, Himari, and Shisai all throw fists. The massive Ferris wheel slowly rotates against the afternoon sky as the 2 groups split up to board the cabins. Sato and Akane find themselves completely alone inside their Ferris wheel cabin, sitting across from each other in an awkward, tense silence. Noting that Akane is shivering intensely and covered in sweat, Sato breaks the silence by pointing out that she is clearly terrible with rides like this. Akane loudly insists that she is not scared at all, keeping her eyes fixed forward, while carefully avoiding looking down at the ground below. Akane angrily argues that she is only shaking out of pure rage because the ride is a pointlessly circular waste of electricity, leaving a sweat-dropping Sato to internally reflect that she simply cannot be honest with her feelings. Sato offers to tell Akane a story about the time he and Shisai were stuck at the very top of a Ferris wheel when it suddenly stopped, but a terrified Akane immediately panics and yells at him to stop. With tears welling up in her eyes, Akane finally breaks down and confesses that she is actually terrible with basically every single ride at the amusement park. Sato asks her why she even agreed to come if it makes her so unhappy, to which she quietly confesses that she only wanted to make Maho happy. When she melodramatically begs him to just end her misery right then, and there Sato dryly reassures her that he has no intention of killing her. Akane explains that Maho loves playing and being goofy because she was always stuck alone in a hospital bed as a child, leaving Sato to realize her current behavior is an overcorrection. She adds that her sister only has bad memories from her childhood, which is why she wants to make as many of Maho's dreams come true as possible. Sato understands her reasoning but gently points out that she does not need to push herself so hard, suggesting that she could have just let him and the others take care of her sister. Akane explains that Maho had been gone for so long and finally returned just for her. While she wanted her sister to do whatever made her happy, she softly admits that she was actually very lonely without her. Smiling gently, Akane explains that she wants the two of them to spend as much time together as possible for as long as Maho is still in Japan. Sato is caught off guard, staring at Akane in quiet surprise after hearing her honest feelings. Despite her heartfelt words, Akane's legs continue to shiver violently from her ongoing fear of the high ride. Sato lets out a gentle, quiet sigh as he looks at her shaking. Sato extends his open hand across the cabin toward Akane and asks if she wants him to hold her hand. Akane blushes furiously and panics, loudly demanding what he is saying and accusing him of trying to pull something sneaky, just because the two of them are alone in the cabin. With a soft, gentle expression, Sato explains that he simply thought holding hands might make the high ride feel a bit less scary for her, causing a blushing Akane to look down in embarrassment. Akane reaches out and tightly grasps Sato's hand, softly muttering that it is none of his concern. As the Ferris wheel cabin slowly ascends, Sato smiles softly to himself, reflecting that Akane always has a habit of pushing herself far too hard. Once they step off the ride, Himari immediately notices them and directly asks Akane if she was holding hands with Sato, prompting a highly startled Akane to gasp in panic. Akane's face turns bright red, and she frantically denies the claim, shouting that she would never do that because she does not want her hand to rot and fall off. While a deadpan Sato dryly points out that holding hands does not work that way, Maho completely ignores the drama and enthusiastically points out their next destination. The group arrives at a dark and eerie haunted house attraction, which features a creepy blood-splattered cat mascot standing guard at the main entrance. Upon seeing the scary attraction, Akane instantly goes limp as her soul comically floats out of her mouth, leading a deadpan Sato to note that she has died. Meanwhile, Shisai quietly munches on her teiyaki while Himari cheers that the haunted house sounds like a great idea. Back at school in the classroom, Himari remarks on how much Shisai loves eating, prompting Shisai to calmly state that she does and even wants to eat Maho. Rather than being bothered, Maho happily smiles and tells Shisai to go right ahead and dig in. Shisai, drooling and creepily, asks if they can do it tonight, causing Maho to giggle and playfully call her too impatient. Sato firmly steps in and grabs Maho, warning her that she must never say things like that to Shisai, even as a joke, while a drooling Shisai asks why her big brother has such a scary face. Back at the amusement park, Maho excitedly explains that the park is famous for having the world's scariest haunted house, leaving a terrified Akane to panic over the revelation. Sato steps in to shield Akane, announcing that she has something else to do and offering to go through the haunted house with Maho instead. When Maho asks what else Akane could possibly have to do at an amusement park, Sato nervously excuses her by claiming she has to study, which leaves Maho completely dumbfounded. Sato explains that Akane goes through severe withdrawal if she does not study, frequently warning that she will eventually start attacking people with reckless abandon. Akane stares back at him with a completely flat, deadpan expression in reaction to his ridiculous explanation. Maho tearfully asks if Akane has always suffered like that, while Himari and Shisai agree to leave her behind to study, begging her to refrain from going on a rampage. And embarrassed, Akane quietly thanks them while Sato internally apologizes to her for making up such a bad excuse. Maho sighs and tells Sato that she will settle for him instead, prompting a deadpan Sato to tell her not to be a brat. As Sato and Maho enter the dark haunted house, Sato notices a strange smell, but his thoughts are cut short when Maho suddenly screams that they are being attacked. A terrifying zombie monk with a dangling eyeball lunges forward from the shadows with a loud shriek. Sato and Maho stare back at the creature with completely blank, unfazed expressions, leaving the zombie actor sweating in confusion. Unable to handle their utter lack of fear, the terrified zombie monk bursts into tears and frantically runs away from them. Maho happily cheers and praises the zombie monk for doing a great job, leaving the weeping actor completely shocked by her enthusiastic reaction. Sato praises the incredibly lifelike special effects and the employees' dedication, while Maho takes a cheerful selfie with the crying actor and notes how impressive his crying act is, though the devastated worker just wallows in his failure. Maho excitedly runs ahead to look at the cursed dolls and severed heads, but she suddenly stops and groans in pain, prompting a concerned Sato to ask her what is the matter. Maho leans forward in pain and quietly complains that she is feeling a bit off and is tired from overdoing things. Sato asks if she is all right, to which Maho asks him for a piggyback ride, prompting Sato to reluctantly agree that he has no other choice as they head to a nearby rest area. Once they reach the rest area, Maho lies down flat on a sofa, prompting a worried Sato to turn around and offer to go find and call Kekkon. Maho suddenly bursts into laughter and confesses that she completely fooled him, revealing she was only pretending to be sick because she wanted him to give her a piggyback ride. Sato is left completely stunned and asks if she was lying the entire time, while a cheerful Maho celebrates her successful surprise. An angry Sato yells at Maho and tells her never to pretend to be sick, directly stating that he was actually worried about her. Maho is caught off guard, blushing as she processes his concern, while Sato continues to lecture her that making such jokes goes too far, because nobody might believe her if she actually gets sick. Sato firmly states that he is angry and will remain angry until she understands, but when Maho attempts to prove she is fully energized, she suddenly wobbles on her feet, forcing Sato to quickly reach out and catch her. Holding her securely, Sato sighs and asks her once more to please refrain from playing jokes like that again. Looking up at him with a deep blush, Maho softly apologizes and promises to behave. The evening sky settles over the amusement park as their day at the park finally draws to a close. Back at the house, a completely exhausted Kekkon collapses onto the sofa and sighs that she wants to stay inside for the next decade, while an energetic Maho stretches and declares she still wants to go out more. Noting how much Kekkon pushed herself to keep up with Maho all day, a smiling Sato offers to handle making dinner for everyone tonight. Kekkon reacts in absolute horror, screaming and asking if he is trying to kill her, as she imagines him force-feeding her massive amounts of protein supplements. To her surprise, Sato serves actual food, and Kekkon takes a big bite of the sparkling curry rice with absolute delight. Kekkon is completely amazed to find that it tastes exactly like normal curry and rice, without a single trace of protein powder or supplement flavor, weeping over the fact that it is actual real cooking. Overwhelmed by the delicious meal, tears of pure joy stream down Kekkon's face. Kekkon happily beams through her tears, celebrating that Sato can finally cook something that is actually edible. Sato defensively pouts and claims he has always been able to cook, since he has been making cup noodles since elementary school, which Kekkon tearfully brushes off with a sarcastic compliment. As they all sit together enjoying the dinner, Sato quietly reflects to himself that whenever he was at home by himself, it never felt like it was worth the effort to cook a real meal. Taking a bite of his own cooking, Sato smiles slightly to himself and reflects that his current life is not so bad. The plate of curry sits under the warm dining lights as they finish their quiet meal. Later that night, inside the dark bedroom, Sato sits up in bed after hearing a sudden rustling noise beside him. Sato reacts in pure surprise when someone suddenly crawls under his blanket and gets close to him. The intruder is revealed to be Maho, wearing a revealing nightgown, as she holds a finger to her lips to shush a completely stunned Sato. When a highly panicked Sato demands to know what she is doing, a playful Maho reminds him that she already told him he belongs to her, cheerily declaring that she is paying him a late-night sneak visit. As Sato looks at her with her hair down, he realizes why he did not notice it in the bath when he looked away, reflecting that she looks exactly like the girl from his memories. Sato directly asks Maho if they actually met a long time ago at his grandfather's elementary school graduation party at a villa, pointing out that she looks exactly like the girl he met there. Sato reminisces about the cute long-haired girl he had talked to for ages at the party, admitting that he never asked for her name or contact details and felt too embarrassed to search for her later in life. Maho quietens down and remarks that the girl sounds like his first love, which a heavily blushing Sato quickly tries to deny. Maho gazes at him with a gentle, affectionate smile and softly reveals that the mysterious girl from his childhood memories was actually her. Sato is left completely speechless, staring at her in absolute shock as his mind races over her revelation. Maho laughs and asks why he never told her, admitting she was too embarrassed because she thought her feelings were one-sided, but is thrilled to learn they are mutual. Reaching out to gently unbutton his pajama shirt, she teasingly asks if he dislikes being touched by his very first love, prompting a highly flustered Sato to protest. Sato internally reflects that although he always wished to meet his childhood first love again, she and his memories of her are far too precious for him to ever think of defiling her in such a way. Leaning in closer with an affectionate gaze, Maho softly whispers that she loves him. Sato lies frozen, staring up in pure disbelief as his heart races rapidly. Sato suddenly sits up and directly confronts Maho, flatly accusing her of actually hating him, which causes her to flinch in absolute shock. Maho flinches in surprise and protests that she just confessed her love to him, questioning his blunt rejection. Sato remains firm and tells Maho that her confession is just lip service, directly stating that he can see her true self, and that her words completely lack the conviction that Akanes have. Maho readily agrees that she despises him, but argues that it does not matter, demanding that he give her his first kiss, because all men want that anyway. When a baffled Sato questions why she would want to kiss someone she despises and rejects her unreasonable demands, Maho furiously tells him to shut up and just do what she wants before she explains. Their confrontation is suddenly cut short when the bedroom door flies open and Akane steps into the room, catching the two of them sitting together on the bed. Akane stands completely frozen in the doorway, staring in absolute wide-eyed shock at the compromising sight. Maho playfully winks and sticks out her tongue, mockingly bragging that she just ate Sato up, while a highly panicked Sato desperately tries to calm a silent, shadowed Akane down and explain that there is a logical reason. Overwhelmed by what she sees, Akane's eyes immediately fill with tears as she begins to weep. Furious and heartbroken, Akane screams that she hates them both and forcefully throws both Sato and Maho along with their belongings completely out of the house. Sato and Maho stand outside as the front door slams shut with a heavy thud, leaving them staring back in absolute shock. Reflecting on the situation, Sato notes that it will take some time for Akane to calm down. Although Maho suggests sleeping outside, Sato points out that it is supposed to rain and offers to buy her a shirt from the convenience store to cover up her revealing nightwear. Maho complains about looking bad in the oversized t-shirt Sato bought, though he notes that they did not have any skirts or pants available. As they walk down the street, Sato offers to take her to her parents' house, but Maho reveals that her parents changed the locks after she got married, leading Sato to wonder if her parents hate her, as she thanks him for laughing at her situation. Realizing she has nowhere else to go and refuses to leave without him, Sato is forced to take Maho to a business hotel, while a cheerful Maho celebrates that they will be spending the night together. Once inside the hotel, Sato dampens Maho's excitement by immediately handing her the key to her own separate room. Maho furiously pounds on Sato's door and insults him, threatening to bust it open with a fire extinguisher or scream that he kidnapped her, eventually sliding her foot into the crack of the door when he tries to talk to her. Maho successfully invades his room while holding the fire extinguisher, loudly celebrating her victory, while a sweating Sato tries to get her to hand over the extinguisher. Maho dives onto the bed, prompting Sato to leap after her and pin her down to successfully retrieve the fire extinguisher, before telling her it is time to go back to her room. However, Sato freezes when he looks down and notices tears streaming silently down Maho's face. Maho tearfully asks if he hates her too and begs to just be together for a little bit, leading Sato to realize she is still deeply reeling from Akane saying she hated her earlier. Maho cries that her big sister has never seriously gotten mad at her before, no matter what she did in the past. Maho sits on the floor weeping, terrified that Akane truly hates her now and will never speak to her again. As Maho continues to sob loudly, a guilty Sato internally reflects on the situation, realizing that Maho's reckless actions were actually a desperate attempt to tempt him and see if she could steal him away to test their bond, which ultimately triggered the entire mess. Maho continues to cry loudly as Sato sighs and reflects on what a massive mess they have ended up in. Sato tries to comfort Maho by telling her that she has nothing to worry about because Akane says she hates him at least 50 times a day. When Maho asks if he is serious, Sato shrugs and explains that getting yelled at is simply his daily morning routine. Maho remarks that he is incredibly tough because she would want to die if her parents and spouse hated her, which makes Sato realize his situation is indeed quite depressing. Sato reassures Maho that Akane is just highly emotional and acted on impulse, promising that she will definitely forgive her soon. When it comes to himself, however, Sato sheepishly laughs and admits that earning Akane's forgiveness will take some time since she has detested him from the very start. Feeling deeply remorseful for dragging him into her mess, a tearful Maho softly apologizes to Sato. Sato tells Maho not to worry about it, but she suddenly lifts her shirt and offers to repay him with her body. This sends Sato into an absolute panic as he frantically begs her to stop what she is doing. Maho sighs and tells Sato that he can stay in the room tonight since she does not care anymore, before asking if he will tuck her in. When Sato casually agrees, Maho then asks if she can use his arm as a pillow. Sato reluctantly agrees to let her use his arm, and a grateful Maho thanks him as she snuggles close to him and quickly drifts off to sleep. Looking out over the hotel under the night sky, Sato sighs to himself, reflecting on how both Akane and Maho are such incredibly troublesome sisters. The next morning, Sato yawns as he wakes up, but he suddenly gasps in shock when he looks down. Sato is horrified to find Maho lying beside him, sweating profusely and gasping heavily for breath. Sato frantically asks Maho if she is all right as he checks her forehead, but a weak Maho gasps that she left her medicine back at his house, admitting she foolishly believed she would be fine for just one night. Sato asks if she is still actually sick, and Maho weakly explains that her illness is in remission, and she can live normally as long as she takes her medicine, though it makes her tire easily, and she rarely faints anymore. Sato privately realizes her condition is far from true remission, and guiltily remembers the times he thought she was only faking her symptoms to tease him, regretfully reflecting on how she cried wolf. Sato immediately pulls out his phone to call an ambulance, but a coughing Maho desperately stops him, arguing that it will cause a major scene, and Akane will find out, insisting that this happens to her all the time. Maho earnestly tells him that she has so many things she still wants to do and would never jeopardize that by lying now. Understanding her perspective, Sato agrees not to call an ambulance but decides to call a taxi instead to take her to the hospital. Sato carries Maho out of the hotel in a princess hold, walking past a surprised staff member as they head toward the lobby exit. As he holds her, Maho blushes and notes that this is the first time she has ever been princess carried, praising him for being so good at it. Sato flatly explains that it is only because he has had to carry Akane like this before. Maho looks up at him and quietly asks if he and Akane are genuinely on such terrible terms. Sato remains completely silent, staring forward as he processes her question. Carrying Maho to the waiting taxi, Sato reflects that while he and Akane were bitter mortal enemies from the moment they met, he is no longer sure of where they stand now. After arriving at the hospital, Sato gently informs Maho that her parents have been contacted and should be arriving in about 30 minutes. Although her condition is not life-threatening, the doctor decides she must be admitted overnight, leaving Maho to sigh about how long it has been since she was last hospitalized. Sato explains that his presence will only make things more complicated once her parents arrive, so he prepares to leave. However, Maho begs him to wait and desperately asks him not to tell Akane what happened, though Sato points out that her sister will definitely want to see her. Maho strongly protests, explaining that she has caused nothing but constant trouble for Akane ever since they were children, because of her weak and sickly body. Maho tearfully explains that Akane always had to look after her, leaving her sister with no time to play or make friends. While Maho fondly calls her older sister incredibly kind, a sweating Sato privately reflects that Akane's lack of friends is more likely due to her fierce and difficult personality. Maho tearfully explains that Akane is simply too kind, and she does not want to make her older sister worry or sacrifice anything ever again. Sato relents and promises that he will keep her secret and not say anything to Akane. As he bids her farewell and apologizes for the trouble, she softly thanks him while he steps out of the hospital room. Since he cannot go home yet, Sato calls Shisai on the phone to ask if he can stay at her place for a little while. Instantly, a limousine screeches to a halt right in front of him, and Shisai's maid steps out to apologize for the delay, explaining that surpassing the sound barrier is quite difficult. Sato is completely stunned by her impossible speed. Sato collapses onto the seat in exhaustion, only for Shisai to immediately lean in close and sniff him. She bluntly observes that he smells like a girl and specifically points out that it is definitely not Akane's scent. Shisai notes that the scent is incredibly strong, asking Sato if he has been wrapped around a naked body. As a panicked, Sato desperately protests. Shisai orders her chauffeur to accelerate the limousine to 300 kilometers per hour, until Sato decides to be honest about what happened. Confronting Sato in the school hallway, Akane desperately demands to know if he knows where her little sister is. Akane explains that Maho has not been to school since the night they fought, and though her parents claim she went on a trip, Akane finds it incredibly strange for her sister to leave without saying goodbye or picking up her phone. When Sato suggests she might actually just be on a trip, Akane remains highly suspicious. Tugging on Sato's sleeve, a worried Akane softly asks if her sister will return soon. Sato remains silent and breaks out in a cold sweat, guiltily thinking back to Maho, currently lying in a hospital bed. Noting his hesitation, Akane immediately accuses Sato of knowing something because he is friends with Maho. When Sato weakly protests that he would not exactly call them friends and angry, Akane calls him a liar. Tears filling her eyes, a heavily blushing Akane accuses Sato of doing lewd things with her sister and calls him a brute. A highly panicked Sato frantically denies the claim, shouting that they did absolutely nothing of the sort. While Sato continues to shout that he did nothing wrong, Akane demands to be taken to see Maho so they can explain everything to her together. As Akane softly weeps and calls out her sister's name, Sato looks on in silence, feeling torn as he remembers Maho's desperate plea to keep her hospitalization a secret from her older sister. Refusing to break his promise, Sato dismisses Akane by stating he has nothing to say and turns to leave for his next class. A startled Akane reaches out and begs him to wait, starting to ask when he is coming home before suddenly trailing off. As Sato walks away down the corridor, Akane guiltily reflects on how she was the one who chased him out of the house in the first place, leaving her unable to ask him to come back home, especially now that Shisai has already picked up his essential belongings. Walking down the hallway with her head hung low, Akane fearfully wonders if Sato is planning to never return to her home. Looking down at her own feet as she slowly walks, Akane is overwhelmed by the devastating thought that both Sato and Maho now hate her. Standing completely alone in the quiet school corridor, Akane deeply regrets her actions, lamenting that she really should not have said such harsh things to either of them. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the exterior of the hospital, where Maho is currently staying. Resting inside her hospital room, Maho loudly complains about being sick of hospital food, groaning that she desperately wants a hamburger instead. Sato sits quietly by her bedside as an energetic Maho enthusiastically tells him about how fast food portions in America are massive, noting that a small drink there is the same size as a Japanese large, and that they serve way more French fries. As Maho continues to babble about American fast food, Sato quietly observes her face and notes that she looks like she had been crying. He breaks the silence by pointing out that she has traveled overseas a lot for someone with such a weak body. Maho explains that traveling was her dream, revealing that her parents worked incredibly hard so she could undergo a special surgery that finally allowed her to no longer be bedridden. Although she admits she still has not recovered completely, Sato tries to tell her she does not need to push herself, only for Maho to softly confess that she is still deeply afraid. Gazing out the hospital window, Maho admits that the uncertainty of whether her illness will return keeps her in constant fear. She quietly confesses that not knowing if she might suddenly die is a truly terrifying way to live. Maho explains that, because of her fear of her illness returning, she wanted to do everything she dreamed of as a little girl, while she still had the chance, prompting Sato to listen in quiet understanding as she goes on to mention another reason. Maho smilingly explains that if she traveled around looking happy and energetic, her older sister would be able to rest easy and would not have to worry about her, even if Maho's physical condition took a turn for the worse. Sato directly asks if Akane is completely unaware that Maho still takes daily medication, and when Maho quietly confirms this, Sato internally reflects on how the two sisters are unintentionally causing harm to each other, despite both trying desperately to protect one another. Sato directly confronts Maho by asking if she also attempted to seduce him solely for the sake of her older sister. Maho is left completely stunned and speechless, staring up at him in surprise. Sato explains that he initially believed she was upset with him for taking her sister away and had tried to steal him back in retaliation. However, he admits he was completely wrong, realizing that all Maho truly wants is for her older sister to be happy. Feeling exposed, Maho blushes deeply and winces as tears begin to well up in her eyes. Maho quietly asks why he had to go and figure everything out before finally breaking down and admitting that he is entirely correct. Maho explains that Akane had always complained to her about a boy in her class whom she hated, which led Maho to believe that being forced to marry him was the absolute worst punishment for her sister. Sato's sweat drops and agrees that the arrangement is indeed pretty insane. Maho reveals her plan, explaining that if Akane was going to be forced into a miserable marriage, she decided to take her sister's place instead, so that Akane could finally live her life however she wanted for once. With tears streaming down her face, Maho tearfully confesses that she realizes she has made a terrible mistake. Maho continues to sob, crying over how angry Akane was, and how she declared her hatred, making Maho feel like she completely ruined everything. Sato gently reassures her that Akane still loves her deeply, and that nothing she does will ever change that fact. Sato gently takes Maho's hand, telling her not to worry and to focus on getting some rest while he watches over her. He encourages her by saying that the sooner she recovers, the sooner she can go see her older sister again. Looking at Sato, Maho asks why he is going so far out of his way to help her, even after all the terrible things she has put him through. Sato hesitates before answering, internally reflecting that while he does not hate Maho and could never abandon her in her current state, there might be more to his actions than just that. Meanwhile, Maho silently observes him, sensing that his reasons run deeper. Holding her hand as she rests, Sato internally resolves that he simply cannot allow Maho to be left all by herself. Sato quietly looks down, lost in his own thoughts, as he sits beside her bed. Sato suddenly widens his eyes in pure realization as a new thought strikes him. With a soft, gentle smile, Sato quietly confesses that he also simply wants Akane to be happy. Unbeknownst to him, Akane is standing right outside the door, blushing furiously in absolute shock as she overhears his words. Maho is surprised to hear this from Sato. Sato explains that if she remains hospitalized, sickly and lonely, Akane will only end up feeling sad for her. Sato adds with a warm smile that he would hate for Akane to lose her smile. Just then, a rattling sound comes from the hospital room door. Continuing to smile, Sato openly admits that Akane's smile is actually extremely cute, willingly conceding that much about her. Meanwhile, the door continues to rattle. Sato tells Maho that he understands she was worried the forced marriage would make Akane unhappy, but promises he has no intention of ever letting her feel that way. He assures Maho that he does not plan to steal her older sister away from her, so she has absolutely nothing to worry about. Maho laments that she was incredibly stupid and thinks it would have been better if she had never returned. Sato quickly refutes this, telling her that Akane was actually deeply lonely the entire time the two of them were separated. Sato assures Maho that even if she causes her sister to worry, Akane still wants nothing more than for the two of them to be together. When Maho hesitantly asks if it is really all right for her to stay, Sato reassures her that it is, as that is what will make Akane the happiest. He suggests that looking after someone and taking care of the people you love might simply be another form of happiness. Outside, the door continues to rattle. Overhearing all of Sato's incredibly sweet words about her from outside the door, Akane blushes furiously as tears of pure embarrassment stream down her face. Akane is completely overwhelmed as Sato's confessions about wanting her to be happy and finding her smile super cute echo through her mind, leaving her utterly flustered. Akane frantically tries to process the situation, remembering that she had only tailed Sato because she suspected he was hiding something, only to discover Maho was hospitalized. She panics over how she had been waiting for the right moment to barge in, only for Sato to suddenly start talking about her own happiness, leaving her completely unable to cope with her racing emotions. Deciding to head out, Sato announces that he is going to get a drink and slides the hospital room door open. Sato is utterly shocked to find Akane standing right outside the room. Gasping in panic, a blushing Akane immediately turns on her heel and runs away as fast as she can down the hallway. Akane safely escapes into the elevator, clutching her face as she pants heavily in an attempt to calm her racing heart. As she leans against her hands, Akane cannot help but blush intensely and smile, deeply moved by the unexpected things Sato said about her. Overwhelmed by her own fluttering emotions, Akane wonders what is happening to her as she processes the warm feelings swelling in her chest. Later on, Maho brings her hands together in a pleading bow, tearfully apologizing to Akane and declaring that everything was entirely her fault. When a confused Akane asks what she is talking about, Maho confesses that ever since her return, she has been actively trying to seduce Sato. She explains that she planned to take Akane's place in the forced marriage because she did not want him to make her older sister unhappy. Akane brings up the night she walked in on them in the bedroom, asking why they were in that situation. Maho claps her hands and explains that she tried her best to seduce him, but it did not work because Sato is far too earnest. While Akane quietly realizes she was right to trust him, and annoyed Sato quickly interrupts. Maho begs Akane to forgive Sato since he did absolutely nothing wrong, pointing out that he is such a good person that he even visited her in the hospital every day. Sato stands by, completely surprised by her defense. Hearing her sister's heartfelt explanation, Akane smiles softly and lets out a gentle sigh, admitting that she cannot stay mad after hearing all of that. Akane pats her sister's head and tells her to stop trying to sacrifice herself, explaining that Maho is her precious little sister and deserves to be happy too. Maho happily promises to live her life exactly the way she wants, much to Akane's relief. Sato is relieved that everything has finally been settled, silently hoping that Maho is done playing her seductive pranks for good, though Maho suddenly pipes up to address him. Before Sato can react, Maho suddenly plants a kiss on his cheek, leaving him completely frozen in surprise. Akane screams in absolute shock, while a sweating Sato is left completely flabbergasted by Maho's sudden action. Maho playfully winks and happily declares that it turns out she actually really likes him, announcing that she is going to make him hers. Akane's expression immediately turns dark and murderous, leaving a terrified Sato sweating beside her. Akane furiously accuses Sato of seducing her little sister, to which he frantically screams that he did absolutely nothing. However, Maho teasingly adds that he was so kind to her and tried his hardest to sweep her off her feet, prompting a panicked Sato to desperately deny her claim. Maho goes even further, happily wishing that she can have Sato's baby real soon, which instantly triggers an explosive fiery rage in Akane, while a terrified Sato screams at Maho to stop. Akane immediately starts searching for a weapon and grabs a broom, while a giggling Maho notes that Sato has made her older sister incredibly angry. Running for his life, Sato frantically points out that Maho is the one who caused the anger, but he is the one who will suffer the consequences. Turning back to Sato, Maho casually mentions that the girl he met at the party all those years ago was actually not her. Sato is left completely stunned by the revelation, while Maho cheerfully walks away and wishes him luck in finding her. Meanwhile, a heavily blushing Akane stands ready to take her anger out on him. Later on, Sato peers into the quiet classroom and spots Akane sitting alone at her desk, reading a book, realizing that since there is no one else around, this is his chance to talk to her. Sato approaches Akane and softly apologizes to her, prompting her to ask why he is saying sorry. She coldly questions if it is because her sister fell for him, flatly stating that it is not, as if the two of them are friends anyway. Akane bluntly asks if he is trying to apologize for being so attractive, leaving a sweating Sato completely speechless. Shifting her gaze, Akane softly mentions that there is just one thing she wants to clarify with him. With a deep blush, Akane directly asks if what he said at the hospital about wanting her to be happy was actually true, leaving a flustered Sato caught completely off guard. As Sato stammers and hesitates, Akane firmly warns him that she will not forgive him unless he gives her a completely honest answer. Blushing deeply, Sato finally looks at her and admits that it is indeed the truth, causing a silent Akane to look down in embarrassment. Overwhelmed with joy, Akane smiles beautifully and softly says she is so happy. She then insists it is time for him to finally return home, claiming it is only to prevent their grandparents from finding out, to which a smiling Sato readily agrees. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open, and a classmate directly announces to the room that Akane and Sato are living together, shocking the onlookers standing behind her. The classroom immediately erupts into a massive uproar, with classmates shouting in disbelief and excitement, while a highly panicked Akane and Sato look on in absolute horror as the rumor quickly spreads. Shiori looks directly down at Akane, who stares back in shocked silence as the rumor of her living with Sato settles over the room. Sato watches helplessly as the repercussions of the rumor instantly explode, completely engulfing their classroom in a whirlpool of pure chaos. The whispering classmates surround Akane and Sato in the classroom, frantically questioning if it is actually true that they are living together. Sato realizes that the situation is incredibly bad, while a confused Akane turns her head to look at him. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention and panic, Akane's eyes swirl as she begins to sweat and stutter in absolute distress. Akane frantically waves her fists and loudly screams that there is absolutely no way she and Sato would ever live together, trying desperately to deny the rumor. Their classmates tease them by pointing out they were spotted walking together through the shopping district on what was clearly a date, prompting a highly embarrassed Akane to scream that they are completely wrong.